We're hot. Stroke.
Oh, I don't see
this?
the audio bar anymore.
It's not. It's muted.
Oh, okay.
Monday.
What
What
growth
growth?
is left at? What did they get to?
February of 2020.
Damn.
Right, and it
At least my
would be
lower
colorful
face.
on that third bar.
I shaved my upper face.
How about your neck?
I keep like the lower. I did that tonight as well. But like I'm trying to growing the underside, especially with longer, makes it look thicker.
Right.
So
Hello.
Hello, DMs After Dark Army. A little late, but we are all here for a very special event today. We have almost the entire crew in person live for a game of Dread tonight.
Yeah.
Troy has come all the way from Iowa, the land of corn, and he has brought one of his fellow Iowans with him. Special guest
Always at least two.
Yeah, there's two now. The corn is strong in this room.
Ready.
Oh God.
We also have our returning special guest, Kent. He was on our Gen Con episode of Modified Roles. So more prepared than the rest of us. We've got two special guests. They're sure to outshine us all tonight. And without further ado, I'll introduce the game. So for those of you who don't know, Dread is a role-playing game that uses a wooden tower block as a resolution mechanic. So there are no numbers, there are no stats, there are no dice in Dread. When a character needs to accomplish something that has a chance of failure or a negative consequence, they have to make a number of pulls set by me, the host, from the tower to determine whether they succeed or fail. Dread, much like its name implies, is a horror game. Almost all of the scenarios are in horror or suspense in a variety of genres. And today, the scenario we'll be playing is called Bit Parts. It is from Windmill Gaming Company. Not sure which one of their creators is the author on this one, as this was one of the few scenarios that did not have an author name on it. But whoever it is has done a fantastic job, and you are sure to be in for a great story tonight. Windmill Gaming Co. does have a Patreon. If you subscribe at just $5 a month, you'll get their entire library of scenarios for Dread and a few other games, as well as all of their future releases. It is a great deal. They are great folks. Troy, Jess, Kent, and I played with them at Gen Con.
Yes,
and it was my favorite gaming experience of the convention.
I think it was all of our favorites. It was
It was
incredible.
great.
So
Really speaks highly of the creators there, and both as GMs and as writers. All right, so I am going to go over a few rules and whatnot. We've not all played Dread here before. So, Dread, Jenga tower in this case, wooden block tower. Wooden block tower, whichever block tower you like.
No, many varieties that exist.
Yeah, all of them that begin with a
on
J.
the tower.
And end with Enga.
Couple things, character sheet in Dread is just a questionnaire of 12 to 13 questions. They are leading questions often, help to push you into your role. So our players here today selected from roles within the town and associated deadly sin that said character struggles with. That is my cat attacking my blinds. Burger is, imagine its applause.
That's great. Thank you, Burger.
So there's no stats or anything like that. If something has been established on a character questionnaire that has relevance to a situation, whether it's a special skill that you have developed or an item you have on you, anything like that, let me know, remind me. I've read them. I have dozens and dozens and dozens of answers to remember here, so feel free if I don't modify a poll for you that is relevant in a negative or positive way. Let me know and I'll decide if it reduces your polls or increases them, or maybe even lets you skip a poll. Sometimes if you're very good at something and the thing is not that hard, you just be like, I'll just be like, you're a chef, you don't have to make a poll for this, you know what spice is.
Oh no, I feel like I have no skill.
So every time I shoot a bow,
What do you-
I don't have to pull.
I'm the burger master.
You have to poll for that.
You're rich, you're me. In the
Burger masters are not.
For kind of nitty gritty things,
Smart one, huh?
you can only use one hand to manipulate the tower at any time. You may not touch it with both hands. If you touch it with both hands, you'll be like, bad. Or more likely, Kent or someone will be like, bad, because I'm not super good at noticing people are doing that. One hand on the tower at a time, you may only touch one block at a time. You can touch it with as many fingers as you can fit on that block, but you can't, say, pinch your block between two fingers and use your other fingers to stabilize the tower as you pull. That's an illegal move. When you may, unlike in a normal game of wooden block tower, You can abandon a pull if you have partially pulled a block out and it's like just sitting halfway out and you're like, it's gonna make the tower fall. You can just leave it and you can try somewhere else.
Can you push it back in?
Yes, you can push it back in. Like you can, anything goes as long as you're using the only touching one block at a time, only using one hand. You can manipulate that block however you want, push it in, pull it out, nudge a block halfway through and then try to grab another block. Like, feel free to do that, that is all fine. When you do get a block free of the tower, it must go on the top. And you can only pull from levels below the last complete level. There must be at least one complete level above you when you pull. Cat herd. For Dread itself, when you're attempting to do something that requires a pull, I'll tell you how many pulls it requires. Sometimes there'll be a action that has multiple parts to it. Like it's going to take you an action to spot the creature in the bushes and an action to shoot it. 2 pulls to shoot the creature, 1 to figure out where it is because it's camouflaged. You tell me which pull is for which part of a multi-step action. You get to decide that yourself, if it's the first or second pull for whichever. And you can at any time during pulling abandon a pull. You can be like, in fact, I am not going to do this. I feel like I'm going to knock the tower over and die. I'm just going to choose to fail the action. And you can stop messing with the tower. You can refuse a pull even before manipulating the tower. If you like, it means you fail and there will be a negative consequence. So obviously sometimes if the negative consequence seems very likely to be death, you're going to want to try to make that pull anyway. But if it seems like a negative consequence is something survivable, and you're not sure that you can pull off that pull, or even if you're like, the negative consequence isn't that bad, maybe we should save some pulls for more important things, you can choose to fail, and you can choose to fail after you've fucked around and realized you can't.
Fuck
You
around
can't
and find
make it.
out.
Fuck around and find out
Love
if you
it.
can or not.
When the tower falls, whoever knocked it over usually dies. That is usually the most common consequence of knocking a tower over in Dread. If the thing you were trying to do cannot conceivably wrapped into a death somehow in the near scene, you are doomed. It means that you no longer make pulls from the tower, and at the next moment where it is feasible for you to die, you will die. You have final destination yourself.
You have an aneurysm then and there. Just,
Yep.
dead.
Occasionally there are consequences that are not death, but they will remove you from the game if that makes more sense. In certain scenarios, say you're playing children, your character has been, your mom has found you, she's taking you home, you are grounded, you are out of the scenario. That is also possible, but
Or you're playing
in this particular scenario, you will probably just be dead. Gosh, am I missing anything else? I can't suggest.
Did you talk about the noble sacrifice?
Oh, yes. Noble sacrifice. Anybody has the option at any time to intentionally knock the tower over to make a noble sacrifice. Your character will die, but you will go out in a blaze of glory, accomplishing or making great strides toward whatever your dramatic goal was. You cannot pull and see the tower teetering, like partially fall, and then try to punch it real quick before it falls on its own. That is not a noble sacrifice. That thing was already going down. That is just you dying. You can also choose to pull on another player's behalf. If you like to do so, if you then die on the other player's behalf, you died protecting that person. You saved yourself to jump in the way of the monster. You did something noble to save them. When the tower falls, it does not reset at a nice, neat, stacked tower with no pulls on it. It resets at a varying degree of tension. So I'm going to tell you, we're retention now, 14 pulls. During retentioning, everyone has to participate. You can divide them. I am going to go with the way our table did it. Jess's table, the GM made them divide their pulls equally among all players. I will say that everybody just has to pull at least one. Other than that, you can divide the pulls as you see fit.
The GM didn't make us be.
You just decided? Okay, so you can decide among yourselves if the weaker players are going to pull one and then the stronger players are going to pull a crap ton, or if you're going to divide them equally.
One each.
All but one each.
Yeah.
It's completely up to you how you get to those number of pulls, as long as you give me my number of pulls.
Need my numbers, people.
You can die during retentioning. When the tower falls, the action sort of stops while retentioning occurs, and if you knock it over during retentioning, you are also dying in that scene. It got you both.
Now, we do need to clarify right now, if Burger knocks over the tower,
Who dies?
what happens? We do need to make this clear.
Troy dies. As my
Troy dies. Got it.
As my normally, if an outside person
knock
or
over the
interference
tower,
knocks
just
over
knock
the
in the
tower,
closet.
the person whom the outside interference belongs to dies. I do not have a character, so I cannot die, but Troy is my closest living relation here, so he will take the fall for that.
Bliss spot.
The
Spot 2 goes down.
Beep boop. Yeah, and during retentioning, you can choose to sacrifice yourself during retentioning to protect somebody else. They do not have to pull or participate during retentioning if you do that. Other than that, I think those are the main rules for Dread. It is a pretty rules light system.
Content warning? Based on
Yes,
RPGs?
content warnings. This is a horror RPG here. Due to the improvisational nature of RPGs, it is impossible to predict all of the possible contents and difficult content that may come up in a scenario. But in this one in particular, you can expect gore. You can expect gore. You can expect harm to children. You can expect harm to
I got
animals.
2 kids. What is this?
You can expect religious horror. And I think those are probably the main ones that are almost certainly going to come up. Obviously, with these knuckleheads, who knows where they're going to steer the place. There may be more things, but this scenario is likely to have violence against children, violence in general toward characters and other NPCs within the town, possibly violence toward animals as well. And gore.
Got is covered.
And gore and
Depends
religious
on which
horror.
bird plays with your
It's gonna be
hands.
violence towards everything.
Okay.
We always choose violence.
And
choose violence.
without further ado, I will set our opening scene here, and
You
then
want us
our
to-
characters will be able to introduce themselves a little bit amid this here. I'm going to do a kind of far back camera shot of the opening scene, character introductions, and then we'll zoom into the actual action here. So this scenario takes place in the remote hamlet of Ivanescu that is deep in the Carpathian Mountains. It is a rustic and rural place that has fallen on hard times recently. We're in about the early to mid 1800s right now, so there are rifles, there are pistols, there are trains, there's telegraph, no phones. Ivanescu, being deep in the Carpathian Mountains, has none of these things. These people are still living much as they did hundreds of years earlier technology-wise. Horses and other beasts of burden provide their power. Travelers come in on horseback, foot, or carriage. Any contact with the outside world comes in by Pony Express or the equivalent. And Ivanescu has fallen on hard times in the past few years. Many of the citizens have been leaving for larger towns with more opportunities. The village has been hammered with plague, starvation, hard winters, and the population has just been dwindling. Things have been falling into repair. The lord of the lands, the count, left several decades ago, used to live in a castle that is visible from Ivanescu higher up in the mountains, abandoned the place for the capital, has never returned. In the absence of the count, the villagers have taken to governing themselves in various ways. With all of these recent terrible hard times, it is the burgomaster, actually, who has decided that this has been successful in some other villages. You know, they're a good distance away, but your nearest neighbors have had successful drawing in commerce from outside and travelers by holding festivals. So we are in preparation for Ivanescu's festival, hopefully to turn all this bad luck on its head.
Great idea.
Great idea.
And our villagers
Love
here
party.
are bit parts. If you're not familiar with the term, a bit part is a very small or inconsequential acting role in a movie or a play. That is an important thing. Pay attention, folks. And so introducing not our heroes, introducing our extras. We'll just start with whoever wants to go first.
I guess we already talked about me, so I will go first. I am the Burgermeister. My name is Karina. I'm basically like the mayor of, how do I pronounce it again?
I think it's Burgermeister.
No, the town.
Oh, Ivanescu.
Ivanescu, yes. I am basically like the mayor of Ivanescu. I'm an older woman, probably in like my mid-40s or so. I have been
Each.
Fucking old. Jesus Christ. How is she still alive?
Christian.
practically
Yeah.
almost dead.
Yeah.
I've been Burgermeister for quite some time. I hold my responsibilities very, very seriously. The people elected me. I'm pretty proud of that. They love and adore me, and I do my best to do a good job.
Love that.
Thank you, Karina.
All right. I am playing the constable. I am the law in this town. So.
Who could have seen that coming?
Yeah, really.
Yeah. Which, funny enough, our characters each embody one of the 7 deadly sins, and without knowing what character correlated to each sin, I just picked sloth as the sin, and it turned out that was the guy with the gun. So it's meant to be.
So safe.
But yeah, so I embody sloth. I like to take naps. Like to drink from a flask, and upholding the law is kind of something that I loosely uphold, I suppose. So.
Yeah.
What's your name?
Oh yes, my name is Tegan Blackmore.
Tegan. The law, jury, and judge of Ivanescu.
That's right.
That's Tegan with a T or Tegan with a K?
Yep, Tegan with a
Should have
T.
grabbed a piece of paper.
Yeah, I was just
Write 'em
thinking
in
that
here
too.
instead.
I'm just gonna ask Jess since she's taking over.
So are other people.
What's that person's name?
This one.
I'm just gonna look at just
You there. This one.
Yeah, that works.
Who's next? I'll go next, I guess, since everybody's confused. I am playing Catalin Wodelau. Catalin is the shopkeep or the costermonger of the town. And Catalin's been here a while. He's not quite as old as Burgermeister, but I would say maybe he's in his mid to late 30s. He is a kind of skinny, a little bit greasy guy. He's done very well here. He comes from money, and he likes to fuck. And has done so with a good portion of the town. And is working on the other half.
Speaking of people in the other half, I'm Glenn, the huntsman. I'm probably late 40s, early 50s as well, so ancient, basically. And
Oldies together.
Okay. No, but
yeah. So I am of Celtic descent. I have 2 children, Stefan and Anna, which, thanks for the warning about violence against children, because let me take a poll real quick. I'm the one with kids. There we go.
Catalin might have kids, he just doesn't know.
yeah. Christian populates half the town.
They are of German descent as well. Their mother was killed. I now live in this town. Got here probably 5 years ago. So I've been providing meat to the town ever since.
Nice. What was your name?
Glenn.
Glenn.
You and Christian
missed
have a
yours,
lot in
I'm sorry.
common. Providing meat.
Providing meat to the town. Alright, I'm gonna head out.
Thank you for coming here, guys. What was your name again, Christian?
Catalin.
Catalin.
So we got Glenn, Catalin, Tegan. I forgot your name already, Jeff.
Karina.
Karina.
Oh, also, my actual name is Zach. I'm the Iowan. Hi.
Welcome,
Here's
Zach.
our real name.
One of
fair.
us. One of
One of
us.
us.
You're here forever.
Exactly. No.
I guess I will go next.
The other guest.
Continue.
You said Karina, right?
Yes, Karina.
I am I'm Kent, the other guest. I am playing the town's tavern owner, Alexei Marin. He is very well fed. Well more than he should be, considering that the
Town
most
has
of the
been hit by many famines of late.
yes. He runs obviously the local tavern. Hopefully, gets people from other towns, probably being the
rare traveler
The
definitely
rare
does
traveler
stop by.
definitely stops by. Maybe the smaller hamlets that are there that don't have a tavern. They will make the trek, have some good food, some warm food, especially during the winter. I always seem to have food when others don't.
You're right, Karina.
But Alexei is late 30s as well, and has been in the town his whole life.
Local. As are most of the people in the town.
Yes, I was gonna say,
Those
Alice.
few rare outsiders, some vital outside genes, everybody.
Thank you for providing meat for some of my dinners.
You're not gonna thank
Christian.
Christian's character.
Thank you for providing some of the diners.
I get the vegetables from him, obviously.
Cost of
Sure.
Thank you for providing meat for the dinners. Thank you for providing meat for the diners.
There you go. There we go.
I can't clip it. We're in person. Fuck.
So good.
Note to self, clip it.
Hey, future Sarah, this is your problem.
Someone in the chat, post the timestamp.
Yeah, thank you. That'd be sick, actually.
Jess's.
Hi, I'm playing Alice DeVille. She is the tailor in town. She has also lived here her whole life. All of her family has since the rest of her family was some of the folks that migrated to other places to try and make a better life. But she owns the tailor shop there that was her nana's, and so she just does not want to abandon it. She is in her mid-30s, around 35-ish, and she is, after some events over the past couple years, once again going by her maiden name, due to having lost her husband to someone.
Oh.
I wonder what
That was
that
the talk of the town for a while.
Hey, listen.
Still kind of is.
and
Everyone wants to ride Space Mountain.
You can't say that right before I go to Disney. Fuck you.
Sarah.
Ruining my rides.
As we continue our reputation of
Think
ruining
with me
people's childhoods.
while you're on there,
No,
Sarah.
I actually will be riding a Joe Pant.
Oh.
He doesn't do coasters.
Okay.
Sure.
But also,
Is that
who knows?
possible?
Alice is fairly nondescript, very plain and mousy, I guess would be a good word to describe her. She's always got this little leather satchel she carries around, and she always wears gloves on her hands. So.
Better to not leave fingerprints. Well done.
And I think
Ken, what did you say?
that
your
was all of our
character's name
players.
Alexi.
So our dramatis personae is complete for now. The opening scene. This is right before your festival. The festival is happening the next day or two, and you are all scrambling to make last-minute preparations. Regardless of your individual feelings on the festival, whether you are pro-festival, have a lot of high hopes for it, are excited and whatnot, or just doing your part, even if it brings in a couple strangers, is bringing more opportunity than you've seen in months and months and months. Perhaps a little coin, a little business, anything, resources from the outside, even news are all something that you have been started of these past few months. So you're all doing your parts as various business owners and members of the town here to prepare for this. We will start at the tavern, which is probably one of the most bustling places during all of these preparations here. Our tavern owner here, name, I have it. Alexi has no shortage of preparations to make for this upcoming event here. There's only a few, 2 or 3 villagers from the town here right now having some ales. They've got nothing better to do than wait right now at this point. So your inn is relatively quiet. It is still daytime, day or 2 out from the festival. Alexi, what are you doing?
I am currently preparing a small stew, but getting ready to throw together a bigger one for the beginning of the festival. My favorite specialty to make is a venison stew, which I will prepare with
Hoping that the hunter's going to get in with a little more venison. Your stores are kind of lean right now.
yes. I'm also hoping that I can, with the new, hopefully the income of new people, they bring more herbs from far away that I've been kind of hoping for.
Heck yes. Love that.
Alright, let's see. Burgmaster, you are also someone who is particularly busy during all of this. What are you up to?
I'm probably just going around just checking in on things, just making sure that we're like on the timeline that hopefully we have laid out for the festival, and just making sure that everyone is in action. So I'm probably going around the town and just checking in, making sure that like decorations are in time, seeing like if the food is going to be ready, seeing what our supplies are like, if we have available rooms.
Nothing but available rooms.
Yep, and if they're all, ready for guests to come, and for anything that is falling behind, that we have like an action plan in place to catch up.
Got good hustle. We're trying to make sure everybody else does as well. Speaking of good hustles and people who might not.
Howdy.
Making sure the constable
You're constable
I
here.
think the Burgermeister is approaching the constable about now. What are you doing?
So actually, the Burgermeister is greeted by an empty office because I believe that the indication of a good law-abiding town is very little crime, which means little crime happening, little crime being reported, and little crime being caught. I can control 2 of those things. So I'm very not looking forward to this event because I do believe there are going to be a lot of outsiders coming in. And as somebody who has also been here for pretty much my whole life, I don't like the idea of outsiders. I think they bring crime, I think they bring trouble, and that brings me work. So I am currently at my favorite napping spot, getting a quick snooze in to try to prepare myself for the coming hustle and bustle in the next couple days.
Down by the river.
Down by the river.
Down by
My
the
favorite
river.
little creek to take a nap at.
I probably know that he is there.
You.
Once I walk into the office, I'm like,
You
Yeah.
probably don't even walk into the office.
There's just a
Probably
little
just
note.
walk there.
by
There's a
the
note
office.
on there that says
There's a
out on
festival
extra
coming.
patrol.
sometimes I just have
And
like,
it's old. It's like
It's never been taken down, actually.
It says proactive policing taking place.
sometimes I just have like a little bit of help. I'm always just very helpful.
Mm,
I'll always check the office first.
You know where to find your constable.
mm.
3 places.
I hope the mic picked that up, Troy.
Just sitting
Okay.
back snoring by the stream. Love it.
Song
Are you-
lines, but not in a helpful way.
Right.
I mean,
There is work to be done.
I'll make my way there.
Yeah, it's
Nudge his foot a little bit.
yeah, I kind of I wake up kind of startled and I'm like, oh,
Another fine day to take it out, constable.
well, there's going to be a lot of work to do here in the next couple days, so I'm just trying
Save all
to
your energy ahead of time.
save the
Very
energy.
wise.
That's right.
Very
Yes, you betcha.
Wow, you should
I kind of like
have
rub the sleep from my eyes.
Do you think you're ready? Do you think we need to recruit a few more people to help?
Well, I mean, looking at the sun.
Looks
Looks at watch that doesn't exist. Looks at the sun.
My
This is
father
sundial
probably
watch.
would have talked to a couple of like capable people in town and figured out some sort of schedule or
Right.
stuff to look
Right.
at.
Yeah. Well,
I hope you don't
That's-
plan on doing this alone, constable.
yes. No. Definitely not alone.
Well,
I've
we
got
some overtime.
I've got the fine townsfolk here to help as well. It's a little earlier in the day than I had hoped, but I suppose we'll go ahead and get started
It's midday.
with whatever you need help with. Gets up begrudgingly.
Yes, let's take a walk around the town.
All right, let me lace my shoes.
Take that.
Perfect.
Our tailor and our costumonger.
What time of year is it?
We are in fall.
Can you say our
It's
shops
kind
are
of
right
mid-fall
next to
right
each
now.
other?
Of course, they have to be for the draw.
Oh, perfect.
It's getting chilly at night. It's been very
Across
wet. The ground is soft. It'll be very, very cold very, very soon. But there's been a few light snows. You have not yet gotten the enormous drifts of snows that come with the winter.
Okay. But it's cold enough where not a lot of people are going to want to be outside.
But yeah, people are not just hanging outside. They're outside with a purpose.
Unless they're sleeping.
Unless they're sleeping.
So then Alice is meticulously dressing the front window of her shop. Making sure that she's got 3 mannequins out in the front and they're all in different styles of dresses. It's her specialty. with like perfectly placed accessories, and she's making sure that there's like not a stitch out of place.
While you're doing that, since the store's right next to each other, you just hear like,
Across the street.
oh, ah!
Something falls and Alice just
Yeah, just,
How much worse is it if like he's wearing your clothes?
oh, yeah.
Just the laundry.
I'm just, to add a little.
Yeah, why not?
I mean, Alice does create the finest clothing
Yeah.
that Ivanescu has to offer.
I also
Even
have
the
money.
occasional imported outfits, most of them are not up to her standards.
Dang, son.
she's very meticulous about certain things.
Okay.
And unfortunately, sometimes she has to compromise integrity for a little bit of coin. So can't get nice fabrics without money.
Oh.
You also have to know the right people to import the fabrics.
I have enough connections. I don't need yours.
So as you do that, you hear that for a little while, and then you continue working, and
A long
then eventually,
I
a
got
little
you.
while. We started in media res here. And
Alice just has a constant headache all day.
just thinking, after a while, you see your ex-husband kind of like leave my shop looking a little disheveled. And Constant kind of
Let
just
us
like,
off to the tavern. I have, if NPCs were mentioned on your sheet and you did not name them, I have named them for you. Ex-husband in question's name is Lev.
Lev?
L-E-V.
LED. So Lev kind of, this is kind of,
He's going to get a sandwich now.
yeah, he's hungry now, and for some reason. And then Constant kind of just like walks out, cold, and stretches, kind of reaches into his jacket pocket, brings out a pipe, puts a little tobacco, lights it, and he's just kind of looking at you in your window.
Oh, she is actively avoiding any eye contact. Just staring so hard at the dresses. Her eyes might burst into flames.
He gets
The
the
dress
out
that
of
burst
that.
in the flames.
He smirks and then he kind of meanders down the street a little bit.
Alright. This brings us to our first scene outside of the village. All the villagers within are busy getting preparations. Our hunter has a particularly important task in the outskirts of the village in the thick pine forests that ring Ivanescu. You know these forests very well. You've been here for 5 years. You've been supplying most of the game in this village, in fact. A lot of the farm hands and folk, they can snare a few rabbits, they can shoot a few pheasants, bag the occasional buck. But you bring in more game than most of the families here remaining combined. And you know that this festival's coming up. You know that Alexi is a bit short on meat, especially for serving. It is very important you catch deer.
Yeah. I'd say the game has been uncharacteristically light for the season.
It has.
And it is making Glenn anxious because one of the reasons he left his previous home was because game was a little light, and that's how he makes his living. And if he can't provide meat, let alone for his family, let alone an entire town, then it might be time to start moving on. And so he is really, really needing to catch some deer here, especially this extra pressure. Nobody consulted Glenn on whether they should throw a big party and expect him to provide a bunch of meat for
Nobody
everyone.
consults Glenn. There's the catch.
Glenn is
Nobody can.
Oh,
and
yes.
Glenn is so angry about all of that. The embodiment of wrath here. So yeah, I'm out hunting. Normally I would be out with my son Stefan. He's 11 now, so he's at the age where I'm trying to teach him things. But I need him to not scare deer away. I just need to catch a deer. So yeah,
This is not a teaching moment. This
is a we are
right
in
now.
crisis mode, Stefan. Watch your daughter, watch your sister, and I will.
Oh God!
Watch your sister.
Are you-
Watch my daughter, his sister, and I need to catch a deer. So I am out there hunting.
Alright. A few things that you've noticed. Game has been uncharacteristically scarce, and it's been getting scarcer these past couple weeks. You've scarcely seen a hare. The forests are unusually quiet. The typical birds that you would expect out and about, the trills of small squirrels and whatnot, even they have been rarer and hard to see. And you've been subsisting off of squirrel far more often than you care to admit these past few weeks. You've also noticed evidence of quite a lot of wolves in the area. That's not something you've seen in your past 5 years of hunting these woods, you've seen the occasional evidence of wolves and whatnot, but they tend to live lower down
Yeah.
in the valley.
I am very acutely aware of wolf sign, having previously lived not in the mountains.
Yes, so you're very familiar with the scat. You've seen a lot of wolf scat. You've seen their tracks. You've seen the remnants of the occasional kill pit clean. Not enough remnants of kills to support a pack the size that you are expecting. In the past week or two, you've also begun hearing them. You've heard their howls within the valley, a ways away from the village, not so close to the village that's concerning yet, but that you're beginning to suspect they've moved in and they've set up shop here. You're wondering what they're eating.
I have brought this to the constable's attention as well on multiple occasions that this is a serious problem and the game is going to be scarcer and scarcer. And we might need to start trying to think about driving these wolves out of here.
I could use some of those wolves. Just saying.
We're depending on you, Glenn. You're gonna do
Wolf
great.
Especially considering there are a few goats. Those are kind of the main livestock that IMSQ has. And hungry wolves will take cattle.
Yes. Cattle, people, we need to get rid of them. It's fallen on deaf, slothful ears. So.
Okay.
Nobody
Actually,
consults
To
Glenn.
be fair,
Consult
I
Glenn.
feel the constable would, because he is compassionate. He is just lazy. He loves his people, so he probably would have come up with some sort of delegation of responsibility.
It's like, that's great, Glenn. You
That is a
have
great
it.
idea,
Yeah.
Glenn. I think there are a handful of folks in town that would be happy to help you with this.
Yeah.
Yes.
Glances down at the only gun in town and goes, yeah, probably. Yeah, but yeah, I suppose I'm just trying to catch some deer.
Glenn, if you
6
want to bag
poles.
a deer, it is going to be 3 poles.
Yeah.
It's going to be a pull to find the game trail. It's going to be a pull to get in close enough to the deer to be within range of your bow, and it's going to be a pull to bag it.
Yeah, no sacrifice.
That was very close to
First
first.
pull!
It dives onto the deer's antlers. The
Easy.
deer goes wild, breaks its neck,
Always
charging into
easy at the
town.
beginning.
Found the deer trail.
Constable eviscerates himself.
Gasping is not needed at this point. 3 pulls is fine right now. When it's 3 pulls, when it's like this.
Got within range of said deer.
Stuck up, silent as ever, the soft leather soles of your boots not failing you.
Gotta love them.
Okay.
Oh,
Timberlands.
Didn't want to come out.
Gotta love them Timberlands. Thanks, Taylor.
And
Back to deer.
back to
And
deer.
woo!
All right.
You take a very careful aim, hold your breath, and loose your arrow. The arrow takes the deer right in that sweet spot behind the shoulder blade, runs maybe 10 yards in its frenzy before it collapses dead.
And then I go, finally, I have to drag this out for myself. Why is Stefan not here?
Damn it! Why did I tell him to stay home?
Why? Where's the boy?
The boy. Boy!
Glenn, you are one of the pride and joys of Ivanescu.
Mm-hmm.
the only competent one.
You all continue your preparations for the next 2.5 hours or so. Sun's getting a little bit lower, and the weather is starting to turn. During this time, you are field dressing the deer, preparing to haul it on out of there. And you notice the weather turning as well. It's getting colder, the wind is picking up, and the pleasant reprieve that was like this little bit of warm sunlight that our constable was napping in has vanished. Dark, thick clouds that are promising some rain and nasty weather are moving in. You do manage to beat the weather back to town with your haul. Where do you take it?
I think the normal thing I'll do is I don't know. I guess probably take it to the tavern because you don't.
There's no butcher, so the
Yeah.
tavern. Alexia is also probably the
Yeah.
butcher. You can butcher as well. You've already field dressed
Yeah, I
the
mean
animal.
it's field dressed. I'll butcher it too. It's just the matter of where to sell the meat. But I suppose if you're about to make a venison stew, for sure I'm out there hunting for your
Yeah.
venison stew. So I would take it to the tavern then.
I'll make sure none of it goes
Make
to
sure
waste.
that is there.
Alright. It starts to rain just as you get through the door, basically. Just a light sprinkle right now. But the cold and the damp make it a lot worse than the amount of precipitation is. It is uncomfortable outside. It is clammy, it is cold, the wind is whipping, and now you're damp if you're outside. Two more villagers kind of make their way in shortly after. Glenn comes in with a field-dressed deer. Hallelujah! It is the best thing that you've seen in a long time, Alexei.
Knowing, because I mostly know the villagers here, I see them come in. I get their preferred either drink or food ready, at their usual seat before they usually get there.
Oh, I thank you, Alexei. Hope this storm blows by quick before the festival. It'll be a shame to have it raining.
Well, there's always a warm seat by the hearth whenever it's needed. So
We all know the party's gonna be here either way. They will grab their meals and their drinks and start digging in. It's got a lot of meat to work with.
As promised.
Speaking of which,
whatever you usually have is already waiting for you. Be it
Perfect.
drink or food.
He's well earned it.
I'll be in the back butchering this up for you. So
Thank you.
I head on back with the deer. I guess probably didn't drag it through. Is there a back door? I probably didn't drag it through
Yeah,
the
there's
front
a
door,
back door,
right?
that's
Yeah.
One, two, go.
Yeah.
Excuse me,
Cattle have been
Yeah.
in there.
We've seen it before.
Just walking in.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you
So-
can
so
be,
Pat-
if you're
Pat-
in at this time, that makes
Yeah,
perfect
Catalan's
sense.
in the inn. He has his regular drink, and as Glenn he sees Glenn with the beer, and he's like, Glenn, going in the back to play with your meat.
Just a deep
Christian
sigh
Bobby, there's
and just
enough for that.
continues forward.
As you pull past, want some help?
Oh.
I am fine.
Or not?
You picked that character.
Glenn, where have you left your children? Are they back at your home in the village, or
yeah.
are they here?
They are my home is not going to be in the village. It is out in the woods
The
a little
outskirts.
ways. Towards the outskirts. But I do have my home is very, very, very protected as much as I can make it from any
Reinforced
animals.
shutters that bar.
They got reinforced shutters. If I'm not there, my kids are either out hunting with me or inside, door locked, bow in hand, knife in hand, small 6-year-old child with a knife. Yes, they are. I cannot stress this enough. They are.
They're the children of a doomsday prepper. and
They are the
wise.
children of a doomsday prepper. Yes, that's the best way.
Oh my god.
God, you have not seen the things I've seen.
A pile of canned goods next to them, ready to eat.
Fine.
But yeah,
Father
no,
says I have to kill you.
So-
Something happened.
for context, for theater of the mind, Anna is 7, Stefan is 11.
11.
We got her 5 years ago. So
They're
she
not
was,
playing with their
They
little
have
toys
grown
by the
us
fire.
here,
They
basically.
are holding
7-Eleven.
weapons.
7-Eleven sheltered 24/7.
Yes,
Perfect.
perfect.
Nice.
Well done.
Easy to remember.
But anyway, yes.
All right, Constable and our Burgermeister. You're doing your rounds across the village as this bad weather is moving in, and it's not the cheerful kind of everybody's busy with some purpose, looking forward to what's coming atmosphere that you had been hoping. And it wasn't really this morning either. The village seems more abandoned than usual. You're going by and a lot of the windows are dark or shuttered, and you're kind of noticing now that so many of the buildings are in disrepair, like more than you had thought. And you're trying to keep track of festival preparations, but you're noticing that sagging roof over there's a hole in that one. Like, when did that happen? And things just feel a little bit off.
Karina, don't we have some folks that are responsible in town for kind of general upkeep of the facilities?
I mean, I think most people tend to repair their own stuff or reach out for help.
Perhaps we can organize some sort of task force or something to. I didn't realize
Me neither.
it's kind of downtrodden right now.
Me neither. I don't know why.
The weather's not helping. I kind of look up hopelessly at the rain.
I hope it's not like this in a few days.
Would
Or
you
if
like me
it
to pull
is.
for more information as you're looking up?
You betcha.
Go
Ooh.
Fast and
Yes,
loose.
that's another thing here. Like you can basically do the equivalent of I would like to make a perception check and look around and elect to make a poll for more information. You can also elect to make more polls than I require to try to have better success or get additional information.
Careful.
Dies trying to get it.
Looks up in the
Troy
sky,
was the
growls.
last one dead.
Now hits him right between the
And it
eyes.
was because of the gun.
Yep.
That he was.
Ricochet.
You know,
submarine.
one thing that I'm paying like particular attention to is I see things in a very creative way. That's one of the benefits that my character has. That's my like strength. So I'm a dreamer at heart. So I'm gonna kind of look to like look at the sky, kind of look at the clouds, and I'm kind of trying to like get a feel for kind of what's going on and what's to come in the next couple days.
Yeah, the town feels like people with sense have gotten out of Dodge. And while thinking of that feeling, it occurs to you there are a lot of families that don't live on the main drag but are members of your town. They live in little homesteads around it and whatnot. You haven't seen those folks in a while, and you would have expected them to come in knowing that the festival is happening. They were notified when you began planning this 2 months ago, and they're not here. And you haven't seen them in a while, and you don't really remember the last time you have seen them. You were just expecting a lot more people to be here. You also, as you're kind of looking up at the sky and whatnot, the ever-present castle of your former count looms in the distance there. And for a minute, you think you see like a little bit of light or something in one of the windows, and then it's gone. It could have been this way, the kind of fading light of the sun reflected off of the glass, but a flash of movement caught your eye.
Karina, have the tax revenues and the mail that have been coming to town been consistent as of late? Have you noticed a decrease or?
I mean, we rarely get mail, and most of what we bring in ourselves, and most of what we put out ourselves, so.
I point to one of the houses or
Yeah,
something and
I
I say
know.
like, oh, the Joneses were here not so long ago.
No,
Did
you're
they
right.
recently move? What?
I definitely don't want it to look like this when people come into town.
Yes, and you know quote required, like it also occurs to you were expecting more people from the surrounding homesteads to be here. They said they were gonna be here. They're not.
Yeah, we need more help on the festival and things like that. Do you know anything about this? Have you?
I've been doing some extra patrolling around the outskirts of the village and
Constable, maybe we should
You know-
knock on some doors and see
yes.
if we can find out.
Yes, we should. I know Glenn said something about an increase in wolf activity around the town. I too have noted some, I call it shat by accident instead of scat.
So shat.
I too have noticed wolf shat here and there. I wonder, perhaps, I hope that's not dissuading folks from traveling the roads, but in any event, let's see if we can rouse some folks together to help out, right? Community and all.
Yeah.
All
Sounds like a
right.
good plan.
Literally anyone else.
Alright, you set about knocking on a couple doors and whatnot. Dark windows where you would expect there to be families. You haven't heard about folks moving out, they haven't told you anything. But you go to several and there's no answer. 2 or 3, no answer at these buildings that are otherwise occupied to your knowledge. Get to a 4th one. The resident answers the door. Oh, Karina.
Hi, we're just checking in, making sure everything's okay, and seeing how you're feeling for the festival in a few days. There's
I kind of give one of the old,
some people moving about and things like that,
Got it,
and
ma'am.
festivities that we hope you'll participate in. We also noticed we haven't seen your neighbors in quite some time. We knocked on the door and no one was home. Have you seen them lately?
He kind of rubs the back of his neck and he looks around and he goes, I haven't gotten out much of late. Mila's been sick, I hope to be able to maybe bring back some food for her from the festival, but kind of got my hands full taking care of the missus. And you hear coughing coming from inside.
Very good.
You had quite a few deaths over the past couple months due to coughing illness.
Consumption.
Do you need anything other than food? We can maybe sure some food gets your way.
That would be so kind of you. We'd really appreciate it. Thank you, Karina.
Yeah, and if you happen to have some spare time to, dress up.
It's very important this looks good. I need
just nothing strenuous, but something just to
just make some decorations on your
I can
wall.
probably pass a broom out front.
Yeah, that would be great. Nothing too strenuous.
Yes.
Right.
I kind of look over at
Just
Karina and I'm
dystopian
like,
town. It's like you're starving when you go put a smile on it. Be at this.
I mean,
best
the more
Sorry.
joyous this is, the more people that can come into town. Hopefully, the more resources we
I'm
can
so
get.
sorry your wife is sick. Can you pull these weeds?
Absolutely.
We
Who
need
knows?
to
Maybe
get a
we'll get
costume.
lucky and one of them will be able to have a doctor.
Yes.
perhaps Alice could help the folks, kind of spice up some of the buildings in town and stuff. I know she has quite the way with decorations and stuff.
Embroidery and
Got
things
it.
like that.
Doilies.
Doilies everywhere.
We'll all certainly look at the very least.
Very well.
Yeah. Resident of the house kind of shuts the door with a final nod.
Anytime you can spare.
You hear a cawing behind you. Kind of look over to see like the kind of short little scrub tree that's kind of parked out beside this man's house. There are two ravens just kind of sitting side by side. One of them kind of caws out, fluffs its wings, kind of huddle a little bit closer, hanging their heads low, just chilling.
I kind of like elbow Karina and I'm like, I'm sure Alexi could make something with those.
Do you think you can catch those, Constable?
Ooh, I think I should save my bullets probably, for crime and stuff.
Constable, your gun is very old.
Oh yeah, it's
a
ancient,
very old gun.
and I don't take care of it at all.
The previous owner did not take care of it either. You don't think it was fired
Par
during
for the
his
course,
entire
don't want to
career.
insult him.
The ammunition is also very old.
Oh yeah, absolutely, love
It's
it.
still loaded.
Yeah,
from
do you think you could get one of
It
those?
is- it is
Picks
a
up
rifle.
gun like a club? Maybe.
Throws the gun.
And it is a rifle. It's
Yeah.
not a pistol.
Like a boomerang.
I kind of say, well, maybe not. Hopefully the hunter could.
Yeah, hopefully the hunter could. Maybe we just try and clear them out for the festival.
Yeah, I go over and I kind of shoot the bird.
One consults Glenn.
Get on this.
Glenn will do it. It's
Get
fine.
on this.
One of them kind of flies away.
Is it? They do what? Yeah.
The sun is falling rapidly. Long shadows are casting over your city, both from the mountains, the castle, and the buildings within themselves. It will be dark imminently in the next 20 minutes or so.
Well, Karina, it's getting late, and I mean, it would be rude for us to ask folks to start milling about at this time of night. So let's head to the tavern, get some supplies, bring them back as we said we would, and then I will turn in for the night. I'll be in my office.
At this point, you hear the low rumble of thunder higher up on the mountain.
I start moving quickly, which is very concerning.
I don't think I've ever seen this that fast before.
Give it a little hustle, and as you're getting toward the tavern, a low fog is kind of collecting on the ground. It's a little bit warmer today while you were napping, and the cool air suddenly coming in, creating a little bit of fog on the cobbles. Alice, what are you up to? You've pricked and prepped your shop to an almost mad amount of precision.
as she is wont to do. She is. Is it common for folks to gather in the tavern for?
It's the only place people gather.
Okay, yeah. So she will probably be in the tavern, kind of curled away in one of the corners, just kind of quietly watching people. She's got her little dinner in front of her. Just
And the little bowl of main village stew, not to be confused with the large kettle of party stew that is in front of her way.
One man party.
Party stew.
Bastard.
Lev is here. He's come on over to take a seat with Catalin.
and she is not looking at either of them.
Not looking at them really hard, but you still notice the motion of Lev's head as he looks your way before he sits down.
She takes a little sip of her alcohol, puts it down.
Catalin's probably not paying much attention to Lev. He's looking for new people in town.
Lev's doing that thing where he's just talking about his boring life
Yeah, I'm like,
at you.
oh my god, whatever.
And he's talking about the boring festival. It's definitely going to be a flop at you.
Yeah, and
sort
I'm just
of
strategically
excited.
being like, yup, yeah, I've just sprinkled in at appropriate intervals.
You don't say.
Oh, yeah, oh.
The sudden clatter of heavy rain picks up against the windows, and you hear and feel the vibration of the wind kind of buffet against the building right now. Everybody goes quiet for a moment at that sudden kind of ferocity of the storm, and they all look out the respective windows, and you see that the fog is starting to thicken, and it's swirling with the winds, kind of like almost like a sea.
Where are we when this happens? Did we make it to the
Yes,
tavern?
you made
Okay.
it to the tavern, yes. You come out in the tavern, you see folks gathered there, and you look around and realize you haven't really seen more people than this in the tavern in forever. And you're like, are there really only 20 people left? 20 people out and about?
Amber,
That is disgusting.
how close to done would I be with the butchering of this deer when the rain starts up?
You're wrapping it up.
Great, because as soon as it starts raining heavier, I'm like, all right, that's it. Like I'm like, okay, gotta get back home immediately.
Kids are
Like,
waiting, kids are
yeah.
waiting.
So I wrap up. If there's still a little bit left, I'm like,
I can
you
take care of
finish
it.
this. And I'm gonna clean up a bit, and I'm gonna start heading toward the tavern door to get out and go home.
So long, Glenn, don't be a stranger.
I kind of stopped Glenn right before he leaves.
There's some ravens. You wanna get
No, I took care of those actually. No, I go over to Glenn and I kind of in like a softer voice. I find when I talk to Glenn, I try to use a softer tone. It makes me feel less uncomfortable. And I go over to him and I say, Glenn, you know the such and such family, the one their daughter's sick right now.
the Jones, yeah.
Yeah, the Joneses.
It's an isolated village, they're all
Would you be
Jones with a Z.
would you be so kind as to
Romanian.
bring over some warm stew for them? You said
Jones.
if you're leaving and you're on your way, that is.
I just
And then with a final reiteration, I say, for the sick kids.
yeah.
Glenn runs the town.
I go over and I say,
One man army.
I need a
Oh,
bowl of
Glenn.
soup, please. Multiple, I guess.
I'll package what I can, a couple of whatever. I've probably heard
In your finest pirate
tales of it anyway.
Yeah.
So this
You're all
must be for
in
so and so.
Brown paper bag.
Get the little go cups.
Yeah.
Get it to go and just like be careful out there. It seems nasty.
Yeah.
The rain has quieted down. It was really only that brief kind of sudden intense buffet of wind and rain, and it's quiet again, just the occasional patter, patter, patter.
I do open
Very
the door
strange.
for you on the way out. Your hands are full after.
You can all hear now the rumble of thunder in the distance, higher up in the mountain. Not so high up as it was an hour ago, though.
Yeah. I'll at the door. He's holding the door up open for me, and I'm assuming you're still in the area, Karina.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
came in with him.
I'll say one deer. I mean, it's better than nothing.
Glenn, no, that is great. That is wonderful. That'll be great for the festival.
We'll get back out at it tomorrow, provided weather doesn't spook them off. So.
We do what we can. We're a small crew, but I think it's gonna be great. We've got this.
Well,
The fog is like knee high as you're standing in the open doorway, and it's wafting into the tavern floor and snaking
Boy.
along the boards.
as I don't know if this is a pull type situation, as someone who spends 98% of their time outdoors, is this like
Unusual.
unusual?
No
Okay.
call required. This is strange.
Okay.
You note that it is strange.
Yeah, I will mention, and when I say the weather, I do like gesture at the fact that like this knee-high fog has rolled in. I'm like,
I mean, the weather is strange from time to time. We're out in the mountains. Like, I'm sure nothing
Yep.
is going on.
yep, you're right.
It's fine.
I don't. Yeah. as someone who spends 99% of their time outside, I'm like, thanks for that. I'm gonna head out now.
Nobody listens to Glenn.
Yeah.
Or Glenn.
Len doesn't deserve whatever the fuck's gonna happen.
But
to
To my children? Yeah, I don't deserve it.
We'll see.
You hustle on over to the Joneses.
Yeah,
A very Slavic last name.
Jonesy.
Jonesies.
Jonesy.
The Jonesies.
Listen,
And you drop off some soup. It's a
Yeah.
very grateful
Yeah.
father of the house.
And I tell them, last season when Anna was sick, just keep them, give her as much food, water as you can, keep her safe, keep her in here. If you need anything from me, I'll be back in town tomorrow. So,
Thank you, Glenn. It means a lot to us. We're just gonna hunker down and try to stay warm. And he kind of eyes the weird weather outside.
Yeah, and then when he
sprinkling,
does that,
foggy.
I also am like, don't go out at night right now. I don't know if you've heard, lots of wolf packs coming in the area. They are not under control yet. So, want to be clear, don't go
He's like-
outside.
They will be eaten
Not much out there
eventually.
for me, even if there weren't wolves.
Yep.
Thankfully.
Alright. And then I head back to my cabin.
As you're heading down the main drag, the fog is kind of thickening as you're getting toward the edges of town, to the point where the swirling kind of knee-high fog is now a more dispersed fog, almost soupy in its quality. Your visibility is significantly diminished. You know the town well, so you're still navigating all right. But you hear the distinct clatter of hooves and the squeak and crack of wagon wheels racing at a good clip toward you from a direction you cannot really see.
I get out of the road.
It's not my fault to get out of the road.
I failed the pull, it's fine.
No, that's how he dies.
Noble
Run down
sacrifice. I
right
was
there.
driving the wagon.
Len dies quietly in the night.
Nobody even knows he's gone.
That's
It's
a good one
like,
right there.
where's
I mean,
the
a lot of
guy?
people are disappearing.
Lazy bastard never even brought
We
them in
find
his suit.
Shut up.
Glen's getting all of his
Stefan.
pulls out of the way early in the game, so when it's nasty, you won't have
I
to.
know, I'm so fucking nervous.
We've got Stefan to take his place. It's all good.
You
Oh, it's wobbling already.
clock
Okay.
the direction of the wagon by
Yeah, her
ear
floors are very shaky.
and leap out of the side. You would have been mowed down if your
God,
reflexes were a little
that's
slower or your hearing was a little less keen. And this wagon comes pulled by two horses moving at a really urgent clip, let's say. It's not quite frantic, but urgent. Comes whipping down the cobbles and rolls straight on down the main drag toward the tavern. You can see the shadow through the light in front of the tavern of the carriage pulling up.
I try and holler after him and hey, stop! What are you doing? No, I'm concerned about if somebody's traveling that fast in fog. Either they are not in control of those horses, which is bad, or they are running from something, which is bad for me.
That you were walking in.
Yeah, from the direction I'm walking in, which is also the direction to my cabin, which is also the direction to my kids. So I do holler and say, hey, are you alright? But if I don't hear anything, I am going towards my cabin again.
You just hear the kind of whinny and the pacing of the
Great.
horses.
I go, probably just lost control. Time to get home immediately. Bo is out as well. I've not got an arrow knocked, and I am hustling home.
You go hustling to home toward those kids in this thick, swirling fog. Were you not so well learned and used to these woods and whatnot, it would be poles to not, wreck yourself right now. But you're not sprinting at this point, just hustling, so you can navigate your way there back. All right. Everybody within the tavern, you hear the clatter of the hoofbeat, the squeaking crunch of the wheels, the snort, the whinny as a carriage pulls up right in front of the tavern. The fog is very thick. You can see the muted outline of the carriage and a small weak lantern that's hanging from the stick thing that hangs where the drivers of the carriage sit. And you hear the snort of the horses. They're prancing kind of nervously, a few wickers. Carriage is pulled right up in front of the tavern.
Perhaps guests are showing
Maybe
up early for
someone-
this
yeah,
event.
maybe
Yes.
festival,
I high five
possibly.
or I go for a high five. You leave me hanging.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Well, high five.
People showing
We're
up
doing
early.
hard work, Constable.
Hell yeah. We did
For
good.
once.
We did good.
Maybe if we encourage
Deserve a
people,
nap.
actually.
See the movement through the big front window there as the coachman kind of climbs down off the coach,
Oh, he's a fancy person. Or they're a fancy person.
opens the side door, and a figure with a bundled up against the cold and the rain with a hat on, comes climbing out.
Good evening.
My name is
Oh, big
Scott.
vegetable.
Alexa, get your best stew ready.
you.
Looks like we have
Your
a guest.
best stew. All he serves are various stews. The worst stew to the best stew.
There's only a best stew.
They're all best stews. That's a secret.
They're all best if they're all bad.
Oh no. Realization.
Seasoned with salt
The
again.
figure from within the carriage kind of hustles toward the front, and the coachman climbs back on, and the carriage goes off further down the road. Doesn't hesitate long. Doesn't really help other than to hand a bag off the top.
Imagine if I just kind of ran down the
Great.
first freaking 5 minutes.
First,
It happens.
boom.
It happens.
Everybody in the tavern is eagerly watching the door now. You don't know any folk who live in the village that have a wagon and 2 horses, a carriage and 2 horses,
And a coachman.
and a coachman. And sure enough, after a moment, the tavern door flies open and a gentleman walks in. You've never seen this man before. He is kind of thin man, older, late 50s maybe, early 60s. He's gone completely white. His hair is a little bit crazy and curly. He's got a little top hat on, wearing some small wire-rimmed spectacles. He's got his coat. He's got like a briefcase under one bag and a satchel slung over his shoulder. And he's trying to he's got like a little cane kind of tucked under his arm too. And he's like shuffling in with all this crap.
I would like to make a poll. I'm going to try to profile this person by watching how they're moving, if they have any sort of like religious symbols or any symbols that have any identifying characteristics, the way they hold themselves. I'm going to watch the way they speak.
Look at their
All of
shoes,
these
yeah.
things I'm going to try to determine what's this guy's deal. Is he a
All
soldier? Is he a merchant? Does he look like somebody who's pretending to be somebody he's not? Make a poll.
As he is observing, as he's bustling through the thing, I will wipe my hands on my apron and ample belly and call out to him. It's like, welcome, sir. It's like, what brings you to Tegan, help him with his stuff while you're just looking at him.
Unstable. Perfect. Chaos.
He has done us all to profile this man.
Perfect.
Alright, Constable, you kind of take this man's measure as he shuffles through the door. He's a little bit disheveled and out of sorts, and you don't have any reason from your observations to believe that that is an act. A little bit all over the place. He's thin. He doesn't look like he's in particularly good shape. This is not a man who works out or has a particularly athletic profession.
I can appreciate that.
His clothes are,
He's like, oh, kindred spirit.
his clothes are nice. They're not fancy. They're not the clothes of the nobility, but he must have bought these in a large city or something, a more metropolitan area. Middle class-ish looking from an area much better off than yours.
Is there anything that Alice could recognize off of his clothing?
Make a poll.
No required for something like that.
Because she
Then
gets
you're
a lot of her
on
stuff
your
imported from the
The
accounts.
one that's supporting it.
If not, no, but that's what she would notice if his clothes are nice.
Yeah, he probably picked up at least a few of his items, not all of them from the capital. Some of his items look like they were made in perhaps different regions.
Okay.
So he's probably well traveled. But a few of the items would not be amiss from a mid-range shop
Okay.
in the capital. The bag he's carrying, you recognize as a medicine bag.
Oh, okay. Very good.
We haven't had a doctor in town for 30 years.
Penicillin.
My penicillin.
So you don't see any sign of weaponry or anything like that on him.
Gotcha.
Looks the academic type. He's got the patches on the most of his
And this will
coat.
be kind of a continued observation. So I
Yep.
will be.
He comes in and as you greet, he's like, oh, thank you so much, kind sir. You're the proprietor of this establishment.
I am. My name's Alexi.
Alexi, I'm Dr. Whitaker. It's great to see some friendly folk. Weather's getting a bit nippy out there, and you've got some wolves on the
Maybe.
outskirts.
Did you run into them? Sorry, I was just overhearing.
I saw they followed my carriage.
Into
Perhaps they're
Oh gosh.
You sir, Glenn.
You run by the
I was screaming of children. I don't know.
2 dozen wolves following him.
Oh, Glenn's already on it. Go.
Yeah, I was gonna say, don't you worry about
We
it.
got a really good hunter. All one of them.
It's like a bit odd behavior for wolves. I suppose they could be interested in a horse, but usually not too interested in the human folk. You had wolf problems long. He kind of comes over to the bar and starts like, unheaving like all of his crap and his stuff, puts like his bag on the table.
No, it's fairly new.
First I'm hearing of it.
Very unusual, very unusual.
Fairly
It's
new.
quite large.
Oh.
It's quite large.
Well, what brings you into town, Dr. Berger? Hopefully you've heard of us.
Oh, I've been doing a little bit of a tour of the region, gathering some notes and some papers. I'm interested in the different phenomenon in different regions.
What kind of phenomenon?
Oh, everything from illness to the stranger sort.
Oh.
I've
How long?
I've written papers, you see.
How long are you planning on staying with us?
You are having a festival, I heard.
We are in 3 days' time. Hopefully you'll be here long enough for that.
Should very much like to see this festival.
I hate to.
Dr. Whitaker.
Oh, yes.
Holds out his hand to you.
Karina. Yes, I'm the Burgermeister of this year.
He's got
Ionescu.
a rougher hand than you would expect for a skinny academic sort. He's got some calluses on his hands.
Cannot appreciate
Karina, well met. Well met.
No, yes, thank you for coming. We're excited to have people here for the festival. Hopefully you're staying for a bit longer than that to do your research. I hate to bother you while you're traveling, but we do actually have a person who's sick in town and not a doctor that I know of. If you have the time to perhaps help.
Oh, yes, I'd be glad to take a look. I'm kind of sort of a doctor with multiple fields, not quite an expert, but I've seen a few illnesses of different variety in different regions, and hopefully just a common cold.
I will set a small bowl of stew on the counter for him, and it's like, if you need a drink, just let me know. I have a few assortments of things.
Would you be so kind? And I just kind of like reach into my pocket and slide a look on you. Give you a look and just kind of nod to the good constable. And you know this before, but we've done this. Means he gets his favorite drink.
I am not serving the constable right now. He will.
Oh, really? Adds another coin. Slides it back over.
The doctor is
I'm just gonna stand. So what kind of research do you
Excuse me, yeah,
It's a festival.
It is, but the constable needs to kind of do his job a little bit better before he gets served here again.
I kind of shoot you a glare from across the room when you say that.
Oh no.
At least half of the town is fun. He says he takes his coin back and puts it in his purse.
Alice
Oh,
is
yeah.
just sitting in the corner with her little notebook, just slowly writing.
What's a town without its little drama? And that's part of the charm and fun here.
and we have fun here, right? Right?
We all have fun. We're in a great chill and fun town. We're having a festival. It's gonna be a wonderful festival. Nobody is sick.
Only one person is sick. Everything is fine.
Nobody's gonna be unpersoned.
Everything is fine.
Community is so important, especially in more remote locations.
Well, we have a great one here.
We do, Doctor. We do. Dr. Whitaker, did you say?
Whitaker, yes.
I'm Catalan. Catalan Wodala.
Oh yes, this is
Hey.
Catalan.
He gives
Gives
gas.
your
He
hand
does
a
that.
yes. He says charmed.
Yes, I'm the costermonger. I have the shop next to the rather ratty tailors. But if there's anything I can help you with, we have dry goods and certain items or anything else.
If you need
I kind of
tours.
whisper. I whisper under my breath. He
Everybody's
actually
like-
sells his goods to patrons.
If you need a tour of the town, I'm sure Catalan would be happy to show
Oh,
you
absolutely. I know all the best spots.
I will very much be
I know
happy
how to
see
hit
you
the
about
good
that
spots,
after.
yeah.
Like, there are some supplies I'll need to pick up.
I would be happy to help.
Thank you.
There's
Thank
always
you.
a 50-50 chance that they'll enjoy Catalan.
No,
Want to
no
stay
religious.
or not.
Yeah,
Nothing
almost
religious.
exactly 50%.
I'm paying particular attention for that.
But to answer your question, I did study medicine a bit in London, but I've taken up studies of folklore legend more recently. I'm fascinated by the anthropological differences in different communities and their tales.
Fascinating.
He's chasing tail as well.
Well,
Yes, the fine folks of the Carpathians have quite a few.
well, I mean, hopefully you'll find something of interest here. We do certainly have tales and stories.
I would be delighted to hear them.
Everybody you now need to walk through.
Do I know any? Do I create one? What do I?
This is a small town that you've been a part of all your life. It has tons of its superstitions and myths. You know many of them. Feel free to make some of them.
Incredibly low crime rates.
Oh, gotcha.
Yes.
That the constable is there for. It's usually resolved before he shows up.
Oh,
Do it.
the worst at being creative on the spot. Ah.
We're in a fantasy world where maybe we are the ones who make up the boy who cried wolf myth. Just saying.
Oh, okay. We'll do that. We'll just do the boy who cried wolf. Yeah, I'll tell him a nice little story about how our town is famous for our little goats and.
Our little goats. They're all mini goats. Mini
Fainting,
goats.
fainting goats.
Fainting goats.
And the children partake, and we in the town work as well, and
Screaming and screaming.
Or else
they get tired.
the Burgermeister sect to the mines.
and there's a story of the goats kind of going missing here and there, and a boy kind of coming in and telling of a monster who,
The old count as well.
who stole the goats away. But yes, but every time we came around, like all the goats were there intact.
Have you? This is folklore. It's been passed on. No one knows who the boy is.
Nope, he disappeared. That's the
Recently.
No. This is an old story.
So you're no stranger to wolves of the region.
I mean, they normally don't come very close.
Which is why no one believed the boy.
I love wolves.
Yes, I thought their behavior quite odd. I'm very familiar with wolves and their behaviors, and they shun people.
So
Unless they're
savage,
very desperate.
angry, and there's always an alpha. Oh.
So you think there's a reason why they're coming close to Arctur.
And
Nature
shutting
seldom acts
news
without
everywhere.
reason.
Writing in little hate notes.
Well, no worries, we'll get Glenn on it.
Right.
Glenn's got it.
Fucking Glenn.
Glenn's walking home and he's like, he doesn't even know the conversation. He's like, fuck.
Glenn is our local hunter. If you do have kind of questions on the wolves, I'm sure he has tons of information about it.
He's kind of a one-stop shop.
So very much
Literally
like-
anything
like
that needs to be done.
I know. He goes and he tries a bit of the stew, and he's like, "Oh, it's well seasoned."
Hey.
My compliments. Takes another little bite.
I've tried as many seasonings as I can get my hands on to our remote little town, but this is the best I could work with for now.
It's delicious, Alexi.
Yes, I enjoy spicy things too, Lexi.
I know you do.
Do you know intimately?
I
No.
actually,
Not yet.
as a gesture of good faith to my hosts, I have a bit of salt from the Mediterranean Sea. I would not mind leaving as a gift for your festival. And he goes and he opens one of his satchel bag and he starts going through.
Finally, we can taste something in our boiled meat.
He pulls out the container and goes to pass it to you, and it slips from his hand, drops onto the counter, and the lid comes loose. It doesn't shatter anything, but some of the salt spills out on the counter. He's like, these old hands are not quite as nimble as they used to be, and he kind of starts sweeping the salt back into the container.
Oh no! I mean, I could use some right now. I'll
Oh, thank you.
and any excess that has been put, I'll kind of like sweep into my hand off the counter, and I'll just kind of
Just
like
yeets it behind him.
into the pot.
He goes, Kobe!
That is so
So yes, the mineral properties of different seas affects the flavor, I've found. It's quite fascinating.
Well, I will have to try this every now and then. It'll be a great experiment.
Yes.
But hopefully that just made the stew even better. I will try give it a stir, and I'll take a spoonful, give it a try.
Quite good, as is a little addition of the fresh venison.
Roofies.
But notice the estates of the local lord? A ways away up the mountain?
Yes, the Count.
The Count.
He used to rule over this.
I guess former.
Yes, Count Dooku. I
He's
believe.
Right.
He's a former
Sir,
overseer
Count.
of land, but he's disappeared quite some time.
Count Alucard, come on.
The lord is not in residence.
No, he left, what, 25 years ago, unfortunately.
When most of us were quite young.
We were very young.
And he kind of stares out the window, that broad front-facing window that looks out
He was a great
toward
man.
the castle in the distance for a moment, and you see the
Your father.
flash of
No, the Count.
thunder
Better than my father.
and lightning kind of illuminate the silhouette of that castle farther up
Not
on
like
the
that.
side there.
Not like that.
Or,
The fog is
You know what?
perfect. You do make it back to your
well, no,
house.
I'm asking about if you can see the silhouette of the
I
castle
see a
from
lot.
behind
The
you.
lightning
was
flash is
thinking-
bright enough that you can see
Okay.
it.
Oh, it's
The
just like,
shadow
it's
of
like,
it,
wow, you're really just like throwing your father under the bus, just being like, oh, yeah,
No,
my father
my
made me
father-
shit.
I was thinking I was gonna fight wolves.
You make
I
it
wish I
back
was
to your
born
house.
into the count.
No, my father
The
was really
constable
great, but
would
the
like
Count
to learn a
was
little
really
bit more about where he studied as a learned man himself.
Oh, pulling up a seat.
Yes, I might leave you. I have a lot of business to attend to, but if you need anything, please let any of us or myself know and get him.
Especially Glenn. Make sure he knows you need something.
I will be sure.
I cannot
Thank you
stress
so much.
this
Yes, wonderful to meet you. I hope you have a wonderful stay and I hope you enjoy the festival.
Do you need any help,
We
guys?
installed a pager in
If
his
you'd
room
like,
without
I'm
knowing.
actually going to go around and ask for volunteers.
At this time of night.
Yes, at this time of night. And
We
I'm
don't say
going-
that out loud, right?
No, I'm
Okay.
going one-on-one personally asking for volunteers,
Fucking
and I'm gonna go out and like fix up the town.
Right
I can
now.
help.
The
I can
fog.
find some people who can help you.
Excellent.
There are some people who owe me around town.
Oh, I don't want to force anyone. I
So,
want everyone to have a great
Yes,
time
I'd
at the
like
festival.
to
So,
talk to
I'm sure they have a great
about
time.
their studies.
Right, he is.
I mean, if you get volunteers, I will.
He
I
has
will not turn
studied
you away,
in
Calvin.
London. He's studied in Germany.
Calvin, I
He
merged
has studied
both
in
of
Paris.
Mr. Worldwide over here.
He's like it is a passion. I only regret discovering so much later in my years. I don't know if I will make it to Africa one day, but I would very much like to.
That's a very lofty goal, I think.
Wolf is
Yeah.
I couldn't imagine the effort that would go into such
You're like, that's
Task.
not
well,
Personally, I
You are the consul. You protect the fine folk of the village.
or amongst other things, yes.
Wolves
really glad.
ever an issue? Do they ever take cattle or harm citizens?
That's of course the concern with their activity being a little bit more aggressive and present as of late. But yet we haven't seen anything. I kind of like look around and I'm trying
Or
to
perhaps
think.
do folks disappear, perhaps when hunting or traveling to the next village?
We have had some sickness in the village as of late, and I believe many folks have kind of some folks have left to try to find other places to settle down and regain their strength and health. So the village is a little bit sparse as of late, but no bodies or anything like that have been found.
That's a good sign. This is a good sign.
Everything is fine.
Those
Everything is awesome.
behavior, those
Do not
folks,
buy
is
the
quite
gun.
odd. Quite odd. I cannot get it out of my mind.
What other strange behaviors have you witnessed?
It's just the way they followed the carriage. It wasn't like they were hunting or interested in the horses. And one of the wolves was quite large, very large. I mistook it for a bear at first, in fact.
Well, Glenn is an excellent hunter, I'm sure.
If you could bag that wolf, that would be quite a lot
I've
of
never
meat.
seen a wolf of that size. It's incredibly unusual.
Perhaps at first daybreak I will do some extra patrolling on the outskirts of town and see what I can find.
It's like, that might be wise. Wise to wait for day.
Oh, always, yes.
At this point,
you're like, yeah.
Struck by lightning on a roof.
there are wolf howls that can be audibly heard from within the tavern outside somewhere.
Oh, maybe we
Like
should
in the
skip
town?
that journey outside.
Perhaps.
I'll do it once I have to, no worries.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because
Yeah,
then it would imply investigating.
You don't hear
Sounds
you
like
don't
work.
hear wolves howling from within the town very often. You've maybe heard them once or twice in the past 2 months. And usually then it is a lone wolf calling to its pack somewhere further away. You hear several wolves call and respond. Quite audibly. You are
Is it just me or did that
they
sound
are
like
very
Ren?
loud.
Ren?
Where you
Are
are,
they saying
you
his
come
name?
into your doomsday prepper shuttered.
So I am in my cabin when this.
You're in your cabin,
starts.
you hear the wolves, you no pull required, you hear a wolf call from say like the south, and then you hear another one from the north, another one a little bit to the east, you realize you're kind of in the middle of them.
So tell me if I'm embellishing my home too much here, but there's gotta be some way
Loads Gatling gun.
whether I've got at least
Cleanse the
some sort of
geyser
arrow slit things. At most, I would like to have built some sort of perch on my roof that you could like climb up onto because like
In a lightning storm that
Like a
makes
trapdoor.
Yeah,
sort of
yeah.
thing.
yeah, some sort of
Yeah.
trapdoor thing. So A, if we have to escape out it, or
Bring a
B,
spear up
if
there.
I need to protect, like if something's
Yeah,
attacking.
that doesn't seem
Both of
reasonable.
those things are fine.
Great.
Yeah.
So I go up and I'm like trying to see if I can see any wolves near my home, and if I do, I am taking a shot at them.
You shoot Karina.
You're
Ooh.
on the roof. You are kind of above the worst of the fog actually. So you're looking down into this swirling moat of fog that's maybe 6-7 feet tall off the ground right now.
Whoa.
It's a bit foggy elsewhere, but like it's almost like you're looking into like an ocean or a pool
Mhm.
of fog.
You are in soup.
You
And you
can
hear the wolves
season
a
that
couple
shit.
more times. It raises the hair on your skin with a look
Yeah.
at how close these things are. They're not right in front here, but they are in the trees
Okay.
yay beyond,
Okay.
and they're talking to each other. You can hear them communicating. You can almost think of what they're talking about. Sizing up
Check
your
out this
cabin.
idiot up on top of his house.
Sizing up your cabin, checking it out. But most alarming is you've never ever in all of your 5 years had wolves come this close
Yeah.
before. They're within technically the city limits
Mhm.
right now.
So I come back down, shut that up, and I say, I know you kids were excited for the festival. We are packing up, leaving tomorrow. I don't know what's happening. I will investigate tomorrow. Have your oh shit bags ready.
They're both like,
They both know what that means.
Get your pajamas off, get my cat on the road.
They're kids.
Velcro
They've been living
pajamas.
with you
Yeah.
guys for a while. They dutifully go to get their go bags together. They have the list memorized.
Yes.
They know what
I was
needs
like,
to
they
go
Very
have
good.
practice runs.
Yeah,
Enough
and
practice
I
runs.
say, keep them near you, go to sleep, I will watch tonight. And yes, that is, I'm terrified. They know something is wrong because I am actively worried about what is happening out of our house right now.
Little Ada comes up to you at one point and she kind of like tugs on the edge of your shirt and she says, Papa, the wolf's gonna eat all the goats.
I don't know. I hope
Not my goats, not my circus.
The constable's problem.
If they do,
Only
then
if
they
they're
will
found.
leave, and we will just get more goats. Okay.
You're doing great.
Now go sharpen the knives.
Now go to bed.
Go
Go
get Daddy's
play
axe
with
ready.
your dolls. And then I'm like, Stefan, over here real quick. You are gonna be vigilant all night. Okay. You and I are watching this house.
Raps crossbow.
Yes, Papa! I'm ready to die. For glory.
Yeah, I am on. We are on high alert at the old homestead. So high alert.
He posts up at his little watch.
Yeah.
He's like, don't worry, Ada. I won't let none of the wolves get to you.
Yes.
Aww.
Good boy.
Boy.
Good boy.
Aww.
Yeah.
He's
If I
gonna
make you like them enough, maybe you won't kill them.
You still want to kill him. Yeah.
Or spoilers.
The kids are already doing
Alright.
ghosts.
Yeah, the doctor stops to listen to these wolves quite intently. His eyes are very sharp and intelligent, as kind of carrying through the glass in the window and says, "They are very close."
Do you know what wolves are afraid of?
Shatters window and then bounds through.
Well, usually wolves are afraid of people, fire,
That's
industry,
what I thought.
the like.
Just
I'm gonna light a
very
torch.
intimidating.
What?
He's just like very close to the doctor now.
This is not normal wolf behavior, and these may not be normal wolves.
Ooh.
Or they might not be wolves at all.
Oh.
You're not there. You are on a roof.
Oh, I'm not on a roof.
No, she hasn't left yet.
Upstairs, yeah.
Yeah, she's because
You're
Catalan.
thinking
Hey,
you're
Fido,
not
grab that stick
normal.
over
No,
there.
no, I'm going to light a torch and go outside.
Karina, wait! There are wolves outside.
Yeah, and wolves are afraid of fire if they are wolves, and if there's something else, they're probably
wolves
still afraid
are
of
more
fire.
likely to take lone prey.
Tegan, earn yourself a drink and stop the Burgermeister, please.
Stop the burger,
I kind of pause for a moment. I don't very much like this tavern keeper's attitude towards me, but a drink first and I'll go with her.
Wow.
How about stop her, then a drink?
No need to risk the constable's life.
It is getting
Much
a little,
less our mayor.
It is getting a little crowded in here, and
Oh,
I
we'll
suppose
be
I've
fine.
overstayed my welcome. It seems. I will go with you, Karina.
Sure, constable. Volunteers
I will
only.
need several torches. Several torches.
Volunteers
lots of
only. We'll stay close to
You've
you.
got a couple oil lanterns actually in the back.
Will you at least part with one of those so we can see where we're going?
Yes, that is fine.
Excellent.
Thank you, Alexi. Looking forward to this
So much
festival, too.
I am fucking terrified to go outside right now.
Isn't yourself a little bit?
A little bit.
It'll be
Yes.
fine, Constable. You hold the light, and I'll be hammering away.
It'll be fine.
I'll
went
go
out
to
there and he
the
knows
Grand
all about wolves. Little do you know, I'm like battening down hatches in my house.
Pardon
Yes,
if I'm
doctor.
overstepping.
No.
You're hammering. What
No,
now?
nothing to worry about. Just some town business. We're going
Alright.
to fix up the place a little bit.
Everything's
Did you see the
fantastic.
town through
We
the
just-
fog on your way in? No?
We're very
Everything looks
excited.
perfect.
Surely
We gotta
it's
go.
The dawn.
That is an excellent idea, Dr. Whitaker. We will take her.
Take it under
So you're
advisement.
staying here, is what you're saying.
No, of course.
Mm.
With wolves about, they see far better in the night than you. They hear better, smell better, move more quietly.
If they are wolves.
If they're not wolves, all of those things are worse. Assures you.
Maybe it's goats.
I've noticed the center of your town is a crossroads.
Yes.
He just nods and lets that hang.
Shit. Christian understands that one.
Would you like to join us on this endeavor?
Yes, I suppose I will.
Very well.
When you're coming with us, really?
Anyone else?
Why not? I'm not afraid of the dark. Half the people here know that. Suck his lantern. Lev, be good now.
Alice just
fuck.
adjusts her.
Alice is just like.
She's in the back.
Alice
Like-
takes her drink
that
and
is
goes.
like, darling, surely the constable and the burgomaster have this, they're professionals.
It's just a little nighttime adventure, you know how I am.
We have very capable. we have very.
And then he looks at you and he looks suspiciously at the constable and suspiciously at the burgomaster.
I am far too lazy to be.
And Lev's just like,
We will stay close, Lev. We will stay close, Lev. Should anything happen, Catalan will be
she
safe
can't
first.
work in the dark.
I think Lev is worried about you staying close.
He's like, right, well, hurry back. I'll buy you a drink to your
Keep
success.
things warm.
Laughs nervously.
I'm going to, much to my dismay, I think I'm going to kind of try to lead the way with the lantern, and I'm going to,
Lead the way.
yes, and I'm going to try to steer us closer to the office building that I am in, or whatever.
As we walk out, though,
Alright.
Catalan does look at Alice and just like, keep everyone safe, Alice. Just kind of walks out.
She does not look at him.
Ooh.
Always a long face.
Shunned.
Alice whips out her chainmail.
Always a
booties.
long, plain face.
Always a long face. That's probably why what happened happened.
Oh, do you say that out loud?
I say it, enter outside.
The other villagers are like, oh, okay, outside, okay.
Walking
All
through the
from
door.
time you see it. Oh,
It's the same reaction as David hanging up, which is like, oh!
Caroline, you already have lead. Why do you continue to poke at
It's just so much fun though.
Poke.
Is-
She's so angry about it.
She has every right to be.
No!
No?
If there wasn't something wrong, he wouldn't have come to me anyway.
I am very
I'm not saying
hyper
it's
alert
your
right now
fault. You
and
do what
not
you do and you're
paying
having a
attention
great
to the
time.
conversation.
But why are you instigating
Well,
her?
you're
That is
just-
a little your fault.
No, the
frankly.
wolf.
I'll be honest.
And he
I kind of like it when she's mad.
You hear,
Exciting.
you see motes in the fog, like things are moving within it, just out of sight. But you see like the swirl or the current of something moving, cutting through the fog here and there, almost everywhere you glance.
I am
actually.
like competing with the constable to try and lead us a different
You
direction.
guys,
But you don't hear much, and in fact, after you've come outside, you don't hear any howling either. It's very.
you guys are
very
about to
quiet.
make 18
There's
points,
nothing
you
but
know
the,
that, right?
the soft occasional whistle of the wind and that low, ever-present rumbling of thunder and that flash of light here and there you see
Alice
framed
is
in the
gonna get
mountain in
away.
the far castle.
We
Never
get
had to
fog
lift
from
the
time
finger.
to time. Like the festival is coming. Everyone knows the stories. It was probably just a couple kids playing a prank.
Karina, I think this is a bad idea. We need to find shelter. Right
I
now.
mean, we're surrounded by.
You can go to my place.
We're surrounded by.
That sounds like a fantastic idea.
I
Yeah.
could start a fire. I have something
We're
to keep us
surrounded by
warm.
buildings.
How far is your place from
skin
here?
rubbed by the
Start
fire.
a fire.
How far is your place from here?
I'm gonna say close because I think tavern's probably on the main street with everything else. So yeah,
Lead the way.
certainly.
While they are
I'm
out,
gripping my gun.
I'm making notes of
Little
all of the
trembling in your
repairs that I
Literally
need
never
to make.
fired this gun in your entire life.
Naturally.
You're like, I'm fine.
Your village is dilapidated, ma'am.
Three
Ma'am.
days to fix this up.
while,
I need
Okay.
to look good.
while they're out, Alice kind of looks up towards the doctor now that more people have left, and she just asks, "Pardon my overhearing, doctor. What is your concern with these wolves being not normal? I heard you say something along those lines."
Your
Oh,
house,
I don't-
Your house is the only one. In the
I would not
whole
want to
house
raise
with
any
walls
alarm, but-
inside the building. Outside.
The large
immaculate.
wolf, you see, the one that was
Inside.
leading the pack,
So
carrying my
big.
carriage. His pelt was black as night. There are natural wolves, of course, with coats of such color, but your hamlet is on a crossroads. And there are tales, folklore you see about black dogs and such.
You keep emphasizing crossroads. I'm sorry, I'm not. There's a meaning behind it that I think I'm missing.
Crossroads are often seen in many cultures as places of transition, liminal spaces, places that separate here, the earthly realm, from realms beyond, realms below. And I've traveled quite low enough to know that if you'll humor an old man, folklore often starts in truth.
I've heard enough stories to believe that enough.
He kind of smiles at you and he takes his little bowl of stew and his little mug of whatever the house ale is and he comes on over and he takes a seat at the table with you.
Oh my god, you want to talk to me about folklore?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I'm Dr. Whittaker.
Alice DeVille, pleasure. The local tailor.
Doctor.
Nice to meet you. Did you make these gloves yourself? The stitching is quite fine.
I did, thank you. And they're around the wrist. There is actually like really tiny, delicate embroidery because of course there is.
And he's like, lovely. I'm always so pleased and charmed to find that folks, no matter how remote the village, have such talent and skill.
Thank you.
Especially
I take good pride in my work.
Glen's the back of the
I think most of you fellows do.
I do make all my own letters. So.
Yes, black dogs.
Yes.
In particular, they appear in many cultures, often more towards England and whatnot, but ghostly figures drag souls to the underworld. Messengers of Satan, harbingers of death and doom. More toward this region, you encounter more legends about shapeshifters, and witches, and such. But dark canines do have a tendency to recur.
And have you ever heard or seen of more concrete evidence proving this is more than just a story?
I have killed one.
Pardon.
Not a black dog, you see, but a werewolf.
What was it like?
Beast driven by rage and hunger.
Oh, Glenn.
A beast, not like an animal. A beast in a way that only a man can be. You see, it is the human part of the soul that can be wicked. Animals just are what they are.
Well, I can certainly agree to that part. Animals have a tendency to. Even the ones we consider dangerous are often innocent.
Just fulfilling their nature. No malice. It takes a mortal to provide malice.
Some sort of
Where was this werewolf you encountered? That wasn't nearby here, was it?
It was outside London, in the moors. Made forays into the city, you see. Killed 13 people.
Oh.
They thought they had themselves another ripper, but it was much worse.
Who are we?
But if such a thing is stalking your fair town, we will get to the bottom of it.
Yes, Glenn will.
As long as you've got a strapping hunter to
Shoot
shoot something.
You've removed yourself immediately. Being useful to anyone.
Listen,
I've got kids.
I've done this to myself. I shouldn't give my character kids.
Should this be a beast of some sort? Is there anything we should do to protect ourselves?
The beast I encountered in the moors outside of London took silver shot to bring it down. I have a few rounds.
Good to know.
Don't know that would work the same on a black dog or demonic presence.
Question.
I think arrows are
Ghost.
In my brief conversations with the doctor, and his mention of the crossroads while I was there and that kind of stuff, my character is going through their fairly extensive training in seminary school,
Yes.
and I am trying to think of any things that I have heard regarding spirits, that kind of stuff. I'm trying to
Alright.
put together some info.
As it was well established in your sheet, your study in seminary school, no poll required. Crossroads and wolves in particular, the first thing you think of is the devil. Wolves are many times a motif in the Bible for a manifestation or symbol or messenger of the devil. And crossroads in particular are places where bargains are made. Ill bargains.
I also think of the plague that has beset the town recently as well, and I know that pestilence is obviously a pervasive theme throughout
Yes, another
religious texts. and
terrible
such.
omen.
Are we getting close?
Oh, we're here. He opens the door and he's like, come on in, make yourself at home, make yourself at home.
Absolutely not a problem.
He comes in and he shuts the door behind you. You hear like a click of a lock behind you as he shuts the door.
Is there anything
Absolutely.
quick outside that looks like I could fix?
I think he would probably keep
You know
his shop
the post at the crossroads in town? One of the arrows pointing the way has fallen and is just like swinging kind of in the wind a little bit.
swinging.
Pointing down.
2 or 3 nails will pop that.
Perfect. I will take it upon myself to fix that.
Pop. You're up there, pop, 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 and you hear the long, mournful bay of a wolf in your town somewhere. It's right here.
You come
It's very
inside.
close.
Tunk, tunk.
Are there windows
got
and
time.
such in your house,
Absolutely.
cottage? Are there lots of windows?
Enough.
Probably
Okay.
just a couple.
A fair
Really, the The tavern
Just a big bay one.
has the
face
most
Alice's
windows of
house,
any
like
building
a
in this
big
little
open.
village.
Okay.
The tailor's shop has that display window, which is kind of almost like a centerpiece of the town. It's very grand, glass is rare, and he has one of the finer houses in the village as well. It has a couple of windows. Most village houses have no glass; they just have shutters.
Does it have a second story?
Of course. Why don't you go up and see?
Absolutely. I'm thinking like choke
Fuck
point
yeah.
stairwell. Yes.
Is she's still outside, Katrina?
Yeah, I'm fixing a post.
I'm like, will you come in already, dear?
It's just
It'll be
absolutely
fine in the
fine.
morning.
The torch that you set down, that's kind of burning on the pavement beside you, giving you light for your work,
Yeah.
goes out.
If she dies, she
And you
dies.
feel there's no wind. You
Shut the
don't
door.
feel a gust of wind or anything. You feel only a gust of wind by your ankles and legs, and the torch just goes out, and you are just stuck in velvety blackness.
Beckoning for you to come.
There's light though.
Yes, like
There's
you
light where they
can't
are.
see the work in front of you, but if you turn and look toward the house, you see like the glow and the halo and the fog of the house.
And all of the windows being boarded.
Yeah.
All right. Well, wherever I was, I will finish that nail and start heading towards the light that I see.
You start heading toward the light. Can't really see your own feet, and your foot catches on something, multiple somethings. Your leg kind of slips out from under you, and you fall to the pavement.
Soft or hard?
Hard, but
Okay.
like a fistful of coins or marbles or something. Very weird that you just kind of stepped on a little pile of something and went down in the fog.
Okay. I mean, I'll get up and keep going. I can't really see it right from where I am. It's all dark.
Can't see it. You can feel
Yeah.
it if you like.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'll probably take a look in the daytime.
She's like, if I remain ignorant enough, I am safe.
Yeah, Catalan is like
Yeah,
calling
take
out from the door.
She makes it. She
Get
makes
in,
it.
get in! And you get shuts the door behind you. You hear the
As you're
locks
rushing
click.
in, here, the clatter, clatter, clip, clop, clip, clop, clip, clop, drumming of hooves coming down the street. Can't see anything. There's no light on whatever this is. You do not hear the clatter of wheels. Sounds like a lone horse galloping on down the main drag of your town.
I'm gonna.
Those of you inside the tavern, once the hooves are a little bit closer to hear through the building, you hear the approaching horse as well.
Can we wait to hold the door then to see?
Yeah, well, I have a bay window, so we can see if we can see it go
Oh, okay,
past
perfect.
us, possibly.
Possibly.
Yes, we'll do that then. We will close the door.
A rider comes riding up, and you can see because it's silhouetted against the light of the tavern. You can just make out a rider on a horse comes riding up to the front of the inn. White horse, kind of a beautiful animal. And the rider dismounts. Looks like a traveler. They've got a satchel. They've got multiple layers of coat.
Where are they dismounting?
In front of the tavern. Yep.
Okay.
And then kind of walks the horse around back toward where the stables are.
Oh yay! More visitors. This is
Yeah.
great. Oh, 3
Looks
days.
like
Four
fixing the
horsemen
sign,
that are
help
going to
to
arrive
ride
tonight, I'm sure. The first of 4.
So many.
Oh gosh. Only 3 more days. Okay. Okay. Lots of
Relax yourself, relax. Why don't you come upstairs?
How about that wine?
We'll do some planning.
Yes, planning.
Yes,
Exactly.
wine.
Yes,
Okay.
why don't you
I've made a list.
Why don't you open this bottle of wine? Perfect. I will light some lanterns. We will get more comfortable.
My hand is shaking as
That
I
sounds
grab
like
a bottle of wine.
He's going to light. He has red
Constantly
candles
shaking.
that he lights.
Bah.
And he gets a fire going, and he slips into like a silk smoking jacket. And he's just like,
Silky.
sits down and he's just like, so, let's plan.
I have a list of things here that I
Of
know
course.
is throughout the town.
Well, I can't see that well. Why don't you get a little closer?
Oh, I assume that was pretty.
Oh, well, just closer. My eyes are not as good as they used to be. I'm old as shit, so.
Well, I fixed I think most of the time. We can check on that tomorrow, but we've got a lot of the houses are in disrepair. If you can get more volunteers, Catalan, that would be greatly appreciated.
You know, I've always admired just how driven you are to
I
make
put
the
out
town
the
a better
lantern if it
place.
was still burning because I'm
I
gonna
mean,
maybe need
People
that there.
trust in me. I
Alright,
don't
so
want
yes,
to.
Well, you know, you
Catherine's
do
house is well lit with a crackling fire.
there's so many good
Candles
things for
everywhere.
people, and I just.
Thank you,
Carla.
Carla.
Really
Suggested
admire
it.
foul
Fucking
candles.
Yankee
I'm glad people
You
know.
just do such a great job, and he just puts his hand in your leg. And it's Such
Have
a
I?
great job.
I'm glad people. Are you there? Yes.
I've been here. Well, hold on.
Ted, bring me a
Recant that.
Coke.
Have I been here before?
Yeah, I could probably be there before. Yeah.
Okay.
Who
Um,
hasn't?
No, but I mean, at least the I'm thinking these. I want to say canonically that Karina and have not.
Oh.
This is Catalan's.
Oh.
Catalan's gonna like bang
He's
the
making a
town's
play.
government tonight. That's his.
He's making a
Oh.
play.
Yes.
Oh, this is my first time here.
No, I mean you've been here to buy stuff probably because I'm the only store in town, but like.
Not to the private quarters area.
Yeah, not to the fun zone.
Catalan is
That's how
not
I
paying
just
many PCs.
Is there anything that I
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want that too, I mean.
That's right.
the house of Rainbow Spirits?
You imagine kill two
Something
birds with one
perhaps
stone.
that I
Oh
learned
gosh.
from seminary school.
You know several prayers and blessings against evil that you could pray near doorways or whatnot.
After some wine and some thinking, I reluctantly start to do those things, more from
Oh
habit and
my God.
memory.
Tegan, what are you doing? Are you praying?
Tegan is praying by your doorway.
That's new.
I disregard him while I'm praying.
They usually play in your bed, don't they?
Oh God. I mean, I guess you could call that praying, but.
Hallelujah.
Sorry.
Back at the taverns, another guest comes on in. The door kind of bursts open, and a man strides in. He goes, "Woo-wee! You got some wolves out there!"
It's Colonel Sanders.
He's bringing us great 11 herbs and spices. Great.
Ben, help
You
me
got a
make some
bank of fog
biscuits.
thicker than pea soup out there.
Yes, it's been quite odd.
Ah. He comes
Welcome,
right up to the
welcome,
bar.
stranger.
He's like, John Lawson.
John Lawson.
American accent.
Yeehaw!
Oh, John
He's got a rifle slung over his shoulder, a shotgun over the other, 2 pistols on his hips.
This
A
guy.
bald eagle on his shoulder.
It's fine.
This guy here.
You got like all the numbers.
He's got a bald eagle strapped to one hip, an American flag strapped to the other, just an apple pie in one hand.
I'm assuming he's putting his hand out to shake.
Yep.
I will. I'll wipe my hand again. It's become
shaking hands.
dirty and greasy from the food I've been handling
How dare I
and eating.
Yeah.
And
That salt is really good.
I have sampled some of the fresh venison with the salt that I was brought in. I've been like
Sound for the festival.
searing it up a little bit and just right off the
A little bit of butter.
fire there.
Yeah.
And it's shake his hand.
Gives you a good firm handshake.
Alexi, I'm the
Huh?
tavern owner.
Yeah.
Here.
He's like, Lexi, much obliged.
Could I get you something to warm yourself up?
He's like, absolutely. I'll take a bowl of whatever's good and your finest of whatever's on tap. Just pulls out a handful of coins, just on the table.
Mine
money-
is whiskey.
way more
So
money
you
than any
need
of this.
beer? I don't know what you want from me.
I'll
What is money?
I'll get him a bowl of stew, and I will get him a big mug of ale as well.
Right. Alice is gonna once again do the clothing vibe check, as I'm calling it.
This dude, American, head to toe.
Yeah.
This is an American, like, tourist hunter sort of thing.
Okay.
He's got, it's like all the tan stuff, almost safari adventure-y looking shit, a little bit of cowboy in there.
Ah, he's a trophy hunter.
Sorry, cowboy.
Trophy hunter.
Alright.
Trophy hunter. All of his stuff is in great shape. It's in good repair. It's not super clean though. It's not like pristine. He's got some dirt on his elbows, on the pants and stuff. He's been out in the world and whatnot.
I love Andrew's fucking intro for the American.
He has to at some point say that he has
His hair
used
is
his last
all
fall.
his hair is a bit in disarray. He kind of takes his hat off when he came in. He's raking his fingers through it from damp from the wind and the light rain out there. But Yeah, it's it's not a style you see around here at all. Not a style you see in the capital either. This man is from overseas. You got yourselves a foreigner. He's got spurs.
The jingle,
Jingle,
jangle,
jangle.
jingle.
Jingle jangle.
Amber, I think that the longer that Glenn is sitting there on watch, the more he's kind of like, the town is gonna die. Like, all of them are gonna die. None of them are competent enough to fight wolves if they get attacked while in the tavern. They all have to leave the tavern at some point.
You're like.
So I do
Out of
like
line,
bring
like, beep,
Stefan
beep.
over and I say,
I didn't say me, I'm a fight.
I have to
Well,
go.
she's saying that, not to the
Please.
She's not in the
Gross,
fog.
gross.
Hold down the
To
fort.
you.
Do not open the door for anyone or anything until I get back.
This is why
We're
we
gonna
love
do the
Glenn in
knock.
town.
You remember the knock?
He's like, I know the knock, Papa.
Of course you do. Good boy. Alright. And I'm gonna slowly, carefully make my way back to the tavern because my conscience is getting the better of me. All of these motherfuckers are going to die if I'm not there.
In fact, there's been a little wolf activity directly around here. You've heard the wolves continue to
Yeah.
call, but it sounds like they're farther down in
Yeah.
town, less around you.
Exactly. So I'm not
Right now.
as immediately afraid, and now they are on alert.
They're
I have
following the
made
flags.
them on alert. I trust that Stefan can handle it.
As you're getting ready to leave, you hear Stefan turn to Ada and he's like, we're gonna play a game, Ada. It's called Wolf Hunter.
A single manly tear rolls down my face at the pride that I have in my son as I am leaving.
You did good, Glenn.
Let's
finish
You make your way
these
back out
plans.
into the night, and you immediately hear that low rumble of thunder, and you see the lightning kind of flash up through the fog above, highlighting the silhouette of the castle again, ever present.
Mm-hmm.
And you begin making your way through the cold, cool fog. Stick again. You actually have better visibility up than you do sideways right now because it's rolling in at that 6-7 foot height right now.
And as we've established, Glenn is 8 foot tall, so I can see everything.
It's like off on a tall rock. Just dun-dun.
I can just stick his bow up and it's got the little point for him.
Perfect.
Cutting your way through.
Dorsal fitting my way into town.
And you make your way toward the town.
Yes, perfect. I just wanted to make sure I was en route, so didn't mean to interrupt the scene, but.
Yep, you are en route. You are good. How's it going back at Casa, Dave?
So the wolves are howling, the lightning's crashing,
Now,
Catalan's just getting closer and closer to Karina.
now if I could just get the whole
Well,
town
Tegan
to look
prays.
like this, that would be great.
I know, I always prided myself on my taste, really.
Excellent taste.
I do, I have good taste in cloth, good taste in clothing, good taste in people.
I like to think that.
Yeah. You do, dude.
Does anything strange happen as I finish the last prayer at the front door?
Oh gosh, that's right.
No, the bay window.
Literally in the same room. You're trying to get with her, and there's like rosary happening in the
He probably likes it. He's like, this is
I
new.
do not.
Ooh, new cake.
You just see again
She's been unlocked.
a cart in the
Too
mist
bad.
move by outside the bay window, and you think you glimpse a large dark shape on all fours.
Constable, I think there are probably more
It's way
practical.
too big to be a wolf. Like the shoulders, chest high of a man.
Holy
She
Or maybe
big
that was the
dog.
head, maybe that was the shoulder. It's almost horse-sized, probably. Or maybe it's a trick of the light. Just padding on through.
Constable, there are probably more practical things that we could be doing.
Or fun things.
Right. Sorry, I'm just a little unnerved. Everything is strange.
It's different. I haven't seen this much fog before. But now we'll have seen it for the next time it comes around.
Have you ever seen a wolf?
Yeah, once before when I was young.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, I know you've been here for
Yeah,
even longer than I.
just by a few years.
I'm actually like fairly young. I'm probably
Oh, are you?
one of the younger people.
Oh, never mind.
Like 25.
Oh god, yeah, you're the youngest character.
Yeah, by like a decade or two, yeah.
I'm very just kind of uneasy.
What you need to do is come and sit down and relax.
This is the most energy you've ever seen exhibited by the
You
constable.
really need to relax, Tegan. It's just some wolves and some fog and a storm. Crash!
I don't mean to. Perhaps this second bottle of wine we can share. How's that sound?
That implies you've already gone.
Yes.
through
Oh my god.
Back at the tavern, you are arriving. You're making your way downtown. You're making your way downtown.
Walking
Down
fast.
the main drag there, you see the lights of the tavern. You see the glow of
Nice.
the like kind of bay window in Catalan's fine house.
Mhm.
Um,
Can I see into that bay window?
you know what? You can. The fog is actually getting a little bit lighter
Okay.
right now.
So do I see that the two main leaders of the town are in there?
Maybe he catches.
I'm going there.
Maybe you catch the tail end of me praying, perhaps.
Yes,
I sure
you
don't
see
want to
the
do that
lights
because you know what
barely
happened at the end of your prayer? A big
wolf
fuck-all dog walked by. I don't want to be there when that happens.
You head toward Catalan's house, and your foot catches on something crunchy, rolly, like small rocks, marbles, or coins or something.
Okay,
You don't fall. You're quite sure-footed, but your foot kind of slides up from under you, and you're like, "What the?" And you hear like the clatter and roll of
Yeah.
small objects.
So I investigate that because that's abnormal.
Like the
7 pulls.
pat around. No pulls needed. You come up with a handful of a couple. They're small, roundish river rocks. They're the rocks you use to vote in town.
Interesting. Okay. Do I see where they were just a pile of them, or were they in a receptacle?
Nope, they're just on the ground. You kind of
Okay, and these
Pat
are
around
not
the
supposed to
receptacle.
be here.
no. There would be no reason for a
Okay,
handful of these.
with
Either.
my-
They've been gathered with care. They're placed into different containers and weighed when
Yeah.
votes happen in town.
With my backgrounds being as they are, is there anything that would immediately stand out to me as like, oh, this is a problem at all? Or just like, this is weird?
It's just weird, and you're thinking like, who could have dropped this? Maybe the Burgermeister. Like, why would anybody else have a pocket full of these rocks?
I'll just put 'em-
There's no recent vote.
I'll just put them back down because I don't.
Any
Yeah.
upcoming vote?
Yeah, I don't need to collect them for any reason, so I'll put them back down. And
100%.
I'm heading that direction anyway, so I'll ask her about it when I get there. So
You get up to the door.
I knock on the door.
Leave town.
I'm kind of startled.
There's a banging on your door, Kevin.
Meanwhile, he's like, you're always so tense. What you need to do is
Cat-
Dun, 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 dun.
I think the constable is more intense than I am.
Someone's at the door.
Tegan,
Dun, 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 dun.
That is a wolf too, constable.
Unlock the 12 different fucking
Lots
Yes.
of weird stuff.
Possibly with
eye
nails into the
scanners,
door.
fucking thumbprints. You gotta kiss the last one. I don't actually ask who it is, and I kind of scold myself for not doing that after I open the door.
Pop the door open. It's Glenn.
Glenn!
Hey, come on in.
Glenn!
Weather's terrible.
Yeah, I am already crossing the threshold as you're about to invite me in. I don't want to be in the fog any longer than I have to be.
Close his door.
Come in, Glenn, come in. Let's
Oh.
get you out of those wet clothes.
Sure.
Block, block.
Apparently we have a wolf problem in town.
Really? You think that there's a wolf problem?
I'm going to decide now.
Interesting. What made you think that there was a wolf problem?
I mean, I heard from several reputable sources.
Oh,
that
cool. More than one then? Multiple people have been reporting
Just
wolf
reputable
sightings
people.
now? Reputable. Who?
There's a new visitor, Dr.
Yeah,
Whitaker. He's
I
like-
bet that's the person that about killed me.
Doctor.
You were almost killed by Dr. Whitaker?
Yeah, so we'll deal with that.
Do you
But
need
what
to
I do need, no, stop you. I don't want to hear from you the whole time I'm here. I'm not here for you. You two.
Yes.
As the
Sits.
leaders of the town.
You have my full attention.
We need to gather everyone together
Because of the fog?
because of the wolves. The wolves, Mayor. The wolves.
It starts raining steadily. It's been like kind of that light drizzle in the mist this whole time. Now it's
Okay.
Now,
not sheets of rain, but it's raining.
Also, side note, when
and
we're
the fog is
talking,
clearing a bit.
while we're talking about public safety,
Yes.
I need you to not leave your river rocks just strewn about the ground. I almost tripped on them in the fog. Granted, no one should be walking around it right now anyway. Looks at all of you and then looks out to the
some of us were
tavern.
home. He just showed up on my door and rooted me in my own house. So whatever.
Rocks. He's not carrying, and you didn't.
No, I didn't. I just dropped them back down. The voting rocks. Need to
Oh.
not have those just in the middle of the street.
Curious that they were there. That's weird.
You didn't put them there.
No, I certainly
You didn't
not.
want to like pave the road to make it look better or something.
I mean, I think you would know about that.
Okay, well, weird that they're there.
Yeah,
but
weird that they're there. I will take care of that. Thank you for letting me know, Glenn. I'm no expert on wolves.
yes.
But doesn't it seem like a bad idea to gather the town out in the open?
No. In the tavern. We all need to go to the tavern right now.
And defend
Why
it.
are we here?
I tell
There are a couple of
for the first time since he's entered, I say
like lead.
the tavern
the guy
has.
that does
I say the tavern has the most windows and would be a poor defensible position.
You know what would be a good defensible position?
probably.
A building with a second floor and a choke point.
A building with
the
a.
tavern does have 2 floors. The guest rooms are.
Oh wait.
I mean, I assume that we probably know what's the most defensible position in town.
I
No?
don't know if that's something like common
Like,
people
as
just
the
think
tavern.
about.
But like we're in a small village
Hi,
and like in the
resident nut.
1800s.
I know the most defensible place in town. It's my cottage. We're gonna get everyone and we're gonna go to my cottage. There are literal packs of wolves roaming the streets.
Glenn, do you think you could fit maybe about 100, 120 people?
Do you think there are 100, 120 people here?
I certainly hope so.
There are not. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
There were 3, and now there's a 4th that's kind of ruining the
Glenn,
festivities.
why don't you escort Catalin, or you and the constable escort Catalin back to the tavern to start gathering people, maybe knock on doors on the way there as fast as you can, and I will start to knock on other
Repave the
doors.
roads.
Do you have
I'll knock on doors too.
anything that we could light on fire?
I'm thinking of something right now.
We have a few lanterns.
Oh.
What is that? That you could light on fire?
Have some pitch downstairs.
Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought.
Let's get some coal and stuff.
I assume maybe do we have some sort of like town signal that we can make? Maybe we could.
Back signal.
Not a bat signal.
There's a bell in the middle of town.
Where the crossroads
In
at?
terms of
Yep.
emergencies.
Yep.
I mean, because like I assume like we are in like the 1800s, 1900s. There are probably like wars and invasive.
Especially in the Transylvania was like big
Yeah, do you know what I
time
mean? Like
invaded
I
all
assume
the
that we
time.
are prepared sometimes
The
for.
bell is for fires, for attacks, for gathering.
Yeah,
It's a small village. Everyone can hear the bell. The village limits.
Yes. So perhaps make your way to your place of the tavern, gather all the people there, escort them to Glenn's place to secure, and
What are
go
you
ring
doing?
the bell.
No.
Ring the bell.
No. We will go ring the bell.
But-
they will go get the people.
Glenn, but you know the most about wolves, and you know how to secure your place.
Yeah. No, as soon as we ring the bell, everyone's gonna gather at the tavern. We're gonna ring the bell, and then you and I are going to the
All
tavern.
right, that's a good job.
Yeah. I'm not gonna let you go by yourself into the fog with the wolves to
I
ring
can't.
a dinner bell.
There aren't really wolves out there, Glenn. I can handle it. Don't worry.
Maybe you should.
We're gonna kill Glenn. Not even a mob. She's just gonna die of rage.
Shit.
All right, Constable, can you handle that?
So wait, we're going to the tavern.
You're going to the tavern, start gathering the people, knock on doors on the way there, head towards Glenn's place.
Fine.
Well, head towards the tavern. When we get
See
to the
what I have to
tavern,
bring with
we
me.
are all
I'm gonna
going
bring
to
like
my
a,
I mean, I
place.
feel like
Fire,
we should meet us at
poker,
the
or
bell
something
first and head
as a
to
weapon.
Glenn's place
A whip.
when the bell rings.
I happen to have
Everyone
some
comes to the
here.
bell?
I have a
Goes to
whip.
their place, right?
Yeah.
Hysteria is
Yes.
already gripping the town. I love it.
Well,
So
and
group as much as possible.
really, as an insight into Glenn's thought process, I just want to go back to my kids. I'm only here to save you all from dying to wolves.
You've saved us before, bud. We've almost died
Okay,
of
so-
starvation before without him.
As a background setup, when the bell is rang, everyone gathers at the bell. Is that what the town as a whole
Probably
has
gather
decided?
somewhere.
Yeah.
Probably the
Probably
tavern.
the tavern, yeah.
Honestly, yeah.
At the tavern?
Yeah.
Okay.
The first thing that happens when the bell rings is people look for a fire. Then, if people can't figure out from looking around what is happening, they will go to the tavern.
The tavern?
Yeah.
Okay. So
I just don't know also, like, if there are wolves about, we ring the bell and people are out, that's like open season.
I do
Dinner, dinner, dinner,
I do
dinner.
want to just bring up the point, Glenn, I think this is a fine idea. However, we know that there are still folks here in town that have very sick families that might not go to the tavern even if we ring the bell. I don't know.
then I would say, why don't we not ring the bell? If people are in their houses, they should be safe.
That's what I mean. Can wolves open doors?
We will just why
So we
don't
just
we
stay
all
where we
just
were
go to
before
the
shutting, right?
why don't we all just go to the tavern so that everyone who is out and about right now is all together.
But I wasn't out and about. I was in my own house. You were out and about.
Yeah. Are you guys gonna stay the night here? I look at you with
I was
like
hoping-
a little bit of disgust when I'm like, are you staying the house in the night here?
I'm not. Oh, because of Callan. I thought you meant there's things to do. I'm
No.
not gonna stay here while there are things to
No. Well, yeah. Anyway, we should go to the tavern.
Meanwhile, at the tavern,
Yeah.
while bickering is going on here, the American has grabbed his mug of ale, kind of turned around, and he's like, "Look at all you fine folks. What's going on? I heard there's a celebration coming."
Yes, there's going to be a festival in a few days. What brings you so far out here?
Looking for the next big game.
Well, you might have just come in time. There have been some reports of unusually large wolves in this area.
Don't usually hunt wolves, they're not much of a challenge, but unusually large, you say.
Apparently, yes.
You had my attention at Texas.
Holds belt buckle at his dinner plate.
Can't say I've seen it myself, although I've heard mention of it.
He's like, might be good to take a look around, see what we can bag tomorrow. Takes a big pull of his ale, and he just comes on over to the table. He's talking to you now. Just takes a seat next to
She
the doctor,
accepts this.
looks at the doctor, looks at you, and he's like, "John Lawson,
Alice DeVille, I'm the tailor in town.
pleasure, miss."
Pleasure.
And the doctor's like, "I'm Dr. Whitaker. I'm a traveling scholar." He's like, "I've been discussing the large wolves with Alice, in fact." And then John kind of like listens in to the conversation here, and Dr. Whitaker explains to him, his studies about the canine motif, the sinister canine motif that he's experienced from around Europe all the way into these the more Slavic region here. And he's like, "Well, that's a fine enough story, but they are just stories, to frighten children and all. I don't think Miss Alice here is a child."
Oh, goodness no. She's like adjusts her glasses awkwardly.
He's like,
dagger.
"Fine enough story. Have you ever hunted a lion in Africa?" And then he starts telling you about hunting lions in Africa and how they're very cunning. They move in. If you think a pack of wolves is trouble, wait until you meet a pride of lions. And he's just going on and on. And then he's like, even the grass eaters in Africa are deadly. They got rhinoceros, horn large enough to run a man all the way through. You need a bigger gun than what I'm packing now to take one of those down. Better have enough distance to take more than one shot.
Takes 2 shots of bourbon.
Should the wolves become a problem, would you be able to assist with that? I mean, clearly we're a smaller village. We really only have one resident hunter plus the constable who owns a pistol.
I miss wolves would be no problem for me.
Can't wait for him to get killed.
He's so dead. He's so dead.
And Dr. Whitaker's just looking at the sky like.
How many of those bullets you have silver? None. Weird.
Any help would be appreciated should it become an issue. I'm not sure. And have
Even
the
if
wolf
it's-
sounds stopped or
Well, let's stop for now. You haven't had a in a hot minute.
yeah.
When Alice says if it becomes an issue, I'll just chime in and say even if it's not an issue, any meat will be very appreciated.
You ever get any boar in this area?
Occasional,
Been
but
a while since I've been on a good boar hunt.
Colonel fucking Sanders over here.
I need those 11 herbs and spices.
You know any good boar dishes?
I do know a few. Unfortunately,
I make a really good boar stew.
Borscht.
Anything?
Borscht.
unfortunately, I have none in stock currently. It's been quite scarce lately, but
We'll see if we can fix that for you.
This man thinks he's going to out-hunt me.
It's just we've managed
Appreciate
Glenn
it.
embodied rage so well because we
Yes.
just pissed him off so well the whole time.
Poor Glenn.
As we are packing at your house, I say, if we're going back to the tavern, I suggest we bring some food and several bottles of wine, lest
Oh,
we be
don't
sober
worry.
and
He
starving
has a
at
little
the-
metal flask, and he's
Let's-
just
The
like,
tavern is full of food and wine.
Lest we be sober and starving at the hands of our most hospitable tavern keep.
I think
I
probably
do-
wine, not a good idea
I do.
in our current
Situation.
climate.
I would say like
I would agree with that.
everyone probably would know why
Just in case.
the constable is not being served at the tavern currently.
Sterilizing
I don't
wounds
know
and
why.
stuff.
Tell me.
Yes,
Alcohol.
it is
There was an
something.
incident.
There was an incident at the tavern. One of the rare visitors that he would occasionally come into town, caused a ruckus, and unfortunately beat one of my servers nearly to death. Unfortunately,
No.
the
The constable's
constable
lazy for that.
the constable didn't show up until well after it was handled.
Oh.
If the constable were
At a station.
at a station and a bit hastier in his job,
And we're sober.
and more sober, maybe
Your server would have
my server,
put it okay.
let's call him Sven.
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 Oh,
Sven.
Sven. Oh, Sven is puppy.
Reindeer.
Sven would have been nearly beaten to death. So currently, until he acts with a bit more haste, he is not being served at the tavern.
Ah, I see.
Mm.
Then you should bring food and wine, I see.
Yes.
So pack what you need.
we don't need
And-
wine.
Or get ready to
Constantine
make
packs one.
pack
Yeah.
your items, get ready to make your way through. You are looking out through that big bay window again. The fog has cleared a bit. There's a young boy walking down the road. You just catch him as he's leaving your viewing angles of the window.
Father.
Maybe 12 years old. It's dark, still misty, but that was a child. That was a little boy. Little-ish boy. Boy on the cusp of
I grab the
manhood.
lantern
Boyish.
and light the lantern as I quickly walk to the door. Start unlocking it, and I step outside and I say, "Hey, you there, boy!" And I walk out into the dark.
How many children are in this
Not
town?
many.
Not many.
Not many at all anymore.
That's very rude of the constable too.
There's maybe 3 other children between the ages of like 7 and 14
Okay.
in town.
Yeah, as soon as he says "you there, boy" and starts walking, I'm like also out the door.
What boy?
You're on his heels there. You're looking around in the dark for a minute.
I'm calling out like
Boy,
incessantly. Yeah.
boy, boy.
Hey, what are you doing up here?
I said, which direction did he go?
This way, the way I'm walking.
Okay, well,
Oh God, we're doing something.
You guys start heading down the street. You're looking around. The fog's just clear enough that you see the outlines of buildings, the rock, a cart, and stuff. You don't see a kid right now. You hear footsteps somewhere further by. Someone is walking out there. They're just out of view.
Yeah, we
Hustle along, which is strange for me.
Yeah, we
Towards the
hustle.
sound. I say, boy, it's not safe out. There's wolves.
As you're catching up, you see the shape of that boy again towards the town square. He's kind of turning about, looking confused. There's a little girl with him.
I run. Like I am like
I never run.
the second that I see it is a child
Speed walk.
that is my son's age, along with a small girl. I am actually full on running toward them.
As you start sprinting toward them,
Whoa,
calling
marbles!
out, he's like, Papa?
If you kill my kids, no, I swear to God. I'm like
He's
running.
holding the hand of the little girl, and he comes and meets you part way.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'm sorry, Papa, we had to leave the house.
Why?
The angel told us to.
Oh. I scoop
It
them
wasn't
up.
safe. It wasn't safe,
I
Papa.
full on. Both slung, I grab both and I go, we're leaving now. And I fucking run as fast as I can back to the open door of his house. I'm like, no more tavern! No more tavern!
Madeline's just coming out like wine.
charcuterie board.
Yeah, charcuterie, like cheeses and some nice
You
meats.
look up, and Stefan was standing beneath the kind of there's a well, the bell, and a large tree in the middle of town. And you're looking up at the hanging branch that he was standing right under.
The hanging branch. What? Hanging.
Doesn't get used often.
So everyone in the town would know this. Several years ago, there was a younger boy in town, probably about 13, 14 years old. He was a vagrant, came in from nobody knows where, but he committed a terrible, terrible crime. Is it okay if it was murder? We
Yep.
didn't. Okay. So he murdered someone, and through investigation and whatnot, found this boy to be the perpetrator of the act. And normally, it's kind of a public spectacle when something like this happens, but because of his young age, he was still sentenced to death and he was hung, but it was at nighttime. And that is probably the most work I've ever done in town. Yeah. So, I kind of look up at the branch of the tree, and I go towards the bell, and I go to ring the bell.
Oh damn! Give the bell a ring.
Oh, no,
Bell isn't
we're
ringing.
gonna ring the
Glenn
bell.
is standing in your
Yeah.
part
So
of
I
the
was just
foyer.
coming down.
If he didn't,
like,
to
come
be,
on,
no,
have-
to be clear, if you didn't move out of the way of your house,
Mowed
you were
down.
getting
Yeah,
mowed
that's
down.
he's like, all right, let's head to the charcuterie. He has like a charcuterie board. He has like, a nice like uncut summer sausage, some cheese in a basket, a couple bottles of wine. This is gonna make this a nice night in the tavern for everyone. And he's like, come on, Karina. And it's just as he's in the door, here comes Glenn with his kids, and he's just like, ah! And just like drops everything out in the fog as Glenn just yeets into his house with his kids.
Yes.
I ring the bell,
I'm
and
fine
I
with that. That's amazing.
after I ring the bell, I
Boy.
head towards the tavern.
All right.
Oh, I'm going to head towards the bell.
Wait, what is going on? Wait, Karina, what are you doing here?
Those of you in the tavern, you hear the bell ringing. You know the bell rings. It usually means fire. It almost always means fire. Once it is meant, there was a small group of brigands that were raiding. The rest in your known lives, you've not known the bell to ring for any other reason, but it rings for emergencies.
Yeah,
Maybe
Alice
when the body
tenses
was
up
found of the
immediately.
person that the boy supposedly killed. No,
It wasn't an emergency.
it wasn't an emergency.
Body was already very dead.
Okay.
The bell has been rung. There's a huge fog out. People are going to come outside.
Yeah, it's about to be bad.
The one
If
thing
they
with
can.
the one with the fog, it would probably like illuminate any fires.
Right.
So
It's
like,
probably
people would
not
know.
a fire. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, the fog is actually cleared quite a bit now. It's thinner, like it's affecting visibility like a couple dozen yards away, but you can see and you can identify people at an okay range right now.
Yeah, I'm going to head towards the bell and just start like shouting. Just,
What are you?
I'm going to just be shouting
This town
warnings
can
that
plan
the
anything,
town
can
is
do
in
anything.
danger.
He's
Glenn.
just picking up his cheese and.
There's danger!
Glenn locks
Yes,
Caroline
no.
out of his own
The
house.
town is in danger. Head
Smart.
towards the tavern calmly. Take a light if you can. Stay in groups. And I'm just going to continue to repeat that.
Glenn, what
Someone
are
also
we
might have
doing?
rung the bell because
Are
they
you
need
in
a
the
help.
tavern right now or no?
No.
Oh,
She's
you're-
wandering the street with him.
I was behind you.
He was yes. So I have Glenn in my house with children.
I
and
just
everything.
left.
Yes.
So I'm just like, what are we doing? I thought we were going to the tavern.
I have set both my children down in front of me, completely ignoring you, and I say, "What do you mean, angel? And why?"
Who
I
just comes into someone's
specifically
house and
told
talks to
you
their children and ignores me?
Stefan, I like no.
The fire,
Hold
the
on, turn it
fire.
down just a little. You're screaming.
Yeah, you
Please,
the
sorry.
mic's probably.
Yeah.
It's like,
Keep
Dad,
it
the
on you.
fire got out of the fireplace.
The fire got out of the fireplace.
Oh, hey, I ring the bell for a fire next.
Is the house burning?
The angel said we had to go, we would all burn. It was very smoky. Ada was coughing.
Okay.
There goes my claymores.
Are they like soot a bit? Like they're like
You
they
can,
just.
you can
yeah.
smell smoke on them. They're not
I
safe,
say-
but you can smell it.
I'm sorry, I lost my temper with you. You did a very good job. Good job protecting your sister. We need to go to the tavern now.
Ada goes, Dad, can we get a dog?
Why? Like, what?
No.
What's making you think you want a dog?
They're nice and stuff.
You know,
They're nice. What do
I
you mean?
might have something that could help with that. Could we say we have some toys in the store? Perhaps.
Yeah.
Because
Is
some
there-
store. Not those sorts of toys.
You're like,
Jesus.
I
I mean, I probably have those upstairs, but this is like
Red
just
red.
I did
This
think
one
you meant
vibrates.
a teddy
This
bear or
one-
something
This is a
like
magic wand, and only a magic wand for fairies.
Lightsaber. I'll just get a little tiny stuffed dog. Why don't you take this?
Thank you, mister.
You're welcome.
I like for the first time, maybe in the 5 years I've been here, I look at you with actual respect and I'm like nice little head nod.
We need to get to the tavern like your father says, so why don't we all keep together? And now, what's your name, boy?
Stefan.
Stefan. Good job taking care of your sister. I have something for you too. A little piece of candy.
Ooh, piece of candy.
He like takes it and he
I'll make sure that that's not one of the ones with Goofy's in it.
He puts that one back, grabs a different one.
I'll take this one for later.
Christian.
Just put that in my pocket.
One for you.
I'll need this one.
One.
This one's for
Supposed to
your
be
father.
Cialis or something, Christian.
Just see how this
As we are walking, I do ask like, what do you mean they're not like? There aren't like dogs in town, much.
A couple people own dogs. They're
Okay.
useful working animals. You know,
Okay.
they help.
Okay, I am curious about what has brought this on, based on the. spooky
Ada's always
nonsense.
liked animals. She's
Yeah.
friendly with the town dogs with
Mhm.
the rare occasions
Okay.
when she comes out of her, you know,
Okay.
lockdown.
when she's allowed to out of the house.
But
Fair.
it is weird that she would say that.
At
Now.
that particular time.
Yeah. She's like looking at her stuffed dog, like all thought of wanting other dog for whatever reason has left her
Perfect.
sweet little brain.
Perfect.
So now, you have to think of a name for your friend.
Lucy.
It's a very good name.
Lucifer.
Cerberus.
Love it.
Anyway,
Hugs
Yeah.
the dog to her chest.
I
You know, like Max or Beelzebub.
I'll carrying my daughter there and walking along with my son, and I'm gonna ask him, like, I know this has been traumatizing, but we need to talk about, like, you said an angel, like, did you see this angel? Did you, like,
Just heard it. Oh.
just heard it? Okay.
It guided us through the fog. It told us when to turn.
I'm very, very creeped out. I go, that's very good. In the future, I honestly don't know how to parent this. We're doing great. Let's get to the tavern.
Actually, Catalin is gonna just be like, he'll talk to her because not Lucy. What's your daughter's name again? I'm sorry.
Anna.
Anna, yeah.
Opposite sugar. So he's gonna talk to her. He's
Ada.
like,
Eight.
I wrote it down when you first told me, and her name has been Anna several times since. But I
Because I wrote it down as Anna, but when I told you, I bet I said Ada, and then I wrote it down as Anna.
Ada,
It's my fault.
Ada.
It's
Roll
Ada.
with
It's
Ada.
Ada.
So he's like, Ada, when I was little at your age, I had a favorite toy too. And it always helped me. It was a knight actually on a horse. And I named him Ivar. And Ivar was a very brave knight. He did many very good things. And yeah, so it's I always, whenever I was scared, I would think of Ivar as he was protecting me. So maybe Lucy can protect you.
And she's like, dogs are very loyal.
They are very loyal.
They protect the goats,
That's right.
and they protect the children.
This is your fault. Well protected children, I'll take it.
Nope.
But
That's
you
not what I
made your way
meant.
successfully to the tavern without being accosted.
Um,
You're ringing the bell.
I'm not ringing the bell.
Oh,
Killed
you're just shouting
His
fire.
dog is coming
With
after us.
direction.
I'm directing people.
Like the town shouter.
Yes.
There are like
Drum
3 people
tavern.
that you see and come up to you, and that is it.
Okay.
You don't hear any other doors open or anything.
I'll tell them to stay together and head towards the tavern. Hopefully, maybe with them they'll meet up, take like light torches. I'll continue shouting if no one comes out. I'm gonna go investigate these rocks a little bit. Just pick one up first. So.
Alright.
I am
Um,
literally never leaving the tavern ever.
All of you get to the tavern before you go about your investigation because you stay a little
Yes.
late to make sure you've got everyone. A couple new folks have made it their way to the tavern. Just
The
like 2 or
Joneses?
No, I'm going there next.
Don't
Yeah.
like that.
The
3.
Jamesons.
Not the Joneses.
The Jonesies.
But the rest of you have made it to the tavern. You see there are newcomers. Those of you who have missed 1 or 2 of the newcomers.
You're both sitting with Alice.
The John Lawson is like, what is all that racket? Is there a fire? Is that your fire bell?
Apparently there is.
Catalin walks in and he's like, oh!
You need help with the bucket brigade.
Nope. We're gonna let it burn. I'll build another one, I guess.
He's like,
Let's go.
we're just raising this bug to you.
Luckily, my kids had their own shit bags right next to them when the fire
have their own shit
started.
bags with
So
them.
they do have their own shit bags. That's called parenting.
Oh
Your son is staring at John Lawson with like looking at all the guns and the spurs and shit.
I've never seen a hunter before. He's like, oh, you little shit.
3 pulls to survive that shot to the heart.
I fail. Noble sacrifice.
Alright. Eventually the other 3 folk, and whenever you feel like calling it or heading to the
So I am like picking up a rock or 2 to just take a look, and then I'm heading to the Joneses, where
you go back toward the tavern. Visibility is back toward Catalin's house, where he said he slipped outside of, and where you slipped outside of. You remember?
Yeah.
You don't even make it that way. As you're walking, like thinking about the rocks out there that you tripped on, and he mentioned too.
Mhm.
You get 10, 12 feet away from the bell, and you just see one on the ground. And
He's
another
skinny.
one. And another one.
He's skinny.
A single one in
Yep.
like a trail?
In a little line.
Perfect, Jess, go for it.
Yeah,
Fuck
just
it.
follow it.
Just follow, always follow a trail of
Jess,
serious
you got what you wanted.
There's
You're
no
out
rules.
alone in
Yeah.
the fog.
Yeah, go
With
die,
no
Jess.
trouble or
I know.
danger,
I
obviously.
know. I am going to just pick the first one up and just take a look at it, and then head towards the Joneses. Yeah,
Yep. You
it
Pick
is.
it up.
It is a voting stone.
100%. For sure.
Oh.
That's weird. Do I normally know where like the voting stones are held?
Yeah, you have like some sort of container in your home that you keep it and you break them out when it's time to.
In your home.
I'm just
Specifically.
Where you count the
No, I
votes
know.
also.
So
Yeah.
these rocks are from your home.
Yep, and these rocks have been passed down through the centuries. These are the same rocks that people were voting with since they started voting with rocks in your little hamlet when it was like a one permanent structure and huts.
Somebody's broken into your home and left you a trail of breadcrumbs.
I know.
Keeping up with the
Oh,
Joneses.
I'm gonna check on the
Hansel
Joneses.
und Gretel.
Get to the Joneses' house, give it a knock. There is no answer.
I knock hard. No answer.
No
I'm
answer.
gonna try the door.
Door's open.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna say, "Hello, it's Karina."
No answer. It's quiet. There's a smell in this house. It smells like sick.
Yeah.
The stale sweat, the stale air, piss.
I'm just gonna keep announcing myself and then maybe head towards Mila's room.
You head on through. It's dark. The fire is low. They haven't put logs on to it in a couple of hours.
I close the door behind me.
Shut the door behind you. There's no lanterns or candles lit anywhere. You head up the stairs. The stairs creak under your feet as you go up into the kind of one little attic space that's their bedroom. Go in. The smell is worse here. There's like a corner with a bunch of like soiled sheets and clothing. You see the beds, there's soiled, like bloody, just mess in like the largest bed. There's like a little setup on the floor, like somebody had taken bedding and was sleeping on the floor, and then like there's a children's bed. They're all empty. The largest bed, the sheets are like shat and pissed in, and there's blood, and they smell terrible.
Your stew sucked. Your stew sucked.
I mean, hopefully they maybe headed towards the tavern or something here. Tradition or the people?
What tradition?
The stone.
Gotta go pick up them rocks.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it look bad
What
if
are
the
the
sun
people
comes
have a
up and
leader?
the rocks are all over the ground? Oh, fuck. Could you imagine?
I'm gonna head towards the tavern.
Head back toward the tavern and join the rest of the folks. The folks are a little bit confused. They've been looking toward you as the current president most-ish authority figure for explanation of why the bell was ringing. The common folk know what that bell rings. So you're like, something's on fire, we're gonna let it burn. And they're like, oh, what is it? It's not the costumonger's shop, is it? It's not
Half of them are very worried.
Half of them are wearing, half of them are like, fucking yes!
I should have done it myself.
I kind of explained to them.
Actually, a big fire will probably actually help with the noise.
There have been wolf sightings throughout town. With the carnival coming up in the next couple of days, it is imperative that we obviously keep everybody safe. This will be a space that everyone can stay for the time being until the weather clears. There is enough food courtesy of Glenn and Alexi, and ale for everybody. Let's keep the fire going and everyone stay close and on your guard. Does anybody know if anyone else around them is sick and not able to be here? I asked the other few folks that live in the town that got here. Like, does anyone have a neighbor that they've been keeping an eye on or that hasn't been well that we need to get?
One of them mentions the Joneses have not been well, but other than that, the others just kind of sit there quietly.
Okay.
There's not a lot of people here. There was like
You said 3.
three others joined, and there were like 3 or 4 dudes that were already in there, and then you guys.
So like 120.
Right.
Very generous estimate.
100.
There are no
very well.
children here except for Glenn's.
I thought there were a few more.
There are a few more in town. They're not here.
Because the dogs are protecting them, because fucking hell is gonna come and wipe out
Listen,
the adults.
if we hadn't, as a town, killed a child that came into town,
I'm kind
then
of.
maybe we wouldn't be assaulted by hellhounds right now.
That child shouldn't have committed a crime.
Maybe he didn't.
I go over to the newcomer that I have not seen yet, and I introduce myself. And,
You have a lot of guns.
and ask him,
You're the sheriff around these parts. Pleasure to meet you, John Lawson.
I
Gives you
give
a firm
him
handshake.
kind of a weak handshake.
Firm. Liberated.
I allow him to lift my
Defeated.
hand and move it for me.
Far too much work.
I ask him what brings him into these parts and where he's coming from.
I'm hunting all up and down the mountains, looking to bag me a Kodiak from these parts. I've hunted some in Canada. They're different all over the world, though.
Glenn is the hunter in town here, and he provides our town with food. I'm sure you guys can exchange war stories.
Be much obliged for any of your notes on the region. Nobody knows the game and trails like the locals.
Yeah, that's true. You
You have
just
wine.
head around providing meat to villages as you see them.
Yep, I travel light. I don't have much need of the meat. I take me some
100
pelts,
pounds
some
of
teeth,
ammo.
head sometimes,
What do you just?
for the sport of it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
World's big.
I just
beautiful
turn
place
around and
without
walk away.
Challenges.
I literally just turn around and walk away from him. I don't
He's
talk. Because I knew exactly what his answer was going to be before I asked the question, and I'm like, yep, cool. Oh, for the sport of it. Yeah, very sporting of you. And then I walk away, and I do not say anything else to him.
we be sporty? No, son.
Mountain folk are such a strange sort, but lovely people.
I'm seething. I am seething in
Callan's seething all
Afternoon.
I am the embodiment of wrath.
You're like, I finally caught a deer.
I just
Why is
put
it
my hand on top of
off?
it like that.
He's like,
Catalan won't allow. I'm a costermonger here. If you need any ammo or clothes or
Bullshit,
alright, need some more
anything
black powder.
else, I can certainly help you with.
He's like, I'll definitely need some more black powder. It sounds like you have a lot of wolves.
I might have some laying around somewhere. Yes.
Probably in the upstairs.
Probably.
Did you trade in any furs?
I have some furs. Yes.
Well, you'll have a few more before I depart.
Oh joy!
Oh, sure.
I would love a big bearskin rug, actually. So if you could find one, it would be. It's very, very brave to hunt a big animal like that. I just couldn't imagine doing that.
Oh, he's
All respect that my
Oh.
character had for your character is immediately gone again.
Takes
dog frozen in the fire.
bagged me an elephant once.
Really?
Yep. Charged me. Bull. Huge. One of the largest creatures I've ever hunted. Not quite as large as the whale, but
You
seasoned.
hunted a whale?
With guns.
Yes.
On a boat with pistols.
Yes, sir, I have, up off the coast of Alaska.
Fascinating. You make the most amazing friends, Alice. Really, it's been quite a
John
night.
Lawson has not shut up since he managed to cut in on Whitaker's stories. He's not shut up.
No, yeah, I was just checking if this is all happening while Alice is still just in the corner of the table, just like,
Yes.
Yeah, but now Catalan is there.
Catalan exactly was. He turns and he says that you just make the most fascinating friends, Alice. It has been such a night for you.
Indeed.
It's nice that some people are fascinated by you.
God, you two just need to fucking get it over with.
Savage! Oh my god. Catalan back from your ex-husband. Oh, my god.
Ooh, I like
The
this
ultimate
now.
revenge.
I like this
Fucking
dress.
have to win her over first.
Savage.
Alice is a bitch.
Alright.
I somehow have some have popcorn, just like
Alexi, you have space for these folk here. Some of
absolutely.
them are happy sharing space. The doctor actually is going to retire first. He's like, this has been it's been so wonderful meeting you all, hearing all of your stories. I'm very much looking forward to your festival, and got a fine community here. I would appreciate a room. I'm not as young as I used to be. I'm afraid of earlier to bed now.
It's no problem. Right up the stairs. It might be a little dusty. It hasn't been used in quite some time.
Dust doesn't bother me. And he pays you. And he's like, have a good night, all you folk. I'm sure I will see you in the morrow. Hopefully the light will bring a little more clarity to the situation, and we will sort things out.
Sleep well.
Good night. And he goes
Are
up
you
the
gonna sneak your
stairs
gun?
with his doctor bag and
Oh,
his
that's a
stuff.
doctor bag. Sorry.
Yeah, this is the doctor. He's
okay.
like, good night, everyone.
Okay.
Like, just
Sorry.
genuinely friendly.
As he's going up the
Older
stairs,
dude.
I go, wait, is that the one that came in on the carriage?
Heads up the stairs.
I'm
I'm
like,
not there.
I'll deal with that. More.
Alice actually gives the doctor a genuine smile as he departs. A little nod.
He's
She's
like,
like,
perhaps we can chat more over tea in the morning, miss.
that's excellent, doctor. Thank you.
I have an Earl Grey with me from London that
I would love to try some.
has the most wonderful aroma.
Excellent.
Heads up the stairs with his little doctor bag and his cane and stuff. Once again, looking out of sorts with his gear.
Sweet old man.
The American actually gets up and he's like, allow me to help you with your bag, sir. And he helps him carry his stuff upstairs.
Oh, Americans are so polite.
And then the American's back to telling stories about hunting shit all over the
Yeah,
world.
there it is.
Nice.
Much to your probably eternal irritation, he has the ear of quite a few folk here. He's got a charm to him-ish, if volume. And among them is your son and daughter. They're
big animals.
stories, strange things, far away. They're listening. He gives them like a little wink because he's embellishing stuff for the kids, and he actually pulls out a couple pieces of candy from America for them.
Oh, that's actually cute.
Tootsie Rolls.
It's the
What is like
1800s.
America's
It's
1800s candy? Like
cocaine.
saltwater taffy.
Yeah,
saltwater
probably.
It's
taffy.
black licorice. They eat it and they go, "This man's awful," and stop listening.
Fuck everything about this. Where that place came from.
I was like 10.
This is horrible.
If there's any final conversations that you wish to have with each other, things are getting low. The folk, you're setting them up in the other rooms or in the common areas. They're sleeping. There's not. It's mostly you guys and like 5 other folk.
When I get there, I'm probably just going to be reassuring people that things are fine and that the daylight is going to come, and we might stay here maybe the next night just to see if they come in again or things happen. But everything's fine. I'm going to talk to Glenn.
I will say some prayers
Um,
for protection.
Yeah, as you are reassuring other people, I need to talk to Alexi,
Yes.
and I go, it has come to my attention recently that I, in the light of morning, may not have a house. So,
Please, Glenn,
gotta-
please, you have, there's plenty of room here,
great. I'll,
and
On the house.
all of the
Praying across
all of the
building.
windows are shutterable.
Aw.
I'll reinforce this tomorrow, don't worry.
The bottom ones are probably reinforceable because like, it is probably the biggest building in town.
Oh, definitely.
Oh,
Yeah,
this is gonna be a
That
fortress
probably
come
honestly
tomorrow.
historically like would be where people.
Yeah. And like
Yeah.
the upper windows, if there are upper windows, they probably do have shutters, but are not reinforceable to
Yeah.
a degree.
I appreciate that. I'll survey the damage when things are lighter, but yeah. And then I guess if you want to come up and talk to
Yes, but if I could consult you for a little bit. Now, I'm not saying that these
Yeah,
are
careful,
wolves
walrus.
that are in town. But let's say that the wolves have come into town, right?
Yes.
What kind of signs do you think, like, would you know what kind of signs they might have left in town or what they would have done?
Shit and trash.
I
What
am
evidence would we see?
I am very
morning?
familiar with wolves from when I was living in and around Germany, but the wolves in town is strange and concerning.
Right,
I
so-
will
Not me.
I will look for any tracks, any wolf scat, any scratchings, any dead goats.
I was just gonna say, should we be securing the goats?
But
What do you think would have attracted them to town?
I will be frank with you. I have never seen wolves act in this fashion. But
So it might not be
I
wolves.
cannot stress this enough, Mayor. These are wolves. I heard them howling earlier. I need you, please, to believe me when I tell you they are wolves. I feel like I'm not getting across to you. I need you to look at me. These are wolves.
Make a bowl.
Noble sacrifice.
I will go get myself eaten by the wolves to show you.
Yes, Glenn. I understand. I believe you. We'll see what can be done of it tomorrow. Perhaps there's a way we can drive the wolves out from town and prevent them from returning.
Do I, with my religious background, know of any particular reason that something like this would be occurring?
I mean, you know quite a bit about fairies, the
Mhm.
fair folk of your region. You are far from home here,
Yeah.
but don't know a lot about hellhounds and the devil, but you do know about fairy hounds and the wild hunt and the kushi
Yeah.
that haunt barrows and whatnot.
Yeah. I don't have any reason to suspect that this is some sort of
You've
hell
done what you needed
thing.
to do today.
Yeah, what I'm thinking is that it's some sort of the forest has been disrespected or something along those lines. So I don't know if that's, or if my character's like, I just literally don't know what the heck is going on.
I mean,
So.
it's also interesting that 2 people are here who like hunt mysterious things. That's weird. 1 is like weird enough.
Right.
2
You made the
at the same time.
you did the
Right.
proper rituals
Yes.
before your hunt today.
Yes.
What
You
you
know
guys
about this Yankee over here.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. That's a fair point. I am going to need to make sure he doesn't go hunting tomorrow without my consent.
What if he's hunting for wolves?
10:30.
Yep. I need him to perform specific offerings and rituals so that bad things don't happen. But okay. Yeah.
Pull in the
We'll deal with it in the morning. You want which room would you want me to take?
Pick one.
Okay.
They're open.
Awesome. Well, we're gonna go ahead and take our leave. My kids
I just,
have
I
been through a
guess,
lot,
take Lexi's hand and
tonight.
like, not Lev's hand and like, where are we, Lexi?
Pick a room.
What about yours?
Pick another room.
Okay. We're lost.
I turn around. As I'm walking up the stairs, I hear this. I turn around, look you dead in the eyes, and say, "Pick another room." And then I go up the rest of the steps.
I just look at Lev and I'm like, I look at Lev and I'm like, he's just like, he's a good hunter, but he's such a cockblocker.
Right. As everybody's finding their rooms for the evening, the fire's dying down. The last few stragglers are finishing up their drinks and gathering their items within. You can see that you can actually see the stars now up in the mountains. And there's still the flash. You don't hear the thunder anymore, but you just see the flash on the clouds of very distant lightning. And there is a light on in the tower on the castle far up in the mountain. But
Oh my god, we should send him an invitation to our festival.
God damn it, Jess.
Tower has been abandoned for decades.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
and no one
He's
no one has been there.
Yeah.
You've been up to the castle, you have not gone inside.
There's no reason for me
No
to have
reason to
gone
go inside,
inside.
and there's lots and lots of rumors.
Defensible position.
I would love to
Yeah.
send around
I'm surprised I didn't move into the
the
castle.
count to our festival.
Hard to burn down a castle.
In the morning, no one's
Yes,
going out.
correct, correct. If he has returned, or whoever was there, perhaps they would enjoy our
A
festival.
squatter.
Yes.
Hey,
Perhaps
I am in need of a new home. So.
Seems very dependable.
Alright, everybody finds their sleep one way or another. More
I will also just be like, Alice, you know,
She just walks by, no eye contact, no nothing, frigid as ever.
that's the problem right there.
I wonder how strange
Someone
it would
said
be
this
if
way.
the whole
No.
village had
I
like
blame you, really.
festival uniform.
the best thing
Is that too weird? Is that too culty? That's too culty, right?
Yeah, we'll call me.
Alright.
I'm not
morning,
wearing a festival
comes.
uniform.
They would look really good.
impenetrably thick fog. There is fog just bottom of window to top of window. On the first floor, can't see out it, thick as soup, can't see the ground from the second floor or anything, but people are waking up all over, coming down for breakfasts. Better have breakfasts on the fire.
Yep.
Getting ready. The Americans down there already, looking for some eggs. Don't suppose you have grits out in these parts?
Grits.
Grits? No, those are disgusting.
We have
Like, we have stew, breakfast stew.
Breakfast stew. Breakfast gruel.
If it tastes like last night's stew, don't worry about it. It's breakfast stew because you eat it in the morning.
Add an egg. Anything's breakfast.
kind of.
Everybody's gathering, grumbling, whispering about the night before, talking about how they slept or didn't sleep. And gathering, most of the folks have made it down to the common area. Most of the folks are looking around for a little bit of direction, but they're still eating right now, so they're not getting pushy about it. The doctor's not here.
The fog is just
Oh.
super thick.
Alice would notice this because she was looking for a tea friend. So she'll go up to Lexi. Do you know by chance where Dr. Whitaker was staying? He said he would.
You know what room you said.
Yeah, he was up
Number
third
three.
on
Yeah.
the right there.
Oh, right.
666.
Let me.
I don't have that many rooms.
They started that.
She's kind of nodded. He said he was gonna offer some tea this morning. I'm gonna go check on him, make sure everything's okay.
Okay. That sounds fine.
No morning tea, you know about that?
Head upstairs to the
Those rolls
doctor's
out, yeah.
door. Give it a
Gentle knock.
little rap. No answer.
Dr. Whitaker? Pardon, it's just Alice.
No answer.
Look at that smug BM
I
smile
know,
down her
I
face.
He's got you.
She's gonna carefully try and open the door.
The door opens, and Dr. Whitaker is still in bed. There's no movement, no stirring. His window is open. Cold, damp air is like just wafting in.
no, yeah, she'll kind of go over and just carefully close the window.
As you're shutting the window, you look down. There are wet paw prints on the floor, coming in and going out. Huge wet paw prints, larger than the full span of your hand.
She's gonna look around the room and see if
It's like, this
there's
is the
anything
largest
else
pigeon I've
there.
ever seen.
Everything looks undisturbed. There's nothing knocked over or anything, but when you look at Dr. Whitaker's form underneath his sheets and blanket, it's very still.
She is going to very cautiously reach up, kind of give him a gentle little shake. Doctor,
He's cold and stiff.
Oh no. Never mind.
she's gonna check for any pulse or anything like that.
This man is dead. No home required. You roll him over. His eyes are wide open and glassy. They're already starting to cloud, and his lips are slightly parted, almost like in a look of shock. And he's just frozen that way. He's already stiffening up with like rigor mortis.
She is going to run back downstairs, and then just immediately make her way, and just kind of gently put a hand on Kria's shoulder. Just, do you have a moment?
For you, Alice, of course.
And she just kind of gestures her over to a quieter area. Dr. Whitaker is dead in his bed.
What?
I follow.
Let's not get ahead.
She's
dead.
What?
Something's happening over here. They're running up the stairs together.
Yeah, she takes her right
Our
upstairs.
first guest.
And
Okay. Okay.
And she stops. The window was open when I came in, and she points out the wet paw prints on the floor. These were here, and he wasn't moving. And
The faith that this town has in its constable, that you were the first person notified. I'm still sleeping.
why do you think Alice went to her?
Yeah, I'm going to also take a look, I guess, at Dr. Whitaker. Pull back like the bed sheet
You
a little
really
bit.
disturb the privacy.
Yeah.
Just goes, who is this really? Rips
Pull
off
back
face.
just like the bed sheet.
This can't be Dr. Whitaker.
This man is dead.
No blood though, no like injury.
You can inspect closer with a pole. 2 poles. We're
I
speeding
will
things up a little bit.
inspect closely with a pole.
Wham! Oh shit, sorry.
Already dead.
That's a good strategy, move the whole tower to
Yeah,
get
let's
the
move the tower
got
around the block.
Yeah.
I'm
One
really
more
glad that we
person.
got a nice stable base for the tower.
Right. Same. This tower represents our hopes and dreams.
Can't wait for those to come crashing down.
Oh no, this tower is not good.
Excellent. See, we were worried that we were behind on the polls here. The tower's already fucked. It's fine. We're right on schedule.
I between me and Troy, we purposely
The
drew
tower is
bad
already
ones.
Okay. Alright.
Yeah.
Alright, you kind of pull back the sheets, inspect Dr. Whitaker a little closer. He has pissed himself, not unusual when people die. The thing that strikes you is there's no sign of defense wounds, nothing on his hands. He's tucked under like he was tucked into bed sleeping and whatnot. But the look of shock, surprise, and fear on his face strikes you. There's no sign of bruising, no sign of strangulation. You don't know why this man is dead. He's very pale, his lips are very blue, which leads you to believe that cold or lack of air, but you don't see how he was strangled or smothered. His pillow's under his head. Nothing is out of place. Those big wolf tracks are there in a single line leading in toward the bed and out toward the bed. That is it.
Okay, alright. This is a bit concerning. Alice, are you okay to stay here for a bit?
This is the second floor also.
Yeah, I'll stay here and
I'm going to send Glenn and the constable up to take a look. Just ask Glenn to take a look at the footprints.
Okay.
And see if he can garner anything more.
Sure.
Big fuck all wolf, you know? Like that can climb walls.
Yes.
And open windows.
And open windows.
If you ever feel uncomfortable, though, feel free to leave. Alright, I'm gonna go downstairs.
As he's walking down the hall, can I say, oh. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. How did you sleep last night? Did you find a friend to join you?
Lev's just behind him.
Did you find more than one friend to join you?
Well, last night.
Oh, I'm disappointed.
Lev is a
You
little
could
under the
follow.
weather this morning. A little bit pale, a little bit feverish, a little bit sweaty.
Lev?
Yeah, looks a little sick.
That's syphilis.
Probably.
That'll get you every time.
Oh boy.
Yeah, this wasn't a good night. Lev's not feeling too well.
I mean, it's been a bit hectic.
It has been.
Wait, so.
Darling, why don't you go
Flowers.
down and get some stew from Lexi?
Yeah, why don't you go get some
Is it
breakfast?
food?
Is everything alright? I heard some stomping around and everything.
Yes.
You know, just this morning people moving
Lev
about.
heads downstairs to get
Oh,
some
okay.
breakfast
Good,
too.
good.
It's just a bowl of a big pot of scrambled eggs and cheese and potatoes.
Getting ready.
Well, no, it's whatever was left over last night and some extras.
Okay.
with some bacon. That's
Yeah.
it.
Don't waste food.
Breakfast too.
Yeah, you know, just getting ready for the festival, welcoming our guests, you know. Everything is.
Right, how are the guests?
You know, I have only talked to one, and
Objectively all alive.
The other one is
no,
out, just stone cold out
and,
right now.
I didn't get to meet
Yeah,
our
no
other guest
complaints.
last night, but I believe he's still sleeping in.
Oh, the American, yes.
Speaking of the American, he's coming upstairs and he's like, Miss Alice? Alice? And
Oh.
he kind of comes around and he looks into the room there. Just goes right around and looks into the open doorway, the only open doorway here,
Okay, I didn't think it was open. Sure.
into Dr. Whitaker's room.
Mr. Lawson?
We're gonna close this.
He's like, is everything all... Is the doctor ill?
I found him like this morning. Something seems to have happened.
Oh, no.
He's
Burgermeister's like, what is happening?
Why did this American just walk in?
They tend to do that.
Why did the American just walk
I
in?
know, because he's an
Tend to do
American.
that.
he seems to have unfortunately died overnight.
Ooh.
Oh,
He
boy.
seemed so spry last night.
He
Right.
did. I was quite
Perhaps it was the stew.
Since this is
Is
getting out,
everyone else alright? Do you know how many are staying here? Do you have a head count?
we have about 20 or so. I'm just about getting
Just shy of 100.
I'm just about to get our constable and our local hunter to take a look.
He's like, I'd be happy to take a look myself.
Please don't touch anything yet, but I will
Wouldn't dream of it.
appreciate your expertise.
Since you're here, actually, and she points out the footprints. It just,
What is this?
the window was open when I came in. I closed it. I thought it was just cold. But I noticed these lining the floor. I don't know if you'd happen to know what.
He lets out like a low whistle and he says, "There's a wolf prints. You can tell the difference because of the size of the inner toes. Dogs are more equal. Wolves have larger inner toes, and the claws there indicate it's canid.
Well, damn, I'm not so
How-
That's right.
Wait, much too large though. Much too large.
Wolves aren't the
You're like, too large, you say? So it couldn't possibly be a wolf.
climbers, are they?
No, ma'am. If this were a leopard or a mountain lion or something else, perhaps, but I don't know any animals that can open a window.
Have you ever seen anything like this before? Mr. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name last night. I was a bit preoccupied.
John Lawson.
John Lawson. Thank you. Karina.
He looks worried. Like, he looks genuinely worried. He's like,
The silver bullets, please grab them.
no ma'am, I can't say I have. Was the doctor bitten? What, if you don't mind me asking, what is the state of the body?
We're gonna have our constable take a look first, but didn't see any bites, right? That I could remember. No.
The body was completely intact and unharmed.
Yep, just pale, cold, died in the night.
Perhaps a heart issue.
He was
maybe?
talking about black dogs and harbingers of the devil last night.
He's talking about tails last night. Lots of stories that he was chasing.
As they're
He crosses
talking,
himself.
yeah, as that's starting to happen, Alice will look around to where the doctor's bags were.
Doctor has his bag set neatly on whatever passes as a little desk or stand.
I'm gonna excuse myself quickly to go get.
Did I witness the rest of that?
Yeah, actually, you probably
Yeah,
went
you're
out
right in the
hallway.
hallway.
Everybody in the inn downstairs in small town is aware that something is happening upstairs right now. And they're all like
You're right outside the door.
up the stairs like Scooby-Doo listening right now.
What did you say?
Zoinks!
What?
Like ruh Raggy!
So
You're like,
everything's fine when
There's
not
a dead
going
man in
down.
my tavern.
You're not
Alexei,
calling
come
no
on.
doctors.
Not again!
So a little under the weather.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Just a little under the weather, investigating some things.
Left here. I
Doctors,
told you to go downstairs.
Alice is going to carefully peek through his belongings to see if there was any indication of maybe like a journal or notes he was taking. And because she is a little concerned, she is also going to take a peek for silver bullets.
Go ahead and make one policy search and
Yeah, I
find
know.
relevant stuff.
I was going and I'm very scared. I don't want Alice to
The
die.
bag kills you.
I know.
You find this silver bullet. It was loaded into a gun, and the gun did go off. But you found it.
This is what they refer to as a potato masher grenade.
Yeah.
There you go, right
Potato
there.
masher.
Got it.
Yeah. See, pulling from the middle is a double-edged sword because it's
You
easier
run out
to
of
get,
your pulls,
but
yep.
you do run out of pulls.
Correct.
All right, you pop open the doctor's bag, and at first you see some vials and things, stethoscope things you'd expect to have a doctor. And as you dig a little closer, you're a seamstress. You know quickly that there is a false lining.
Yes.
In this bag, you pop that open, and there's a chamber with some weird shit in it. There is a journal. There are some loose pieces of paper that are folded and whatnot. There are a couple wooden stakes. There are vials of things that one of them looks like just a vial of ashes. There's a vial of clear liquid. You do find a small box with some silver bullets in it. You find like a box with nails in it. A couple different dried herbs and whatnot.
That's part of the 13. Or the 11, I mean.
This candle. It's a prayer candle.
She's going
Doesn't have a
to.
black flame.
Are there do like the papers that were out of the journal? Do they look like they were like newer, or is it just like you can't really tell?
There are notes. They can't really like the paper itself is not particularly aged or anything. They're handwritten notes. Don't know the doctor's handwriting, but
She'll kind of give him a glance over, see if there's anything like that maybe like wrote recently or whatever.
it appears to be recent. It appears to be notes about some of the conversations he was having last night with you all.
Oh, she's definitely gonna read those.
Notes about the wolves. Notes that like the wolves were following the
He did
American.
promise you the tea in the morning. I'm getting that
You
tea
see,
now.
there's a more clear description of his encounter coming on and being chased by the wolves. That the alpha was incredibly large. This is something he didn't say to you. It had piercing green eyes. He could see at a distance, even through the fog. It says that there was no fog until he hit the valley, basically, and then there was a wall of fog. And like the strange weather and movements, he has a question mark, it's like omen question mark. And then notes about like the crossroad. It says Vargas question mark. Another one says black shuck question mark.
Okay. She is going to cautiously pocket the bullets. And because it's the good old she could just like slip a hand because she's got those little like the little fabric pockets that go underneath the dresses and so she's
Yeah.
got little deep pockets because that's how she works.
There are also notes about people's hands. There's like werewolf, finger lengths, varying, finger lengths varying, finger lengths varying. And it has like the name, it's like Alice, finger lengths vary. Tegan, finger lengths vary.
Are there any that stand out?
Nope, everyone that he has written down there, the note is finger lengths vary.
Finger lengths vary.
What you don't want is something like that. Where they're all the same. That is going to be a bad day for
Looks at giant wolf prints. Thank God.
Okay. She's just gonna make a mental note of that. And then
And then incessantly check people's hands moving forward. I would love to get you some gloves. Yeah, okay, you're fine.
lighting back up cautiously. So it doesn't look like she was tampering with evidence, even though she just stole silver bullets from this man.
We got a few silver bullets.
There was no gun in there, was there?
No gun.
Okay.
You just kind of throw them at the werewolf.
It's funny you say that, because Alice knows someone she can ask for a gun.
Or the gun might be like on him or under his pillow, like close by or something like that.
Oh yeah, she'll do a careful peek around just in case. Okay. Then she knows where her other option is.
All right. What's happening downstairs, folks? Word is spreading. The rumor is now that the doctor is dead. Regardless of what you said, that is spread all the way through the tavern.
Don't know yet.
I go downstairs and is it still foggy out?
Yep. Thick fog. Fog like soup. The window is just wall of
Sorry, I can tell. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I'm actually not in the tavern because at first light I would have like probably gone down with my kids and been like, you were prepping breakfast and stuff, and I'd have been like, can you watch them while I just go investigate the town as a whole? And like I would go look for signs of the wolf. So I might have been coming back at this point from just scoping out like their wolf prints. There's some, I know the thick fog, I'm not going to go too far away from the tavern, but I would have gone basically first light. I'd have gone and looked around a little bit.
You have a morning. You go out into the thick fog and you're looking around outside for signs of these wolves now that daylight is among you. Daylight is not helping much. You can barely see your hand outstretched there. But as you're walking around, you don't hear any howls or anything, but you hear the soft click of claws.
Oh yeah, I go immediately back to the tavern. The second I hear the click of claws.
The soft click of claws again near the town crossroads.
Ooh.
Yup.
I am going to need you to make 2 pulls to find your way back to the town.
Oh,
Okay.
shit.
To the tavern.
Well, this one's already out, so we'll just go ahead and slip that right out.
Nice.
Little slippy boy.
Careful.
And I
with
suppose
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, real
Oh,
good.
Jesus.
Nice.
Yeah.
we'll just make it real hard to pull any other ones.
That was my choice too. Good call.
All right, you manage to navigate back to the tavern and not get turned about in the fog. It is disorienting as you're going, and you can't say that it is sound, you can't say that it is sight, but you are keenly aware of a presence following you as you are going. It's here, it is in the fog, it is looming large, you feel it all over the back of your neck and down your spine, but you reach the tavern
Yeah.
before
I
anything happens.
I am moving with all of the grace that a hunter can when he is stalking through the woods, when they are aware that there are predators around. So
You're
I
not
am
the only
trying.
thing that hunts and kills.
Exactly. So I am trying very hard to, like,
Light on
I'm
your feet.
like light on my feet, making sharp turns, making sure that if something's following me, I'm like giving the best chase that I can, or like making it follow me, But
Right.
yeah.
You burst back through the door. Alexi, as you were preparing the breakfast stew this morning and whatnot, something weird's going on in your storeroom. You do have a couple bundles of dried herbs hanging from your rafters and whatnot. These are all just local herbs. One of them has bloomed overnight. Your dried herbs have some fresh leaves and purple blue flowers growing out of them
That
in
is
one of the bundles.
quite odd.
It is quite odd.
I'll probably, because it's probably like a stem or 2,
Mm-hmm.
I will remove those and I'll just like,
It's monkshood. No pointed. You're familiar with the plant.
I will pull the stems out, the fresh stems out, and be
Yep.
like,
They're fresh, crisp, dewy. It's like they were picked minutes ago.
Weird. Throws them away. Continues on with day.
interesting. I'll keep them away from the dried, and I'll just kind of, I'll put them on the on a windowsill.
Lay 'em on
Up
the
there.
windowsill. All right. Okay. Glenn has come burst into the tavern. He was
Shuts
moving
door.
swiftly.
Yes.
He shuts door with a purpose.
Bars door.
Karina.
Ah, gosh, your name is so hard. There's so many.
Karina? Really?
Yeah. Because I'm like Catalina.
Katrina,
Catalina.
Yeah, I know.
And Catalina is like,
Karina. Yes.
eventually we want to make Catalina,
Karina,
hopefully.
you see that this has frightened some of the folk here. They're like, what's going on? What's happening?
Oh.
That's,
It's
what's up the doctor?
we're
A
staying
little
inside.
bit of what's going on?
We're staying inside. Nobody's leaving the door. Okay? Okay. I make my way directly toward you.
Listen, something has happened to Dr. Whitaker last night. There's no immediate danger right now. We're figuring things out. We're going to stay here, stay safe, and remain calm. If the constable wants to go upstairs.
I am literally in my room sleeping.
Oh,
Yeah, he's
nobody
still-
fucking woke me up.
At this point, the American takes a couple steps down the stairs and goes,
I'm gonna.
all right, folks, not gonna lie to y'all, something picked off Dr. Whitaker in me now. And he goes,
Hey, one quick question. Who the fuck are you?
like, John Lawson.
Hey, John Lawson, can you do me a favor? Sit down over there.
He's like,
Thank you.
John Lawson?
What are you saying?
Thank you. We appreciate
he's like,
your
tensions
help.
are a bit high, I understand.
We appreciate your help, but this is our home. We'll get a handle on it. We appreciate your expertise.
You're gonna need
Oh,
more than
sorry.
expertise with all due respect. You're gonna need some firepower.
I mean, you've got plenty of it. You've hunted many creatures before.
I know, I think we should come up with a plan.
At this
We've only
point,
got 2 hands, can only pull 2 triggers at once. Got a couple extra guns.
Let's
We need some able-bodied men or women.
let's get a layout of. Not everyone is awake right now.
Alice
Let's
is
get
like, I'll take a gun.
let's-
She's like at
Like
the
a
base
revolver?
of the stairs watching, and she actually like he says that, and she just locks eyes, and just kind of.
Look at that.
Catalin's getting shot.
It's like, alright, miss. And a couple of the
Friendly
others, like, they've
fire.
stopped listening to you and they're listening to the American now, and they're like, what do you mean, can it get inside? And he's like, we don't have all the facts yet, but
We don't have all
an
the
armed
information.
population is a safe population.
Only if they know how to
we don't know for sure, but it could be the British.
Only if they know how to use the weapons, sir.
I've seen this once before.
He's like, oh, alright. He just heads over to us.
Yeah, she reaches into her pocket, and she'll. How many silver bullets were there in the case?
There were 5.
5. She will pull out one, and hold it out to him.
Takes a look at it. He's like,
Oh, he just pick it up.
should fit a revolver.
Oh.
I learned how to use one of those. Got a couple of these lying around. Lend it back to you in a couple days once things have hopefully settled.
Looks home cast.
They're pretty nice.
He's like, these blessed bullets or something.
Silver. As far as I can tell.
Sometimes it'd be the right tool for the job. He pops open his revolver and loads it.
Any chance you have a second one I could borrow?
He handed you one of his revolvers.
Immediately turns around.
Obviously.
Catalin's head off.
Obviously a 50 cal.
She just wants to be armed. Troy, I got the first gun.
Yes, no, she's got one of
proud
work.
of me.
Second gun, but
Second,
yes,
but-
you gotta go.
I got a gun.
Yours
got it at
works.
work, huh?
Yeah,
That's
it's the
true.
first working gun, that's true.
I'm curious if the monk's hood was set on a windowsill.
Did you set on a windowsill in a public room or in the back room?
It would be in like the back, like
Oh,
where
Your
okay.
food prep area that has
Yeah,
the window by the
Never
sink
mind.
or whatever.
I haven't been back there. I'm just curious if I noticed it, and also if I had any idea of any significance of monk's hood specifically being a.
Your kids are back there.
Outdoors.
You
though.
would have you seen it.
Eventually, maybe I'll see it.
Your kids are back there.
Yeah, I mean, I do have to go collect my kids. So
I
Because
see.
of the
Maybe
commotion
they're
and
probably
the shouting
on
that was
that
happening in the tavern.
Oh, yeah.
I did wake up.
Yep.
I did happen into the doctor's room because I had a strange inkling that something was uneasy because, again, the shouting.
The shouting.
It's very hard to get to you.
Well, and the front door did get
So-
slammed harder than it has been slammed, maybe in its existence.
Yeah, but you
Slam
know,
harder than that gets.
real quick.
Our constable is a little slow moving.
But yeah. Alright.
Yeah, we're all gonna die.
Yeah,
Mhm.
this is true.
just a matter of who dies first. at this
Guys,
point.
it's just like a couple puppies. It's fine.
Just a
Yeah,
couple
it's definitely not wolves.
No, not at all. It's not definitely like a demon wolf from hell at
Right.
the crossroads punishing us all for our sins.
This is like, see, it's a demon. There's nothing to worry about. There's no wolves here.
Listen,
Wolf,
all I'm
technically,
saying
that's
is, I got an hour before I gotta get out of here, and if I'm not dead by that point, I already know how Alice is leaving. I've got a fucking plan for my girl.
Catalan is leaving with him, I think,
No.
at that point.
I wouldn't kill off another character unless you also died.
No, but Len's dying.
I've got a plan for Alice. There's something that I wrote up in one of my questions that I think would be a really interesting ending for her.
Well,
Yeah, that is a good point. I'm gonna ask about if my kids know enough to.
Moxa. Yeah, there's,
Yeah, you can teach them a lot. I
there's
imagine.
definitely a significance to Moxa.
I'm investigating the body of the doctor in the room alone at the moment.
Thanks. Go ahead. Make 2 points.
Whoa.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
Somebody's going to die soon.
go burger go.
She's come to kill Troy.
She's like, my moment has arrived.
Uncle, it is time for you to die.
Yeah, I'm glad you guys have already fucked this tower. This is great.
Oh, it's so fucked,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's fine. Take one of the bottom ones, Troy. Bottom ones look safe.
Yeah, actually, the bottom right one, the very bottom right one,
No, just
the very bottom right one.
this.
Hold on.
Yeah, you got it. You got it.
Yeah.
There you go.
No.
There you go, buddy.
God damn it! Troy Bliss.
Burger.
Troy fucking.
Burger bean.
You're just gonna leave it there?
Troy, that one's fine. Just take it. Just pull it. Whip it out.
I need concentration. I am not Christian.
You have to pull 2.
No, I haven't
That's
played
the
it
second
once
one.
yet.
That's the
This
second
is
one.
the second one, yeah.
Yeah, this is the second.
Yeah.
Just drop it.
Alright, dear constable. You are inspecting this body. Same information given to others. No sign of struggle, anything like that. The lips are blue, the eyes are glassy. If it were up to you, you would think that he had died of asphyxiation somehow. There's no strangulation marks on him in any way. You see the wolf prints also. They're there.
Still very cold in the room.
It's warming up a little bit now that the window's been cold,
Noticeably
been closed.
colder, though.
But you head on over to the window too, and as part of your inspection, you pop that open and look down. No sign of claw marks, anything like that. As on the sill or as far down as you can see,
Mhm.
which is admittedly not that far.
Right. I will also then go
You
through. his-
are thinking that there is more in heaven and earth than drunken in your philosophy at this point.
I also will go through his bags as well, in his like pockets and stuff.
He's in his little striped pajamas. He does not have much in his pockets. He does have like a little, you find like a little satchel of, it smells like some kind of herb or something that he had in his pocket. But other than that, he has no items on him. You go through his bags. You also discover the little, because you made 2 pulls, the little secret compartment in there with the weird stuff.
Mhm.
Sans bullets.
Do I recognize any of these items because of my religious training? I know you said there was a candle.
Yep, that's a prayer candle. It's a candle to, God, I don't know a lot about Catholicism. It is a saint of protection or some kind.
Saint Michael.
Saint Michael, thank you. Christian's like, Catholic song. It's a prayer candle for Saint Michael.
10 years.
And the
You were not
vial
right
of
away.
their liquid, you notice like on the wax seal there, it's holy water.
I'll take those 2 things. I'm also gonna check.
I mean, you can't steal from
I
people.
want to check the doctor's like mouth. You said his lips were pursed a little, so like I like open up his mouth and like see if there's anything that was obstructing his breathing or he's missing any teeth or something like that.
Yep, you kind of have to put a little muscle into it. He's rigor set in, but there's nothing in his mouth.
I look around like the foot of the bed too to see where did the footprints lead exactly to the bedside.
Yep, right to the side of the bed and then right back to the window.
I guess I'm looking for any hair or anything like that.
No hair, but there are a few Can't really tell if they're footprints or not, but there are a few damp spots on the top sheet, like the blanket that was over him, as if maybe something would have paused it upon the bed or over his body.
And sucked his soul right out.
I have this very weird creative like mind and way of thinking, so like I hop up on the bed as if I was whatever this thing was, and I'm just like really trying to think. If there's any other information I can gather, I would make an additional roll for it.
You stand over the bed, over Dr. Whitaker's body, and you look down at this. He looks so frail. He was a thin old man before, and now he looks like there's like so much of him has just been taken out. Not fat, not mass, not muscle, nothing like that. Something more substantial than that. He looks so light. And you imagine standing over him while he's sleeping, and you imagine him waking to be looking into your eyes, and you imagine how dreadful whatever he saw in your eyes must have been to have made that last look on his face. And for a moment, as you're thinking like that, you feel the hot breath on the back of your neck of a great, large creature breathing down on you.
It definitely unnerves me a little bit.
Oh, you think a little bit?
I hop off the bed or whatever, and I'll close his eyes. And yeah, I will continue downstairs.
Right. The constable has arrived. We're saved. No need to panic anymore. At this point, as you're heading down the stairs, clip clop, clip clop, clip clop. The sound of galloping hooves and the wild sound of wagon wheels squeaking, clattering down the road. A charging carriage is approaching.
Another visitor? Okay.
Alice like
Maybe we
hides their
open the
blood.
door for this one?
You open the door. Unbolt the door.
I straight up, I'm like, yeah, fine. And I knock an arrow and like, open the door.
Yep.
Madeline will open.
You open the door. There's a carriage there. You can barely see it. You just see the shape of a carriage really, and the shape of a man like climbing down from the driver's seat. And before the man even finishes climbing down, the door bursts open, and a woman steps out. She is corseted. She is wearing a fine velvet cloak. Her hair is fallen in neat ringlets. And she just like strides toward the tavern. She has a rapier on her hip. And she's and she like quickly kind of
Hurries in.
sees that you're opening and takes that as an invitation for her, and she strides right on in.
We bolt the door immediately.
The
The
carriage.
carriage driver fucking rolls into the stables. She strides on in, and she is like, "Where is everyone else in the town?"
This is everyone else in the town. We're a pretty small village.
It's very cozy here.
Now I suppose.
Ma'am,
You've had a terrible fright, I can see.
I'm gonna need you to just turn around and get back in your carriage and ride away. This is not the place you want to be right now.
Fair's in 2 days.
You might want to come back
She
in like
says,
2 days when we got handled.
I'm afraid I can't do that.
What brings you here?
Fuck my notes. Hang on one sec.
I've never seen Amber have notes for a campaign before, so this is interesting.
Really?
Fuck you. It's for a scream.
Fun.
Fuck you.
Oh,
Yes. She says, I'm afraid I can't do that. I'm Countess Annika Ivanov. This land is my grandfather's. I'm afraid he has left it for too long, and I see that you need help.
great. Are you?
Do you have
From the
literally anyone else with you?
My driver. We were harried
You
by
said
wolves the
screams
whole
in
way
that
from the
sense.
castle.
You came from the castle and you saw the wolves.
Any particular
We did see the
large
light up
ones?
there last
Yeah,
night.
we did.
Yeah, I think about that too.
Yes. Beast too large to be of this earth.
Large, black fur.
I heard rumors that a plague had befallen my land. Came from the capital. I'm sorry I did not come sooner.
Well, you're here now.
Do you know anything of these wolves?
No, they must be dealt with.
Do you know how?
Whatever means necessary. We're resourceful folk.
Do you
We
plan
should
on
gather.
just
We should take
stabbing
inventory.
them?
We should take inventory of our weapons.
Yeah, that's my
Band
question.
together.
You've got a rapier. You
Did
have
you Bring more weapons.
Any other weapons at all with you?
Afraid I do not have a firearm.
So your plan was
You're in luck with
My-
the American.
my land needs me. I'm gonna show up with a stick.
Really,
I'm
your
afraid
stick, just, you can throw your stick. I mean,
I'm
it's really
skeptical
not
of
that different.
superstition. I was not expecting what I found on the road.
Even if they were wolves, which again, they are just wolves. But
This is Glenn. He has an inflated sense of importance. I'm Catalin. I'm the costermonger. This is Katarina.
What
She's our burgermeister.
What do you have to offer us then? An
My
extra
courage.
set of hands?
I'm gonna go get my kids now.
And I was blessed by the Pope.
In that case.
I laugh even harder as I walk to the back to get my kids.
Welcome, Contessa. Any extra arms is much appreciated. Thank you for coming to help us. You and your man, hopefully we will either scare these things off or hunt them. We have John Lawson here.
Lawson!
Man, much obliged. Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Seems he's familiar with hunting large creatures before, perhaps not this one, but large creatures in
Killing.
the past.
Killing large creatures,
Yeah.
I say as I walk away.
Is this truly all that remains among you?
This is all that remains, yes. What
There's
you
no
would
one
know
in the other houses.
if you had been here.
We haven't checked.
What about the Joneses?
All that have gathered here at least.
We haven't heard from the Joneses yet. I knocked on their door last night. I went through their house, no one was there. I was hoping that they were here at the tavern, but they didn't show up last night, right? Oh.
Well, we should search for survivors.
John Lawrence vomits.
Perhaps
at the
others
idea
were
of
too afraid to
searching
leave their
without a
homes.
warrant.
I would agree with that. Those creatures are still, I believe, out there if you saw anything.
Yeah, like I was about to hit the back room and I turn around and I go, yeah, they're still out there. I went and checked earlier to try and find signs and I got hunted back to the tavern. So I'm not going out there again.
Perhaps we
Like,
take
fuck that.
Perhaps we take a large group. People with arms or people who know how to use arms will stay as a group. Maybe that will scare them off more. We'll knock on doors. We'll see if there are any survivors. Volunteers only.
How thick is the fog still though? It's
We could barely
Fine,
see
great.
the carriage when they opened the door.
how are we gonna
Let's
be
see.
able to make our way through the town with the fog this thick?
I barely could and I'm like the hunter.
And I barely could, and she just points to her glasses.
We stay together as a very large group. We take lights. Hopefully that can be seen through the fog. Someone should check on the goats.
I'm gonna check on my
Goats
kids.
are the least of our worries right now.
If there are wolves out there, the goats are already dead.
That's also like
That's okay.
most of our food.
Your
for
kids
the
are
winter.
in the back.
Did they Jess brought up a good point. I probably had taught them the ways of my religion
Everything
and
you
stuff,
know, yeah.
everything I know. Would they know what the hell the monkhood is? And when I go back there to collect them, would they be like, hey dad, look at this or whatever?
I don't think
Or when I go collect them,
they
do I
know the
see?
meaning of different plant stuff, but they also know people use plants for decoration. They use
Yeah.
plants for seasoning.
Okay,
So like
fair. Okay,
the fact that it's not weird enough to be
Fair.
back here that they're like
okay. Can I make a poll to happen to have seen it
absolutely.
when I go back and collect them? Okay.
Nice. Pull out one right there. Good job.
I died a plant.
Oh, monk, is this monkshood? Nope, nightshade, you're dead.
Okay,
There's fly
perfect.
trap.
Monkshood probably has some religious meanings that I do not know off the top of my head, but more importantly is poisonous. It's a poison. It's not an herb. It's not something that would be used to season food. It's toxic.
Oh.
That it is thinking back, I probably would have gone through that bundle of herbs just to make sure
There's nothing.
there was
in there.
nothing else in there.
One more.
Hey David, I'm on live stream right now.
Oh my
I'm running. Oh, back later. I love
Walk
you.
back more carefully, please.
As I run through and kill you all.
Literally, the tower was like.
Yep, that's my bouncy floor, folks.
Yep.
Good old husband.
Cool. So I see that, I grab it, and I'm like, okay, literally no place is safe. Come, children, we're going out there. And as I come back out, I'm like, Hey, man!
I put
thought my kids were back there! Do you know what this is?
Yes, I know what it is. I saw it.
Why do you have it?
It bloomed in my herbs.
It fucking
It's
what?
also not seasonal at all for monks. Monks should not be blooming right now at all.
It did what?
It is odd, yes. I took it out of my herbs. I put it on the sill to keep it out of reach.
We have poison blooming in the dried herbs?
Apparently.
We all need to just leave.
Go where and how?
Away from this town as fast as possible.
The fog doesn't start until the valley. Most of the way down the mountain from the castle was clear.
So let's go to the
From the castle, it
castle.
looks clear lower down as well.
Let's go to the castle.
This is our home. We've survived many, many years. We will continue to make through this.
Would you mind taking me and my children to the castle? Because I don't want to
She has a
be.
carriage. She's got the horse, though.
Yeah.
Run fast.
She nods.
Or maybe just
I
my
didn't have a
kids,
driver.
even. Get them out.
I can guide anyone
Had
who
a
wishes to go
driver.
to the castle.
Okay. All in favor of getting out of the fog-ridden town and regrouping at the castle, raise your hand.
The American kind of puts his hand up. He's like, "You shouldn't go alone, ma'am, with
I mean,
children."
the castle is much more defendable, too, like
That
from
is-
wolves.
There's a second carriage and some horses in the stables as well. Who's the owner? Would you mind lending it?
He's dead.
He would be dead.
I don't think he would mind
Suppose you
anymore.
wouldn't mind lending it.
No, I don't think so.
As much as I would hate to leave my kitchen, but I do believe it is getting quite unsafe.
Yeah, it turns out I gesture up toward his room. It's not safe in here at all.
No.
And then I gesture to the poison that grew in your pantry. Not even the food.
The castle was built for defense. It is.
Yeah.
No
Do
matter
you
which
need
way
a
you look
castle
at it,
huntsman?
Are we leaving
Side
now?
note.
I think, I mean, there's daylight now, and if you guys stay together in a group, that's probably.
And you said the fog wasn't
Up there.
She said that the
Wasn't
fog
near
didn't
the
start
castle?
until she kind of descended most of the way into the valley that the village is in, and she
okay.
could see from higher up the castle that lower down from the valley too, it also looked clearer. The fog is like pooling in the
Okay.
valley in which your little hamlet is
I
nestled.
would go to
Karina.
Karina at like some point as everybody's kind of talking and stuff, and I would ask her how when she went into the Jones's house, I would ask her if she like saw anything out of place, any signs of struggle, any paw prints, anything like that, or if it just appears that they had just kind of left.
No struggle, lots of sickness.
Odd.
Everyone was missing. The children, the husband, the wife.
With the decision kind of leading towards going up to the castle, Alice is going to slink back upstairs to the doctor's room.
Alright.
And he had a coat, correct? Like a winter coat for this kind of weather? Okay, because she did not have her stuff. She was just like, oh, I'm just going to go to the tavern for dinner. So she's going to take his coat and put it on.
I need to go.
And she's going to take his doctor's bag that had all the stuff in it and just very casually and
We
quietly
might need that. Yeah.
take it.
Alright, you have geared up with the doctor's stuff.
Somehow, even when I'm not playing a fucking
You're the
doctor,
healer.
The American and the Contessa are now talking about security and how they're gonna leave the children and any very old or vulnerable should be in the wagons themselves. The American's like, I'm excellent shot, I will stay on one side. Alice seems confident in her ability too. Perhaps she can stand on the other side and we need perhaps the constable here. You are familiar with firearms, sir. Take up the rear. As we make our way
In the back.
up there.
she just pulls out the revolver.
Perhaps we
At
should
least
call
I
out
can
as
have
we
a
pass
set
up the
take
main
up the
road to
rear.
see if any other survivors can hear us and join on.
I'm
And we
gonna.
should go with light. The fog's very thick, but it'll create a halo
Help a
that's
little.
more visible.
Mm.
Sounds good. Yeah.
Stay.
By yourself.
I mean,
Ma'am,
that
I
might be-
do not think that is a good idea.
I'm
It got in through a closed window.
did. You guys get ready. Whoever wants to go can go. Knock on doors on your way. I'm going to knock on doors throughout the town. I'm going to defend this town. We don't
Come
call her
back
high
to
water.
it.
All right, it's been an honor.
Perhaps some people will come back. Who knows?
We
If
need to
you
knock over the tower anyway.
Who knows?
Our everything is here, but I think we're just going to abandon this place for good.
No, you'll come back.
Then why are you staying?
In case anyone else is still here.
If anyone else was still
Well, we're gonna
here,
check
they'd
on the
be
way
here.
here.
I mean, there's a lot of town to cover. You guys should stay together. And are you gonna get the entire town
we could do a sweep first before we all set out.
together as a group?
Most capable among us.
Yeah, more people, more quickly we can cover the town too.
Yeah, I agree.
The American's like, who do we have here who wants to volunteer to venture into this hellish fog to find your fellow folks of the community?
I'll do it.
Should be at least 2 or 3 to a group.
I reluctantly raise my hand.
Alexi, are you going or not?
Alexa's got like pack food and stuff.
Lev raises his hand.
Oh shit.
If not, honestly, your character.
He's like, no,
Since
sorry,
I sell
sorry.
the meat that
What are
I
you doing?
hunt
Yeah.
to you,
Fine,
you are the
this
person that I
stupid
trust the
food
most
was
with my
going to your
kids.
children.
Cookies not.
So I'm like, if you're not
He's
going,
trying to get like a blister.
I'm
Here's
doing
other
this, Lev.
conversations, but please speak. I know you're recording, but
if you're not going, watch my
Here,
kids.
you're not feeling well. I'll go.
He's like,
I,
then
uh,
I will go with you.
No,
Watch
no,
each
no, no.
other's backs.
You're sick.
I'll stay.
here.
I'll watch
I'm
the
not
kids. We'll
that
make
sick.
sure they
Just
get to the.
look, listen. Stay with
Get to
Lexi and
the-
the kids, okay?
God,
Just don't get the kids
just
sick.
let me die in my village. Jesus, defending my village.
yes. No.
I'm waiting for it.
Don't touch the table, Christian.
Everybody's like, it's ready to
Don't touch
talk.
the fucking table.
He's like, alright, but if you are not back in 20 minutes,
I'll go. I gotta go. You know how Karina is. I have to take care of her. She just never listens, so I'll go with her. Okay?
China thinks this town is bigger than it actually is.
Right.
Yes.
There's like
Is
7 houses
bigger.
we have to go knock on.
it's like,
All 120 people.
I'll be
need
the
to
first
accounted
one in the
for.
search party should you not return, so
Okay. I'll
return.
be safe. You know, I'll just stay in the back.
Stay in the middle.
Damn it.
There are
I
120 people in this village, only 20 are accounted for. That is 100 people that are missing.
There
As
are
the-
I think
120
we know
people
that
in
there's
the
not
village.
actually 120 people left.
As the only hunter here, I will take the back
But there
because
might
my
be one.
senses are acute enough that if something's coming up on us, I will be able to hopefully detect that.
But there might be one.
Alright, so we've got the American, the Contessa, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Alice is going.
You're staying.
I'm
or going?
staying. I'll be prepping the
6,
other.
7.
And
The
this
rest
is
of the
just for the
villagers
sweep,
to-
right, of the town?
Yeah, this is
Okay.
So you could
Yeah,
probably
7.
two
We can do 2 we can do 2 groups of like 3 and 4. We can do 3 groups of 2, 2, and 3.
What is easiest for you?
Yes.
We should do that.
We should do 2 groups.
Yeah, 2 groups.
2 groups.
Alright. Who's going in which group there?
I'm gonna go with whatever group she is.
Same.
I
I'm
mean,
not
we
going with
should
Greg.
we should split
Or-
maybe
no,
the.
Yeah, he doesn't like you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we don't
that's
like
the
each
city
other.
American.
We don't
That's-
like each other.
Much as I'd like to go with you and help watch your back, I trust you to be capable. You can go with them and I'll stick with this group. We'll meet back down.
Yeah,
Wait a minute,
definitely.
Sorry, so did it end up with
See?
me, the American, and the Countess, and then
Or
everyone?
it could be you, Sarah,
No.
and the American there. He's just saying that he's
Oh.
got a gun.
Like, the
he
hunters
gave her a
should
gun.
split.
Yeah,
Split.
Zach, like
Yeah.
you should go with. You can go.
The
with
hunters
us.
should split.
He
yes.
specifically did not want to go with Glenn.
He also doesn't really want to go with you, so if you and Sarah are in the same group,
Yeah.
he'd be like, I'm with the
Let
other
him out.
guys.
Alright, that
Oh,
works.
that's true. That's true. You and I can take John.
Guess what? She's got the
Same.
silver bullets.
Right.
I'm going with her.
Constable John Lawson.
Okay, so
Wait,
the groups are
Contessa,
the
Glenn, and
Yeah, Contessa has offered a place for my
yeah,
kids to be
Contessa,
safe.
Yes, Glenn and Alex.
Alice has silver bullets, and I have hunter's instincts.
Yes.
I'm going in that group.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
We're the sacrificial lambs.
That's
That's
fine.
the house, and the others go out to the fog. You go out into the fog. I am gonna need, as you're going up and down, knocking on doors and stuff, I am gonna need.
Careful, Steffies.
7 poles each. I go first.
Meanwhile, while everyone is like, while they're sweeping the town, I am getting the other townsfolk ready.
Hmm.
Try getting them travel ready.
Getting them
You're packing
traveled.
shit from your kitchen.
Everything I
You're
can.
going into your stores trying to pack some items and stuff.
Yep.
You're going into your basement.
Yes.
You're gonna pack items from your basement.
Yes.
Ooh.
There are rats climbing
Damn rats.
all over your cheese.
Damn it.
What I hear is there's lots of stew,
Cheese.
unprepared stew.
Oh.
Damn
Rats.
That too.
Fortunately,
Ratatouille.
so unfortunately there are rats.
And no, it is worse. Rats are climbing all over the cheese and whatnot, and as you descend down, there is a horrid smell. Sulfuric, rotten eggs, smoke, just wafts out. No, you don't see any smoke, you just smell it. It smells
Yeah.
intense. It smells like there should be a cloud with almost no visibility down there. And you descend there, you see your prized store,
Yep.
cheeses and all your little cheese making things. There's rats all over it, rat shit strewn all about. And like across from it against the wall, there's fire. Just fire crackling. It's not spreading, there's no smoke coming out of it, there's no heat coming off of it, but it's like your whole wall is lit up and burning.
So like that area down there is probably like built in, dug in. So like there
dirt
probably
and shit.
yes, there
Like a
probably
dirt
is like
floor.
a stone there like a wood wall there for like shelves and stuff.
Yep.
So whatever I had on that shelf, it's just up in flames. Luckily, like the upper above that is probably stone.
Mm.
So I don't
There's
feel
no heat coming off of it. And from where you stand, your shadow is cast right over your formerly prized hoard store of cheeses that you have had
Mm.
all this time.
the but so like there's no heat coming off this.
No heat coming off of it. But that sulfuric brimstone smell, it's just everywhere.
I'm going to get out. And I'm going to just like close and I'm going to lock up and ignore this.
Like,
This is fine. This is literally
the
the "this is fine" meme. It's like it's on fire. This is
Everything
fine.
is
I'm
fine.
gonna just shut the door.
Yeah.
We're leaving anyway. I'm just
I
gonna
don't
back
see
away.
it.
I'm
You're
just
not the
gonna-
only person that has let their livelihood burn down because of
Well,
danger.
Like this isn't even like burning because there's no heat.
Right.
There's smell.
It's like,
and-
I don't have time for this shit.
I was like, I wanted that, but goddamn these rats and goddamn this satanic fire.
We're doing
Love it.
great.
Just
Throws
But
key.
pack whatever stores you have in the outfit level.
yes.
Make a little gift
Turns
bag.
out
and whatnot.
anyways.
I am keeping track to like make sure that there is actually no fire spreading. If there is, whatever we got, we're going.
Yep, you see no evidence of fire in the upper level. You don't even have that smell in
Yep.
the upper level. It's just down in your cellar.
Okay.
So remarkably calm in this
Searchers
situation.
outside there. You begin going door to door, banging on doors, one at a time, up and down the main drag, branching off onto side streets when you can, staying in your clusters, I assume, very close, where you can still see each other's outlines.
Y'all didn't have to come with me.
Banging, shouting, door after door you go to, there's no answer. Are you entering buildings?
Yeah, if they're unlocked. Actually, if they're not unlocked.
The's no locks in this town.
Yeah, we're entering buildings.
It's up to you guys.
We're not probably
Well, it's up to you,
searching
like-
like
Yeah,
everyone, but
same,
we'll open the door and shout
But-
inside.
I don't.
Like the
I'm
town
like,
is
my
town is evacuated.
Glenn's reasoning is we knock on the door and yell, "Hey, we're going to the castle in like 10 minutes," and like if they
you're
come, they
hiding
come.
here,
Yeah.
come or stay.
Yeah,
I
if they
can't
come, they
make
come.
you.
If they don't, they don't. If they don't hear us, that really sucks for them. I'm much more interested in getting back to my kids and up to the castle. But it's
No, Alice is kind of in
But
the same
Contessa is knocking on doors likewise, or opening them and shouting in different doors.
yeah, that's fine. We can open the door and shout
She's
in.
out. Yeah, exactly.
She's announcing, like, I'm Contessa Ivanov. I am here to lead you to safety in our castle. We are rallying there. Do not be afraid. God is with us.
As she's saying that, Alice is quietly loading the silver bullets into the gun.
Yeah.
God is with
In-
us.
Christian, unblock, we trust.
God's name is Alice DeVille.
So you're going door to door that way, staying close enough.
Realistically, I would have liked to have tied a rope around each of these two that
You
I'm
can
with.
if you want to be roped
Yes,
together.
I for sure want to be roped together.
Absolutely.
Ooh,
You're
yeah,
heading
that
in your
sounds-
little rope chain
You drag me
toward
down.
the next house. It's a little space away. It's not a city, so it's not like row houses. There's some distance between them. And you're walking along, and
Is there
you're looking
pulling?
at what order are you in? Your little
I'm last.
What is last?
Alice will go first because
Yeah,
she knows
okay.
the village more than the Contessa, and she's got a gun.
Tessa's right in the middle. You're walking ahead. You see out of the mist, from nowhere, an enormous lupine head just lunge in, jaws clamp down on the Contessa's shoulder, and rips her that way. The cord snaps tight around your waist, yanks you both clear off your feet.
Yeah, we
You hit the ground, you get dragged, and then the rope snap. You snag on something, you hit like a rock or a tree and get caught, and the Contessa is screaming. Everybody, you hear screams just echoing through the fog, and it's just gone.
Did this happen too fast that if I would for sure be at the ready? Did this happen too fast that I could have gotten a shot off before we were
For
ripped?
2 poles, I'll let you get shot off.
I kind of want to shoot it. Oh.
First
it also,
blood.
then
Well,
also, like,
I guess
threw
not.
us off balance like crazy.
I mean, there's
Yeah, so that's like a shot as you're going down from the Yankees.
Yeah.
It's like some Hawkeye shit right there.
I'm
That's true.
too alert. I'm
do
pulling.
it. I was like, this is the safest time.
Yeah,
Zach.
this is the game.
This is the
This is a
safest time.
stolen car.
I mean, I don't know about stolen car, but this is the safest time to do it.
Are you sure safest is the right word,
Yeah,
Chad?
so remember, you
Yes.
can abandon the pole partway through, even if you pulled one and can't pull the other. It's okay to be like,
So
I will fail the
should.
shot.
Wait, can you say that again?
You can abandon
You
a
can
pole
say,
at
like,
any
never
time. You
mind.
can be like you're one of two and be like, actually I can't get the second one and I'm gonna choose to fail, sort of thing.
Wow, that's too safe.
But it's not necessarily you die, it's just something bad
You have
happens.
failed.
That was
Perfect.
right.
So
That was
fail
right.
is
There you go.
there.
There you go.
Perfect.
There you
I
go.
am making the polls. Oh,
You're
sorry.
fine. You're fine.
It's a
See
Zach
how
passes.
wobbly this floor is and this
It's
tower?
fine if you block it. It's just your viewers will see your butt.
Who wants
Ooh.
everyone to die?
Yeah,
Viewers
yeah.
are getting a
spiking
treat.
doors at this weird
Switch
time.
up to TV's left view.
Just take it. Oh, wait.
Oh, ask him. Oh, this
So
is the
stressful.
after.
Alright.
Gonna orphan your children.
You
Oh
got
my.
this. Fucking God.
No.
Oh,
Oh,
Not
damn.
today,
Shoot
Satan.
that thing.
As the rope snaps tight, you're whipped around. You've had the arrow knocked in the string, and you just, bam,
Hunter
unload
instinct.
into this creature there. The Contessa, luckily, is kind of low. The shot goes over her right as you see her vanish, and you hear like it was snarling as it grabbed her, and the screams. You hear a pitch in its voice kind of go high, and then off
Okay.
into the mist.
Oh.
The screaming is going on, and on its lone guttural, she takes a breath and screams again harder. Everybody can hear this.
Yeah.
Can I still see him?
You can hear him. You hear him moving around. He's just taking a hard fall. He's like, ah.
What's
wow,
visibility
yeah,
like
yeah.
for everyone right now? Like,
You can see the shape of your hand when fully extended.
wow, so it's shit.
It's shit.
really bad. Okay.
Yeah, Alice is immediately gonna try and find her way gun.
Yeah, I like when I fall, I'm sure a few arrows fall out. So I'm like trying to grab arrows, which is the sound you probably hear arrows scraping against the
Yeah, so
cobbles.
she's
You
gonna.
can
As I'm like reach.
fall across the fog to him. You
Yeah.
did not get separated that far.
Yeah.
Hurting a little bit. That was a hard fall. That was a hard yank on rope.
Yeah.
Right in the gut.
You see me, I am about to run off into
That's
the
what it
mist as you come up.
Quick, make a poll to have your gun still.
Oh.
Oh Christ!
Get close.
Yeah, I'm going to. I'm
She goes,
sorry.
I hate this.
I do hate this. I fucking suck. And I like Alice. I didn't think I would like her this much.
Definitely not that
You
one.
can also choose to lose the gun.
Not that one.
No.
No, with the
11:29
silver bullet.
Sarah.
I know.
Go
I
for it.
have to leave it a half a fucking hour. If this is how she goes, this is how she fucking goes.
No, come on, not on this. Not on losing the gun.
No.
You got it. There you go. That's a good one.
No.
She's like, I need the gun for my next blaze of glory.
It's a great one.
I know, it's terrifying. It's terrifying.
It's very tense. Only one hand at a time.
Fuck.
You understand?
That's 1 pull penalty. That's 2 pulls.
I'm sorry, I just had to say.
It's farther away now. You know the tower's shit. Ken was literally like on the floor by my sink, like hugging his knees last time.
Here comes Burger. Oh, she sees the.
She's after your glasses.
She's just
With the light from your
Yeah.
glasses.
Troy's the first to go, because Burger.
Bounds into the side.
Oh shit!
Oh dang!
Oh.
Alice, you take a hard ball and you like put the gun up so you don't misfire or shoot anyone. It is in your hand. You're sitting there. You're panting. Take a moment to collect yourself, and you scramble your way back over towards Glenn.
Yeah. As you reach me, I'm like about to run in, and then I catch sight of you and remember, fuck, there's another person I have to protect, and that one's getting eaten. So I then grab you and go, that house right now, and fuck,
Yup,
you just
she
fucking
just
run.
goes with it. She grabs onto his arm.
Yeah.
Burst through into this random abandoned house. Slam the door shut. There's no fog in here, but you can still hear the cries of the Contessa outside. Like almost bouncing off the windows. They're so loud, and then you see just spray of rain over one of the windows. And the cries, they lose their energy, and they're more like whimpers and gurgles, and you hear the sounds of eating.
We fucking go up the stairs,
Yes.
and I post up at the stairs.
We heard.
So we all hear this
You
too.
all hear the screams.
We see a flash of red.
Well, that was just on that house. We wouldn't see that necessarily.
Yeah.
But we need to like get inside.
I guess I
Screaming.
pull out my bottle of holy water.
I thought you were gonna say liquor.
I grab the trusty wine. It's never failed before. Yeah, I grab out the bottle of holy water.
I didn't even bring anything. I'm just here with myself.
You always have your tactical charcuterie report.
Hear the cry of a goat.
Summer sausage.
Oh my god.
The old summer
Is this a fear cry or is it a normal cry?
It's a desperate cry, like a fear cry.
No,
Just one.
stop. No.
Just one.
No. Karina,
The goats.
But they're the pride of our town.
these 3 goats.
They are the pride of our town,
They're your
Troy.
only export is goat cheese.
I mean, John
Looks
Lawson, if you were to like hunt a creature,
I
if
hope
it comes out, that's probably the
eaten
best
in half.
time, right?
Cannot wait.
Oh, John is like, Contessa! And he's heading toward the cries.
Perfect.
I also
Yes.
look at you again and I go, no.
Actually, Constantine's just like grabbing you.
Constantine?
Catherine. No, John Constantine. He shows up.
We're all huddled
cigarette
up
flares up
together.
in flames.
How close
Could you
is
call a
this
team in?
goat sound? And is it in the direction?
You can hear the clip clop of his little claws.
Is it a different direction than the screaming?
It's like perpendicular.
Black Phillip.
Yeah, I'm gonna go check on this goat.
Deliciously.
I
If
swear
I
to
can
God,
spare you
Not
one
this
check
goat.
on the goat.
American kills
Hell
this
yeah.
The goat's
I am gonna be
Die.
so
The
mad.
goats like Satan.
If
I
she's
wrote-
going, yeah, constant.
Whoa.
I wrote that like our town is prided on these deliciously desired goat
Prided.
dairy products.
Oh, really? Goat
So-
cheese is our thing.
Hold on a second.
Miss Burger.
I feel like 2 out of 4 is still an acceptable loss.
Go ahead
We still have
and
a
make me a
chance.
pull to navigate in the fog, find this goat.
Let's stick together. We got this shit, bro.
Yeah.
Are you trying to go after?
No.
No.
Okay.
Nope.
We're gonna say hi
Jesus
to them.
Christ.
Fuck you, we're
Thanks,
gonna live.
Oh my God.
2 out of 4 is
Oh,
nice.
damn.
Yes.
Easy.
So fast.
Easy pull. You and I were sitting there slaving over this
Fair
for
You
hours.
search for the desperate pleading cries of this goat through the fog,
Not this
and
green woman.
you basically trip over something just as you're seeing the goat. You're like,
A dead
You're
goat.
like, oh, go, and then you step on something wet and kind of, whoa, stumble. You don't go all the way down. But the goat is frantically pacing around whatever you've just stepped on.
Yeah, I guess that's my look at mine. You have to kind of get down in the fog to see it clear early. It's a newborn goatling. It's a newborn kid.
You just killed this.
It's still wet.
glistening with the afterbirth and whatnot, but you can see it is horribly deformed. It's got 2 heads, an extra leg coming out of it. Its little chest is kind of frantically rising and smalling with what is almost certainly its last breaths. And the
Black
mother
goat
goat is
of
like
the woods.
pacing around it, freaking out.
Hell, suddenly they're off.
It's gonna make great cheese, Jess. You
know
did
what
good.
to do with a
He's always in search of meat.
Ew. Ew. Deformed goat.
I can't get this mom to like leave its little baby behind and come with us.
I mean, if you want to try, you can try to pick her up. It will take balls.
there's no way to like
Somebody's dying.
rope it.
At this point, the cries of the Contessa have stopped.
No, rope the goat.
Do you have rope? You can pull
Probably
have
not.
rope.
Can I? Yeah,
You
can
can
I
pull
do
have
it?
rope.
Okay.
I start dropping voting rocks on the ground, hoping it'll
Jesus.
eat them and fall.
Jesus! Oh my god!
Oh.
She's gonna die for a goat.
Yeah.
Death by rope.
Yes.
Hey, props for this
Yeah.
character play
Major
here.
props, Jess.
Alright, you've got some goat.
Balls.
You get around this goat here.
Yeah.
You're like, come on, and it really wants to stay with its calf kid. Its kid. Baby goat's
Kid.
kid. With its kid. Sounds so there's a dying kid on the ground.
You did say violence against kids.
Yeah.
You were not lying.
Not mine. But you are stronger than this goat.
Yeah.
They're not huge goats. And fainting goats.
Yeah.
So you're pulling her away, and her cries are more desperate. She's lunging against it, trying to get to her
And then you
dying
hear a
her
snore.
dying calf.
Yeah.
You're dragging her along, and then you hear behind you, hello.
Darkness, my old friend.
Don't be afraid. And you hear the click, click, click of claws, and you see like the mist swirl in the large black shape. Enormous animal on all fours, and you can see the piercing green lights of its eyes in the fog.
Jess is like, I knew it, it's not a wolf!
I was just gonna be like, are you a wolf?
I'm a guide
Guide?
to the next life.
Oh shit.
What if I'm not ready to leave this life?
What if this life is ready for you to leave? You're the leader of this place.
I am.
These people are your responsibility, and most of your people have gone from this world. They need you in the next one. I can take you to them.
How did you take them to live? I already know this. I still have people here that need me before I go on.
I'll come back for them.
Does this thing have an arrow in its eye?
Come back for me.
They're not really listening to you anymore either. They listened to the American. They listened to the Contessa.
Also not me.
Perhaps they're in better hands with them.
All two of their hands.
Prideful Jess.
I don't believe that's so. I've been here a long time. The people know me.
They chose you, right?
Right.
Then why are you trembling?
Because they think they chose me. That's still enough.
Do they? Or are they looking to get rid of you? As soon as there's a better choice.
There isn't one.
There is now.
They both don't know the people here. They both don't know what's best for them. They hardly know anyone here.
Click, circling you.
Pull this goat closer.
The goat is literally pressed against your leg right now.
Okay,
Trembling.
I'm
Could not
gonna
be
lift
closer
up this
unless
goat.
it was Cataline.
Lift up this goat. I'm just gonna take some careful, slow steps.
You're kind of backing away from this shape that's
Mhm.
circling you in, and you're stepping on rocks. Rocks again. Your footing is unstable, slipping a little bit. There's so many of them.
Satan elected you.
No, I elected me. And how I should die.
You want to get up the mountains to the castle. How will you with so many rocks in your pockets?
I don't have to get
It's
up.
picking up the bag.
Oh no,
It's fine.
I don't have to get up there as long as the people do.
Atmospheric bag playing with.
They elected me to do what is best for them. Why are you even here?
Did they?
Why are you even here? Why are you doing this?
You know why I'm here.
Is it because of me?
It's time to go.
She's like, my bad. Go
And
check
it starts coming closer to you. The circling stops, those bright twin points of blue light. Coming closer, closer. And as it comes closer, it's getting higher.
I'm gonna stop moving. And I'm gonna stare it down.
You feel the heat of its breath touch your face. You need to make a pull to stay there.
Well, shit.
Your pulse is so thready, you feel the rocks underneath your shoes ever shifting. And this thing is just standing above you, breathing down.
So, I have 20 minutes just before you move. I have 20 minutes before I have to leave. I think it's time for Alice to do something. Can she see this happening for the purposes of a heroic sacrifice?
Back at the window, the eating sounds have stopped, and you hear the low, pleading cries of a goat. Not too far. Probably right outside the door.
She kind of leaned back. I'm gonna take a quick look. Not too far.
Literally, don't leave this house.
I'm gonna be very angry at you.
What are you talking about?
There's something out there.
Yeah! I know, it ate the countess.
Just trust me. And she just hoists the bag over her shoulder. Starts heading down.
All right. You head out, you hear the cries of the goat just heading through the fog toward them.
I'm following right behind her, by the way. I'm not letting her leave like
She
alone.
Look at that.
Something looks a little different. with
Yeah,
her.
well, I'm also like covering you, like, hey, Alice, can we go back to the inn, please? Like now?
The cries stop suddenly. The goat's cries. It's very quiet, and you hear Karina, Jesus, Karina talking to something. Maybe herself. Maybe she's gotten turned around. Maybe she's gone mad. And I'm talking to the goat.
Karina?
It's listening, that's why it's not talking.
And then you hear a voice talking back.
Karina, are you okay? It's Alice.
Alice, go back and so I can.
You don't even really hear her. You're squared up with this thing.
Yeah.
Staring into those eyes. Trembling, trying to be brave, trying to exhibit leadership qualities, trying not to flee. You come a few steps closer, and you see just a massive black outline of an animal, and it's looming over Karina. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
Karina.
nailed it! It's looming over Karina, and she's staring up at it.
Alice slowly raises the gun. Just really quietly goes,
Alice. It turns, swings its head toward you.
Oh shit.
Did I hear this?
Somehow I started blasting.
Beautiful, lovely Alice. You don't belong in a place like this that does not appreciate you.
Did I hear this?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Alice, go back inside. Alice, turn around.
Your poor hands weren't made to hold such an ugly thing. Click, click, click.
Why are you here?
I am a guide. I am here to shepherd you to the next world.
Hey, that was mine.
Share your own prophecy.
Completely forgot.
Hey.
Just to be clear, the
The
offer
doctor
doesn't
was
say
right about you.
I don't know what you're talking about.
She looks down at the size of his paws and then looks back up. I think you do.
This thing's huge.
I think you do.
You know what I'm talking about.
I do.
That itch you cannot scratch. You don't like these people. You chose them once long ago, great cost to yourself. They've not chosen you. They've abandoned you. I will never leave you, Alice.
standing right next to you, Alice.
Alice, don't
And it's
listen to it.
coming closer. There's 2 points of bright light.
Alice, it's not real.
Getting higher.
It's just a nightmare. It's not real.
She is going to
Don't believe in it.
continue to look into its eyes and raise the gun. There's a lighthouse still waiting for me. And she takes the shot.
Shot's gonna be 3 pulls, or
Oh no. It is 11:47 p.m.
Alice with the fucking.
I said I had to leave by midnight.
And by God.
And by God, I'm leaving by midnight.
Nice.
And so she just takes the fucking shot.
Solid.
That's solid.
you raise the gun, and it lunges at you as you go down.
No, you can't.
Massive paws slam into you. You fire. You fire again. It's a revolver. You don't even know which of these bullets are silver and which of these bullets are lead. But the teeth clamp onto you. They're onto your shoulder, your chest. You feel your ribs just crackle, compress. Your lung collapses, and your gun is right against the creature's head, and you're bang, 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 bang. It yelps and tears away on on the 4th shot. And reels back into the fog. You feel hot blood almost sizzling, burning against you, actually boiling over your skin, and you can't breathe. Your mouth is full of water, salt water like the sea. And you're shaking. Your feet are shaking, then you can't feel them at all. They've gone still. If you have any last words, Alice has just been mauled by this thing.
Yeah, I immediately go up and rip my cloak off and I'm trying to put pressure
Wait,
and I'm
it
like,
disappeared.
Alice, you stupid son of a bitch, stay with me.
It disappeared or it backpedaled. It
Oh,
yelped
okay.
and
I
it got off of her.
So yeah, cloak pressed on. I'm like, Karina, put pressure on this now, quickly,
I'm holding a goat.
now. And then I pull out my bow and I'm looking around, trying to get a shot on this
Alice?
thing, trying to see where
Alice?
it's at.
She just vaguely opens her eyes enough to look at Karina. Just kind of chuckles. I could see the ocean. My lighthouse is waiting. And she smiles. It'll be there when you get to it.
You're choking on that blood and salt, and then it turns to brine in your mouth, and suddenly your chest is lighter. It's not choking you at all. It feels peaceful. You've never tasted the sea, but you imagine it would be like this on your lips. And everything was dark.
And with that, I'm leaving.
Good job, Sarah.
She has
Good job, Sarah.
complete. You're doing everything to do pressure, and it's just coming.
Yeah.
You're
Oh no, well,
completely
so
saturated.
she's got pressure. I'm looking for a
We're gonna smoke
dog
this
because
giant thing.
oh my god, the dog is out here.
Glenn, I don't think it's a wolf.
Good night, fuckers.
Yeah, safe trip,
We're
yeah.
going on 5 hours, so we'll have to probably wrap this up soon. Soonish. I mean, definitely sooner than the 6 of us can die.
You're not.
Well,
I mean,
I mean,
you don't have. You
yeah.
don't all have to.
Okay.
You do have to castle.
I would say between the mauling and the gunshots and stuff like that.
Okay, what's the maximum number of pulls again?
We had 19.
19. We were at
We
19.
were at 19.
Go ahead and do it even 20.
Yeah.
Retention.
For
Let me pull because I haven't pulled any.
Yeah, I'll do some too.
Everybody do at least
I was
one.
gonna say, oh yeah, can we all do our one first though?
Yeah.
Just that way it's kind of sort of more fair. What I was gonna say is our characters, Christian, with the sound of the Countess
Go ahead,
being
Jess.
mauled,
Zach, go ahead.
with the sound of the Countess being mauled,
Yeah.
more
Fast and
sounds of
loose.
people getting mauled, and Jesus, fast and loose, baby.
I'm just gonna do 4 then, because we gotta do 20, right?
Just don't raise straight at the tower.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I look at you and like say, hey, we should head to the castle like now.
It's just like you were pulling in game, but we're doing it all now.
What happened?
One hand.
One
Oh.
hand.
Are you counting the number?
Yeah, this is 3.
Okay.
You just gotta count the empty spots.
Yeah, I mean total.
Let's lose 2. That might be a good one to grab, actually.
Nope.
No. Nope, bad. Die. It's okay. More people might die right now.
I was gonna say I pulled 1 already.
That's
You
4.
guys can pull.
That's 4. So I did my
I would say that Jess and I should pull last since
I
we
can
are the
pass.
ones in the most dangerous
Okay,
position.
it does
make
So
sense.
like maybe you two should finish your pulls
Yeah.
and then Jess and I can
We'll do
finish
that.
ours.
That sounds good.
Alright,
Because like if someone's gonna get assaulted by this dog,
That sounds
it's gonna be one of us.
How many did you pull so far, Ken?
I only pulled 1.
Okay, same.
I know. It's the Gen Con
Anyone
pace
who's
is
still
nice.
with us, we're sorry.
This is the same sort of Gen Con pace that it was when we played there.
Yeah.
I mean,
We
finished
started
ours in
at
4 hours,
8.
so.
No, but we did like 7.
I know, I was there for 3 more hours. Waiting for
Gen Con, we started at, the game started at 8, we got out at 1:30.
Can you what? Can you have a burger?
Can I feed burger?
Oh yeah. I'm like, what do you want with my cat? Her food is in the fridge.
That's 2 for each of us.
I know how it goes.
What the fuck did you just do to
Her
this
bowl
tower
is
thing?
in the
Slide.
closet.
He's actively trying to kill us.
Where is it?
It's fine.
Her food is in the fridge. Her bowl is in the closet. Her wet bowl. Okay. We all die here. It gets you all in the fog. Can't roll credits.
I refuse to die in the fog.
That's a fucking
Do you?
door.
Thank you. Thank you, burger.
If this falls, I die running toward the tower.
There it is.
That's what you get for biting me, burger. Oh, no?
That was a piece I probably should not have removed. It was like had a ton of weight on
You
it.
destroyed the tower.
Damn, Troy.
So that was 3.
That's wobbly, man.
So
You
Kent
need
and
to,
I
like,
each have 1
Kent
more.
is probably the best Jenga player. Here.
Excuse me. You didn't play with me.
Kent is probably the best Jenga player.
Excuse me.
I maintain what I've said.
I have
said
not even
what
had
I
to
said.
pull anything except for the retentioning. I might be the best dread player here.
You just avoid doing this. Is
Just
a,
avoid
this is a
doing
very slow build scenario.
You're like my character is.
I also
slutty.
haven't had pulled anything in scenario as well.
Okay, burger. I need to,
Slutty
like,
things I
pull
don't
in.
need to
That's right.
You're not even gonna
You can't technically pull to try to seduce another PC, so therefore.
I know that's the most of your action.
Is that it for both of you?
Yeah. Or was that 4 for both of us, Kent? Or 3?
Burger. Babe.
Did you just call my cat Babe?
Yes.
That was 14 pulls.
So
You're not even gonna
6
eat
more.
it.
He's so excited.
Yeah,
More
3
for you.
each for three.
No, because yeah.
3 each for
Three
us.
each for them. That's right. Yeah.
Okay, since she's the one that got us in this predicament, I will pull my 3 first.
Here you go, precious.
Yeah, it's a
1,
It's a good game, but it is
It's
long.
long,
Yeah.
but it's fun. It's really good.
You can play it campaign style, so like
Two.
short campaign style, but
Oh, yeah. But you have to like keep the Jenga tower. Remember, how to take a picture of it.
you have to get to a tower collapse before you take a break.
Yeah,
and start
three.
with your tower.
Almost died in the fire.
I was
Guys.
gonna say, you said let me pull out
Three.
that, but
Okay.
you might die. Are we doing 3?
Yeah, because we each did one already.
one to begin.
So you got 3 more to pull. Fuck. Oh god.
Just as pulling 2
The
die.
library game
currently.
is gonna take forever.
I know. I'm gonna have to do something about it.
You're gonna have
To be fair, the library game has a lot.
Oh,
the
God.
scenario running for the library takes there's a lot more pulls a lot earlier.
I like the slow build stuff though.
I do too. It's my kind of horror.
Yeah.
I have a Call of Cthulhu.
One
I
more.
don't run so
You got this. Easy
I think I
mode.
told you about the one on the whaling ship.
Are you doing the same scenario for the library?
I have a different one for the
You have a
library.
different one for the library.
You can take from one of the top ones too.
Oh, I know.
No, what is the rule? You have to take below a certain level though. How does
It's
that
just
work?
3.
It's just
three.
one. Yeah.
Yeah, there has to be a complete level at the top.
No,
Before
before
you
3.
roll,
Right. Yeah.
I no, it's just in the Dread book it says just
1?
Yeah.
Shit.
I think regular Jenga is 2 full.
It actually doesn't say,
Not a
because
great
the rules
card.
are on the
No, it's
sleeve
not.
right there. And
Really?
yeah, it doesn't say. I think in the
My bad. You're okay.
in the official rules, probably
You
like
okay with
somewhere
that?
on the
Fine.
line.
Yeah.
You're not orphaning your children yet.
No, well, yeah, I'm fine, except that
She's just about to put her head into the wolf's mouth.
What's that?
you just need one more, Jess.
Little did you know that this guide was an Uber XL.
Jess, go for the top.
Just
move
don't
the
be a
block-
hero.
Move the block on top. Just
Don't be a hero.
dude, I want to know if it is fucking doable to fucking karate chop like a single block
Yeah,
so fast.
I've seen guys do
that the whole
Yeah,
thing
on
just
YouTube. Yeah.
That's
It's
crazy.
like crazy.
It's
Alright,
the bigger
do
the bigger towers
Yeah.
you can usually do it.
Is it? Is that all 20?
Yeah, probably the
that's
smaller
also-
ones.
Yes.
It would be way more
All
difficult.
right.
Yes.
Action continues there. Alice has just died under your hands.
I'm gonna literally make you fall by walking as you were walking. And it was
So
like,
hard.
"Ah."
Yeah.
Her eyes have gone
Okay,
glassy.
later.
That thing is. She nailed it. It is not dead though. It pulled away.
Yeah.
With a
Are there
Around-
any?
around the incisions?
Or,
Like,
so
when are
she's
you
got the
having
gun in
those-
her hand, right?
Yes, Alice died.
Okay.
gun
And she
in hand.
fired 4 shots.
4 shots.
I will be
So
picking
it
up the
makes
2
me
shots
think it
left
possibly-
and saying, "We have to go right now. Put that, stow that away.
Irritating.
Bo, we're going." In fact, no. I'll give the gun to you.
You should keep your hair.
Gun.
but I
Gun.
think-
You're getting a gun. You're getting a gun.
I'm getting a gun.
He's getting a
Yeah,
gun too.
I pull
He
the
said
gun
you have
out
to go
of
right
Alice's
now.
dead hand. I shove it into your hands and say, "We have to go right now."
Goat.
I grab your hand after I put the gun in the
Grab
other
the
one,
goat.
and I say, "Not slowing us down," and we go. I'm pulling you along.
So we'll run towards that probably because we've heard like carnage and screaming and gunshots.
What I was thinking is we
just
actually
run towards
go
the-
towards the
You
castle.
know what? We would. We just.
You and I are like, fuck
You and I-
this shit, we're out.
Oh no! And just like yeet towards the castle.
I look at him and I'm like, really, what do we have here, right? I mean,
They're dead anyway. Let's just.
Okay,
Everyone's dead.
I need a pull from each of you to navigate back to the tavern through the fog and whatnot, and 2 pulls if you want to take this goat.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay, well, fuck me.
Fuck me.
Well, she just said the top row, which is like that means like
Go for the
a lot's open.
easy. Okay.
It's a lazy guy.
Time to
Slot.
just go.
Typical.
I was literally just
Actually,
trying to
and the
save you.
tavern
You're
owner,
gonna
he might
die
be
for
alive.
this
And
goat.
Gluck is talking over there. That's right.
Die for this goat.
I will die for
Yeah,
this goat.
talk about the
possible?
sins that live.
So are you saying 2 more pulls for her to take the goat also?
Or one
2
additional
pulls
pull.
It's 1 additional. She needs 2 pulls total. 1 to get back there.
Is it okay for, can you say no to someone else's pull? Like be like, "No, you're not
No.
taking
You
this."
cannot, but you can
But
try
you
to
can-
stop her by
you can-
one-upping pull her.
No, I'm
You
not
can
gonna
pull
do
on
that.
my behalf too.
I will just let go of her. If she's,
Yes.
like, I'm straight up, I am not kidding, this
Love
thing
it.
just talked. I'm like, "We need to go," and she's like, "The goat!" I leave her. The pull for her was to get back, Now you're pulling for the goat. You're by yourself. I am already going. I am not dying without my kids.
For a
You
goat.
got that
For a
one.
fucking
Yeah,
goat.
just-
I'm
yeah,
gone.
just nice and slow. You got that.
No, don't go for that one, Jess.
No. You know what?
Don't
Leave it right there for Christian
Yeah,
and I.
don't touch it. Stop trying to put it back.
Third row. Just leave it.
Jess,
Just leave it.
Jess,
Oh,
stop
God.
trying
The
to put
third
it
row
back.
down. It's good. Look. Look at the third
My
row.
goat, leave the goat!
Yeah, she is leaving it.
I'm gonna
so.
leave the goat.
Yeah, so I let go of your hand. I
Alright.
take 2 steps,
He's
and you're
like
like,
telling you,
oh,
yelling
fuck.
at you to leave the fucking goat. You're not leaving the goat. He leaves you, and you're dragging along, and the goat is struggling. It's kicking. Its little goat claws and hooves are beating the shit out of you. They're kind of sharp,
Death
like,
by goat.
and it fucking bites you. It bites you, and you're like, ah! You drop the goat, and the goat just takes off, like bleeding into the fucking.
Good.
Shots everywhere.
Running back in the direction of Alice's body and the body of its kid.
He doesn't want the goat. He'll be the goat will be safe.
And you go, and then you haul ass back to the inn. You both burst through the door of the inn, looking like you've seen some
I'm
shit,
covered in blood. So
Covered in Alice's blood.
Mm.
covered in blood. The American is not too far behind you. About 2 minutes later,
Damn
the
it.
American comes in.
Wait, he was in our
guns
group.
drawn and
No,
stuff.
he was in their
No,
group.
he was
He
in our
ran
group.
off after the Contessa when she started.
That's
Oh,
right,
you said that's right, that's right, that's
He
right.
was in our group, yeah.
He comes bursting in. He's got blood on his hands and clothes. He's like, the Contessa's dead.
yeah, I know. Children in the carriage right now, and I like load my kids in.
To the
Do
American
we go
goes
back to
alongside
the
your
tavern,
kids
or
to
we
get
just
them.
going for the castle?
That's tough.
My Lev is
What
in
do
the
you think?
Lev is in the tavern.
Okay,
I
we
would
would
go
head
back
back
to
to the tavern.
Wow, you
But-
went back for left.
but-
Oh, he's not just a
God
plain.
dang.
Wait,
He's
was there a horse too or no?
There are 4 horses total. 2 are required to pull each
Cardinals.
carriage. There are 2 carriages, and there is
Oh, good.
there's
Yo.
a 5th horse that the American rode in on, the white horse.
Yo, let's take his horse.
Take the American.
Take the American's horse. Let's do it. Me
All
and you.
3 of us get us a horse.
Something to keep in mind: no one here is an equestrian.
No one
You
here
are
knows
not
how
good
to
at
ride.
riding. Riding will take pulls.
I would say that Catalan is good at riding, just not horses.
He's more of like a power bottom than an equestrian.
Yeah, I like post up on top of the carriage that the kids are in, bow ready, and I just point at the drivers who are in there, right?
The drivers are gone.
Okay, great.
Okay, great.
You don't know where they are. One of the folks, as he was organizing, getting prepared to leave, he had somebody go out, and they successfully brought a carriage and the horses.
Glenn's like,
The
onward.
The
Fuck.
Contessa's carriage and horses were not unhitched, so they just brought around. The driver is gone. The other carriage, the horses are unhitched. It will take time to hitch them.
Great. I don't give a shit about that. I don't give a shit about them. I don't give a shit about that.
Fuck
I
you,
care.
fuck you,
My
fuck
kids
you.
are in the carriage. I say, anyone else want to get in this carriage now? Do it. You, the person who grabbed this carriage, get up here and drive it. I'm gonna be up here shooting. Let's go, Alexa or Alexi. Get on in, Alexi. We're going right now.
We're definitely not on that carriage.
Everyone,
It's
Back
fine,
to
Lev.
the
Let us
castle.
grab the carriage. He's like, I.
Great, I'm taking Lev with me. No. You are not there. I'm taking Lev as a driver. We are leaving.
Police. Alright, let me go first, Troy.
Okay,
Yeah.
you got it, bud.
The people have now, the Americans just bursting covered in blood. The Contessa's dead. They're freaking out. Like, the hunter, one of the hardest men in this town, is like,
everyone heads
So
to the
the
castle
people are
now.
now panicking. They're like, what?
Don't
what
get me dirty
It's
with
picking
this.
people off in the fog. We need to stay inside. We
Wait.
should get to the basement.
Go to the basement.
Ah!
Fine.
Alright.
Stay as a group. It's picking people up that are alone. Stay as a group. Head to the castle.
We'll never make it.
I look whoever just said that dead in the eye and say, I don't care.
The bottom is sharp.
You're like, I don't care if you.
Bottom
I'm gonna
is
make
sharp.
it.
My kid, no.
kids.
More importantly, my kids are going to make it.
I tried.
I will die trying.
You guys only have the foliage. It's alright. Play it safe.
I say,
What?
you ever fired a bow? I asked the American.
Done a little bit of bow hunting. I'm better with a gun though.
Same principle, right? As a gun?
Point and shoot.
Great. Give my son a gun.
There you go, Char. There you go. That's the way.
All right. He's like, best time to learn. necessity is the mother of invention and also education. And he goes over real quick, he's like, this is a hammer, you gotta thumb this back before you start pulling the trigger or nothing's gonna happen.
You got that.
He's like, got 6 shots. Pull it back, squeeze the trigger, keep squeezing. This is the danger sin. Don't point this at your sister, don't point this at people. Point this at the devil. Point this at the devil and pray, son.
Now,
Stefan's like,
the revolver that he was just given, does that have any silver bullets in it? Is that the one that he loaded that bullet in that Alice gave him?
yes.
Great. I don't know that.
Wait, I thought I was.
No, you have the.
I mean, I have a gun.
So you
have
have Alice's gun, which
Hold on.
has 2 bullets left in it.
I just need a little quiet for just a sec. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, Troy's over here literally dying.
Is anyone still watching?
We had some people before. We had like 2 or 3 people.
They're like, we need to go to bed.
We still got people watching.
Dude,
live.
Wow, you guys are champions.
Anyone who's watching is awesome. Thank you for staying this long.
Or you're in a different time zone, a very different time zone.
Right.
You gotta try.
Yeah, Troy. Oh my god. Okay.
There you go.
So to recap, you have a gun with 2 silver bullets in it.
Got it.
For sure, silver bullets, because she only.
Are approaching the time you see he's on top, posted up there, his kids are in the carriage, Webb is climbing into the driver's seat. And there's yelling,
what are you
he's
doing?
yelling. He's like, we're going to the castle, we're
Get
the kids
down here. We're not
right now.
going in that one.
He's like, I'm the driver now.
You don't know how to do that.
You don't want to do that.
He's like, and Stefan doesn't know how to shoot, but we're all learning things today.
I just grab a little cheek.
I'm like,
You know what? You guys go. We'll take a horse. Fuck. Yeah, I don't know.
I do ask the American to also post up on top of this one. Like, I want to make sure my kid's carriage makes it to the castle.
He's like, you got partner kids
Yeah.
first. He climbs
Yeah.
up there.
Fuck yeah, this guy.
Wait.
Grabs his shotgun, he's down to the shotgun, really.
Yeah.
we have no weapons. We're gonna get
No, I've got my holy water. I have a unlit holy candle, and I have a gun that doesn't work.
And you have a club
And
gun.
you have your fire
Poker.
poker.
That's right. I've had a fire poker since the beginning of this.
Perhaps a silver fire poker.
Double-ended.
That would.
Alexi, do you have sage and any small game left in the pantry right now?
We've gathered it up and it's in bags.
I need
ready to
I need a bundle of
What-
sage and I need a
What
rabbit.
do you think about using? I feel like them organizing all this
I
shit
probably have
could be a
something
window of
like that.
opportunity for us to screw quick and light and fast and get a head start.
I mean, I think everyone who
Pave
can
the way.
leave should just
It
go
could,
down
it could
this.
lead to our advantage,
Stay
right?
with your
Yeah.
head towards the.
Are you making a
castle.
speech to try to convince them?
Yes.
And bring them together?
Yes. Just
Make
head
2
to the
polls,
castle.
Burgermeister, to rally your people.
Oh, Burgermeister.
Can he have a rabbit and a bundle of sage available? Great.
Yes.
I just
It's in the flaming basement. Don't worry, it's not hot.
He's
Just
been
a portal
hiding
to
in the
hell.
basement, you're like,
The devil's just smoking it.
We should not hide in the
Sage.
basement.
What was those fucking clove cigarettes? that you
Clove
said?
cigarettes.
Love that.
by my account, the best way out of hell is up.
Fuck yeah.
Yeehaw.
Y'all ever had Boston Lager?
Ooh, Jess.
J.
Oh.
Joe.
Killing Jess.
Oh, dang. All right, Burgermeister.
Save those to like a hundred things, sure.
You have 1 left.
Nope, did
That
2
was
Oh,
too.
2? Goddamn. All right, you're explaining to people the best chances of everyone together.
Stay together, head towards the inn, take as much as you can right
You've
now.
got your
don't get
archers on the
yourself
roof. They have the best point of view.
Follow Glenn!
The couple remaining folk, they're gonna listen to you. They get outside there, all up along the carriage, huddled as close as they can, terrified.
Hustle people out.
And are we letting Lev drive?
I don't know. But I do know, real quick, before we even go anywhere, the reason I'm asking about that, I hopped down. I was gonna try and like go into the tavern to do, but I was like, nope, don't have time for that. I just like blatantly do a pagan ritual out here to protect the hunt because by God we're gonna be killing some animals.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, straight up.
You have been such a rush, and you're taking time to do a freaking pagan ritual?
Yes.
The American's like,
I hate people so
I
much.
get down.
I'm a good Christian man, but 2 gods are better than one, man.
I get down. I
Or
take
five
the rabbit.
gods,
I draw
I don't know.
like symbols into the ground with an arrow. I put the rabbit there. I light the sage. I say some words real quick. I leave the sage there. I hop back up and I go, let's fucking go.
Make a poll.
Okay.
Just make a poll as you're doing this.
I was gonna say,
Just take it from there
There
and
you
put
go.
it there.
I was gonna say,
All right, you managed to do
What do you wanna do
the
about
fastest
Levy
speed
or
ritual
Lev-
you've
Lev-
ever done in your
Lev-
entire life properly. And then we're getting going. Is Lev driving?
Yeah, let him drive.
I don't want to make the
what are we
rules.
doing? What are we? Did we decide
So
to take a
there's
horse
other-
or what?
There's another carriage
There's
that's not
another
hitched.
carriage.
it's
The
not
horses
hooked
are
up, though.
all unhitched.
We'll just ride the horses.
Fuck it, let's do it.
Fuck it.
It is polls to ride a horse.
Midnight?
Both of us on one horse, though. What should
Why
we do?
not?
Fuck it,
One
let's
horse.
do it.
All right, there are 2 draft horses that were pulling the carriage,
Oh,
and then
okay,
there's
we
the
got
white horse the
horses.
American rode in on.
That one's probably better trained.
And I take the American's horse.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah.
take the
Honestly, if someone knows how to hitch the carriage to carriage.
Wait, does the American know how to drive a carriage?
A carriage? No.
Okay.
Only a fighter plane, which doesn't exist yet.
I'm gonna need a poll from one of you to. Are you riding bareback or are you saddling this horse?
it already has
Cattle
a
it
saddle
always
on
rides
it, bro.
bareback.
No, you
No, it's
said that.
unhitched.
You saddled this horse.
Always bareback, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Always bareback. You're riding bareback.
Seems like it.
Cannot
You're
wait for
dumb
you
fuckers
guys.
and not equestrians, and you are riding bareback. All right, I love your spirit.
Cannot wait for this to go sideways immediately.
All right, carriage is off before you guys take me. Sound but always ride bareback. All right.
Wait a minute, wait a hot second. We are ahead of the carriage, bar none, hands down. They had a rising
Okay.
speech, packed an entire fucking tavern.
I need
And
a poll.
We are the first out.
I
and
need
had
a
big
poll
ritual.
from each of you to get on this horse and get this horse moving. 1 poll each.
One pull.
Yeah, I don't need much.
Yeah, there's not much left in here, huh?
There's a real
Tower's
spicy one down
almost
the top
tapped.
right.
Right here?
Nope, on the other top right. Down one. No, down one. And no, not, yeah. Not where
Oh,
you're
yeah.
looking.
Yeah, the opposite end.
Yeah, the third row,
Well,
the one on the end, that one is easy money. Easy money.
I
I
don't
should
think
leave
it's
that for
easy.
you, though, Christian.
I don't think it's easy.
Doesn't matter, Troy.
Gotta flick it.
Oh my god, yeah. That's if there's a life or death situation where my kids will be safe even if
You're
I
gonna try
die,
to flick.
I'm gonna flick that. I'm
I
gonna
know, that one looks
right
beautiful.
out.
Do it, Troy. Do it.
Oh, Troy.
Troy, you ballsy motherfucker, you.
Oh, it's got so much weight on it.
Does
Yes,
it?
it
Never
does.
mind.
Bitch.
Just kidding. Put it back.
Do it.
Put it back. Put
Should
it
we
back.
try to reposition the tower a little?
Yeah, there you go. Oh, that's.
Oh god, it's making
Too
it much
shifty, too
worse.
Yeah, twist it. That'll make it better.
Oh no, he's got it.
No, it's
He's got
got too
it.
much weight on it. He pushed that middle one too far in.
Mm-hmm.
It's alright. Troy's got big hands. It's fine.
It's fine.
I would just leave it there.
No.
Ken's kind of an expert. You're gonna die on bareback.
Okay.
You're gonna hit
Here it comes. No, he's got it now. No, it's fine now. You moved
Christian,
the,
however, is fucked.
you moved the tower enough that it should be fine, provided that when you pull it, you don't pull it back that way.
No, it still has a lot of weight on it.
Yeah, it's a pretty shifty
Yeah, it keeps shifting towards one side.
No.
But maybe some of the other weights on the blocks have moved. One of them is loose now.
No, try to look at the top more.
Oh, he's got it.
No!
Oh
It just
no!
had too much weight on it.
Good job, Bert.
Fuck Troy!
Alright, my friend.
Always right bareback.
Troy went first and immediately got mauled by a fucking
Hey.
dog.
Someone can still die.
You get on this horse very, very clumsily first, like laying over it, and the horse is starting to freak and prancing. And Catelyn is trying to like steady the horse, like, whoa there, easy there, horse. And you finally get your leg over it, and the horse just flips the fuck out, basically. Like mows Catelyn over and goes charging out of the stables, and you're on it for a fucking ride. You're like clinging to its mane, and you're literally like, you're not a small dude, but you are bouncing, like clearing off this fucking horse as it just jets screaming into the mist. Hanging on for dear life, your teeth are slamming into each other, clicking, and you have no idea where you're going. Like the vague shapes of buildings are whipping by, and you get tossed from the horse. You land on soft earth hard. Boom, there's a jarring
It
pain
was
in your
20 last
shoulder.
time.
Your head is spinning, you bit your tongue, there's blood filling the inside of your mouth. Head is spinning, you're confused.
That's the best one.
Oh, you hit your head on something fucking hard. You feel the hot trickle of blood down your face. Like touch it to the back of your hand, and you can see your hand is smeared in blood. You look over at what you landed on, and it's a tombstone. You're in the graveyard. The horse has thrown you in the graveyard. Your head is spinning. You kind of get up and you start to stagger around. You're looking for your way out, trying to orient yourself, trying to get your way back to town. And you start walking through the graves. And you trip, you fall down again, and you look up and you've cleared the graveyard to the spot just outside it where people who are not giving Christian burial are buried. You know this spot well. There's a 13, 14-year-old boy buried here. It's the spot where your flask is hiding.
I'll pick up my flask.
You reach in, the good old trusty little gopher hole that's kind of hiding out nearby, and your fingers brush a chain.
Everyone's pulled one.
I look at, I pause for a minute as my fingers go for the flask and they find a chain. And
Actually, let me do my last.
Yeah, if you're in the
I kind of just like
I'll
step
do the shitty,
aside.
yeah.
We
Well-
might have more than 20.
And
So, at least.
do I have the
Yeah.
flask of holy water on this?
Let's see where we're at.
I have a terrible feeling. And I look at the holy water for a minute
Also, just we can
and I uncork it
more
and I just look at the tombstone in front of me
hold this while this is going on.
and I go,
You can do that.
Yeah, we can just
I'll do four. We'll do
Yeah.
well, this isn't gonna do me any good, but if there is a God above, maybe he does believe in forgiveness. Maybe he is merciful. And I pour it on the tombstone of the boy.
What do you do with the chain? Leave it in there?
Yeah.
Do you pull it out? Leave it in there?
Leave it in there. And I just kinda lean back, head bleeding, head spinning, and I just kinda rest my head on this tombstone. Look up into the mist.
You feel the shadow fall over you, the large creature approaching, and you see one bright green point of light as it moves over you. It comes very close, and you feel the hot breath on your face, and you see this huge lupine head, one glowing green eye, the other, nothing's there, it's obscured by darkness and mist. And it says, "Hello to you." It's been a long time since you've talked to God.
That it has.
Come with me.
I kinda, again, let out a deep breath, and I say,
It's only what you've earned.
as he says that, I kinda say, I'm afraid, it has been a long road, and, I'm very weary. I don't think I can walk on my own, might need someone to carry me.
I will guide your steps. And then the mouth opens, and the last thing you see is that gaping black hole. And then everything's gone.
Nice.
And then there were, oh, you're already watching.
Yeah, we did.
Fantastic, keep going, guys.
How many do we need to pull
We
back?
started pulling 20.
Do 22.
22? Alright. I'll pull the extra 2. Because I really haven't pulled anything.
And you're the master.
Actually, yeah, because I would say I would, but I'm probably not in as bad a situation because I've just watched a horse ride off.
I know what the
You were
change
just
is.
like, I was like,
I
alright,
could've-
I'll
I
get
know
it.
you know. I know you know.
Hopefully that carriage is still here.
What? Second one did this time.
Why'd you say goddamn it, Zach? I didn't do anything.
Improvement.
Although it doesn't really count because Sarah made the noble sacrifice.
It counts.
Sarah has a ton of epic moments on stream.
She does.
Sure it does.
So for all of the folks that have been watching us on stream and also for you guys here, one of the I guess will we have an opportunity to talk about our characters later, or are we gonna post them up on Instagram or something
Maybe
like
post
that?
them.
Post them.
Just because we don't want to probably take.
Yeah, or like the next modified roles can be a little discussion about.
No,
I
that's a
think-
good idea. We'll just
That's a
talk
good
about the
idea.
game. That's
I
a good
think
idea.
so far we've each pulled.
That's probably something we
I
want
pulled
to do anyway
4.
going forward.
So
I
that's
think.
20?
Talk
No,
about
there's only
games
4 of
depending
us.
on
Oh, yeah,
who we
we
have.
got full.
Yeah, kind of like we had the option to
Shit,
talk
one
about
more each.
Bluebeards,
Right?
right?
Okay. Yeah.
Shit.
And then 2 more.
2 more, right?
So I gotta pull 3 more.
Good.
I'll pull 3
good
more.
bro.
I don't need this
3
anymore,
more?
but maybe it'll be.
I mean, I'll pull a couple more.
No, I'll pull 3 more, Jess. You pull 1 more.
Okay, well then you 2 go first.
So what we're all doing, one more?
Yeah, because there's only 4 of us. So.
Catelyn, he took your fucking horse. You better get in with this carriage.
I know.
What? Don't talk to me in that sassy tone.
Christian, you're like, man, for someone who's on their back so often, you really suck
I
at
appreciate
riding. You're not much of a power bottom.
I'm glad you joined us for our stream.
Trying to do this. Alright, there's one more.
There. Okay, so there are a total of 4
You're doing
left to be
together?
pulled, correct?
Yes.
We have 18 done?
Jess is just drinking a literal 2-liter of soda. No judgments.
It's on something to do.
Okay, and then there's just 3 more for you.
Yes.
Alright,
You
got this. Jenga Master here. Wooden Block Tower Master here.
Yeah. Dude, I thought it just had too much weight on it, and I really didn't think I could push it over any further without it tipping that way.
Yeah.
It was,
I
that
love how
was
you like tried to stop it. You're like, no, and you're like, ah.
I tried to stop it by placing the block on. I was like, no!
Who's that Karen? Nice, like equal on the other side.
Oh shit.
What'd
That's-
you do?
that bitch is leaning.
1 more, right?
That's
No.
okay, nice.
No, Jess.
Okay, alright.
No, Jess.
1 more. You got this.
Because it's like heavy on this side.
Hmm.
Good luck making this dog make me confront my wrathful sin.
Postpartum, postpartum noble sacrifice. Or postmortem.
Postmortem noble
Or
sacrifice from beyond
postpartum,
the
whatever.
grave.
You got it. Du bist ein Wunderkind.
You are the Wunderkind.
This is where it gets really precarious.
Oh, yeah.
Oh damn, is that 22?
That is
Yeah.
this last one?
Oh damn.
As long as he doesn't make it drop right here.
Maybe the
Who's got it?
Yeah, it's
Holy fuck, alright.
Holy shit.
Alright. We're back in media res. Your horse is fucking gone. The constable just got off of them. Hopefully makes it castle, you don't fucking know, but these
I'm
do you
just
want to
saying.
bareback ride one of these other horses, so you're gonna run back to the wagon.
I'm gonna run back to the wagon with left, wait! And just jump on the wagon.
He leans over and gives you a hug, or like goes in for a kiss.
I saw you grab his ass.
Come on.
No, you're good.
And you get this show on the fucking road. You're staying close together.
I'm sending these people off and then I'm going monster hunting.
On your own.
Yeah.
Are you fucking me
Let her
right now?
die, dude. Who
Yeah.
cares?
This motherfucker thinks that I don't deserve the love and adoration of these people. I'm gonna kill it.
You got them all combined together, everyone rooting like, yeah, we're gonna do this. You're like, I can do this. Now this motherfucker.
Correct.
Alright.
Going
You do
monster
have a
hunting.
gun, right?
I do. With 2 bullets.
Mm.
Yeah.
2 silver
4 I
bullets.
didn't take it
Yeah,
down,
like the
but
shot on the
2.
road?
Yeah, place
You hear the of the wagon wheels, the clip clop of the
Yeah,
horses.
make sure they get off first.
You walk them to the edge
There's
of
like
town.
legit
Yep.
12 people.
They're going up the way. The way is steep and it is rocky, but
Pick one of
you
those furries.
can
and
give
chip
them
on
nothing
them.
but your hope at this point.
And hopefully a distraction.
Maybe a prayer.
No.
There are probably more people, like, we got the one wagon. there's as
I'm
many
still
people
holding
as
out that
there
this might
can
be, maybe,
Everyone else is walking with
Oh.
their bundles
maybe
and
Glenn
shit
is
on.
right.
Yeah, they're
maybe
they're
it's
around
just a
it,
regular
which
way.
is exactly how I want
You
it.
know in your heart of
More
hearts
fodder
that is
between
not
that thing and my kids.
true. You watch the wagon
At least I was right.
disappear into the mist, on toward its final destination, wherever that may be, and you turn to face your village.
And maybe
The village that you fought in your own way to protect. It is dead silent. There's just you can see the faint halo of the light outside of the tavern. It's the only light on left right now. Just swirling mist and a tremendous feeling of aloneness. Do you remember a time in your youth when things were better? Before you were the burgomaster, when your father or grandfather was guiding these people in the absence of the count. You remember spring. You remember fishing. You remember times when food was plenty. You remember times when there were still children playing in the streets. And now all of that is gone. And all these people, you know, a few have died. You know, a few more are risking their lives, perhaps a bit more, on their way to the castle. But there's so many that you don't know what happened to. They just disappeared. And they disappeared right out from under your nose. You didn't notice them leaving. What do you do?
I'm gonna go see if I can find them, I guess.
Where are you headed?
I'm gonna head to the center of town and ring the bell again.
You walk on down the loneliest road you've ever walked, a road you've known your whole life, to the center of town. The hanging tree to your left, the well before you, and the bell right at hand. In the distance, you hear the ringing of your town's bell. Maybe for the last time, you hope not.
I might actually pray for someone to show up.
Do you pray?
Once in my life, yeah.
Do you believe in God? Any God? Do you believe in something greater than you and your family legacy?
I believe in ghosts.
I believe in ghosts. Then it must be a ghost that appears behind you and says, Karina, we meet one last time. And you feel the hot breath. It's the only thing that you really feel on your entire body. It's chilly, your skin is numb and prickly, and the heat is almost like flame. Brushes your hair, touches the back of your neck.
You told me all those people are on the other side.
They're waiting. Walk with me. I'll take you to your people.
I'll follow him very slowly.
You start to walk.
I want to bide enough time, hopefully.
Oh,
He won't walk ahead of you. He walks only at your side.
I'll go slowly.
Big, massive shape with a single glowing green eye. And you start walking down the road.
How many people do you have now?
Many. But one day I will have all.
How long have you been doing this?
Always.
Who was the first?
You know his name.
Oh, shit.
oh shit.
And you hear the click, click, click of those claws, and you can see the massive lupine shape of your escort. And you can also, even though the fog is so thick, you can tell which buildings you're passing. You know each of them so well. You know the name of every family who lived in every residence. You know the name of every business. You know the ones that were shops, and then family places, and then shops again. You remember the wares. Click, click, click.
We're not going to a peaceful place.
We're going to the right place.
Yeah.
At least this way. They may never know what you did. You do believe in legacy.
That's true. That's true. No only know what I left led them to believe to know. That's good enough.
Your legacy will last longer than you. You're almost out of buildings. Before you is the great pine forest, nothing but long, dark shadows. Click, click, click. Are you going with him?
Yeah, I'll go with that.
You don't have to pull or anything. If you want to resist or something, you have to pull. If you want to attack him, you want to pull. But if you just want to walk into the woods beside him,
Oh shit! I can shoot him. I've got
Oh yeah, I came out here specifically to kill this fucker! Click, bang, bang!
but you know he's right.
That's true. This is like a moral.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk with
character.
him to the edge of the forest, and I'm gonna shoot him 2 times. Because I know he's right, but maybe he doesn't have to get the others.
All right. You walk
Noble
edge of the forest,
sacrifice.
and he stops beside you. He never walks ahead.
Actually,
Noble sacrifice. She's the
That means we have to retention again, also from a practical purpose.
I know,
But think of the story.
but like,
Fuck it. You have pride. Take yourself.
Ooh.
That is your
that's a
embodiment.
That is
really good idea.
Awesome.
Ken.
Yes, that
Wow.
is really
What
awesome.
an
Really
end.
good idea, Ken.
That's a great
Do
idea.
you choose your own way down?
You have a gun.
By
And
now,
2 shots.
by now, they're already halfway to the castle.
God damn it, you're right, Ken. I'll do that.
Shit,
That's
dude.
right.
Stands beside you, and you watch the pine forest. Do you turn to look back at the town?
Yeah.
The last thing you see is your home. You hear a gunshot, a single
Good
gunshot
job,
echoing
Jess.
the valley
That's
below.
awesome.
Well, just-
She had 2 bullets, why was there just 1 shot?
You mean where the person is doing the math? Damn, Jessica. Are we not retentioning for the sake of?
No, you don't have retention unless the tower knocks over.
Yeah.
Tower
I
She
didn't
didn't do a noble
She didn't do a noble
sacrifice. She
sacrifice. She
just
gave
shot
herself
herself.
a fitting end.
Yeah.
Oh,
A fitting end
Right.
and a noble sacrifice, sir.
Gotcha.
All right. Clattering up
Good
the
job,
way. The
guys.
way is a lot steeper
Great
and
job,
more
guys.
treacherous. The ground is very wet. There are
Wet.
several points where you're on a precarious ledge and part of the earth is just giving way. And the horses are struggling. The wagon is tilted. They're like, holy shit, the wagon's gonna go over the edge. My children are gonna die and roll over. It's terrifying. Several villagers fall at some point down the side.
Bye.
It's not until the first one slips and falls down that steep embankment into the pine forest that you hear the snarls, yelps, and excited yips of feeding wolves below.
Great. Slows him down. Let's go.
And at that point, you realize you're not alone. You are being escorted on either side by wolves. Many of them.
Ooh.
If any of them get too close for my liking, I take a shot into the dark.
Blast them!
Yeah.
They seem to be staying. They're not making assaults on the wagon or anything, but they are ever present at the edges whenever there's a precarious turn. And your carriage is making its dangerous, rickety, precarious way up. At one point, the carriage fucking is halfway off of an embankment. The American is like, get the kids out. I don't know if it's gonna hold. Get the kids out. And
I'll bring him up on top of it, and I'm
you know,
just.
get the kids out of the wagon. The wagon looks like it's going down. It's like stuck on a ledge. It looks like it might be going off.
Oh, like we aren't
Get the
moving
kids out,
while
and
it's
then we'll try to
tilting.
fucking
It's
move
like
it.
we're trying to move, and then we have to stop it, and it's like precarious and
Yeah, the wheel has
Oh
slipped.
yeah,
Like, get
I
the kids out, then we'll see if we can save it. If not, the horses in the carriage are gonna die.
yeah
sort
I
of
pull the kids
situation.
out, and I
You get the kids out there. You don't know how the Countess made it down this way. It looks like it's almost an impossible route for a carriage at this point.
yeah, and we're
But
taking
you
her carriage.
get Stefan and Ada out, and then the American he's trying to climb off the roof. Now this thing is balancing very precariously. Somebody up there has got the horses. Don't fucking move, horses. American shifts his weight. He's crawling toward the front end, and the whole fucking thing just mudslide all the way down. The horses are yanked, screaming
Can
over
I-
the edge.
Clasp his hand as he's going to try and save him.
One pull to catch him, another pull to not get dragged down with him.
Get it out.
I hate this guy, but also he's got guns.
Yeah, but if he's dead,
Take
you
his
have his
guns.
guns. Yeah, really.
Just grab his gun.
No, he's going down. I can't like grab his guns. I need to grab him.
You're right, and then grab his guns and then push him off. Good call.
I'm not gonna kill him.
Thanks, Evan. That was great.
That was really great.
That was perfect.
There are two that I could maybe get. I gotta save those. Nope, he's dying. I gotta save those two.
Let him go.
You reach, you
I-
grab his hand for just the barest of moments,
I
and then
feel
you
myself
feel the weight
going,
hitting there. You've got fucking hits, you let him go.
Yeah. I look him in
Right.
the eyes and I say, sorry. I let go.
The American, the carriage, the horses, everything just gets pulled down in what is essentially a small mudslide, just plummeting into the misty pines below. Crash, crash, you hear the high-pitched scream of a wounded horse, like a dying horse, and then the snarls of wolves, and just the tearing, the screams, and then the crack blast and muzzle flash of a shotgun going off, and the screaming, blam,
Back to one gun left.
blam! Then nothing but wolves.
All right.
One last yeehaw.
The second that it starts going, I have to let go. I turn around, I say, Ada, on my hip, let's go. And we start fucking going up the...
She's still holding the little dog toy.
Wait, did your son go down?
No.
No, they got the kids out. And
Stefan, I just assumed
Oh, the
Stefan was
American
going to be
died.
with me. The
Yes.
American died. I was going to try and save him. It'd be 2 pulls. There's not 2 pulls
Because
left
your
on that
son-
tower.
Your son has a gun now.
Yes.
you are on foot. as
And he
you
has
approach the
1
castle.
silver bullet in that gun.
Nice.
And 5 regular ones. Not that those
Running
do
uphill,
anything.
boots sliding in the mud, stumbling over rocks and shit, and then suddenly the mist clears.
made for
The
this.
fog is just gone. And you see the final switchback climb to the top of the tower. There's a light on in the highest, and the flash and rumble of lightning, of just a storm brewing. No rain, the wind is gusting, and you fucking made it, and you look around behind you, it's just you 3.
Well, 4, right? With the 2 kids.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
then it's...
Five.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, you're here too. Yeah, 5.
It is
Us 3 and
Lev.
Lev is gone
Your
too.
children?
Lev was riding the Yeah, you could pull the try and save.
No, it's good. I mean, I liked him, but not that much.
In typical Christian
I'll find someone
character
else.
fashion.
Yeah.
Somewhere
Looks
in the
at
rush
the
to get up
large.
there, and the stumbles and the mist and the snarls and snap of bones, they're gone. Your whole home, your village, everyone that you have basically ever known. And before you is the castle.
Mhm.
What do you do?
My 120.
I look at Alexi
I suck
and I say,
Could be more.
go start heading up. And I fucking post right at the edge of the mist. Like, if a fucking wolf comes out of this mist, it's getting an arrow in the eye.
I will.
They are gonna start going.
I will take. What's your daughter's name again?
Ada.
Ada, honey, take the wolf. Let's go. And I'll take the
Yeah,
dog.
or the dog. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's the hill she dies on.
This is a dog! I know my animal!
Take Lucy. Let's go. Lucy's with you. She's being brave, right?
Oh.
She's protecting you, right?
Does that doll have both its eyes?
It does.
We're getting rid of it, right?
It did. Yeah.
Somehow.
Alright, you
one
make
out
a
of
mad dash to
3.
the front of the castle. The great reinforced wooden doors stand before you, and they push open. They're not locked, not barred, not stuck. It creaks, it groans. You have to put a little give into it. They haven't opened in. They've opened perhaps a time or 2 in the past couple decades. And you push your way inside.
Yeah,
no wolves materialize from the mist.
Yeah, as soon as they're like halfway, I'm gonna start backing up. So like as they're pushing open the doors, I'm getting close to the gates as well.
No wolves burst through the mist, but you hear them. Wolves all around you, down the mountainside, around just beyond in the pine forest. A huge pack, largest pack you've ever heard in this land or your own land.
Rifles through papers.
Okay, rifles
And
through
they all
papers.
lived happily
It starts
ever
to
after.
rain as you enter inside, and the thunder picks up along with the whipping wind. By the time are you shutting the doors?
Yeah.
Slam
Yeah.
your way into the doors.
Ventilated.
Get them
It's a little
shut.
rusty.
Yeah, Glenn's gonna leave them open. Just
Yeah, and as soon as I get through, I slam that door shut.
Nice draft.
yeah.
Fresh air.
Circulation.
Honestly, like there's probably no glass windows
Christians.
here.
It's the
an
red
old
wine.
castle.
Get it shut. You do smell the faint scent of wood smoke, fresh wood smoke. But you hear the storm picking up outside, pelting the thick leaded glass windows. And you can hear and feel the rumble of the thunder, even through the great stone foundation of this ancient building that has weathered the decades, centuries, surprisingly well. It's quite sturdy still. You're kind of in the great hall. You turn around to face it. There is a fireplace. Fireplace is cold, but you can smell the smoke from it. There's probably a fire in it recently. There's a table, a couple chairs, some bags and boxes. But other than that, the castle is silent. There is a large painting of the previous count, the Contessa's grandfather, hanging above the mantelpiece. And there are smaller portraits on the wall next to the mantel.
Are any of them the Contessa?
Approach to inspect. Oh,
I'm
dead,
not
dude.
playing.
You're
Yeah, she's not
dead,
doing
dude.
shit.
Yeah, I'm not doing shit.
Yeah, I'll approach to inspect.
You kind of walk closer down there towards the smell of smoke and the fire. It lights, casting a warm glow within the room. The portraits on the mantle on either way are people from the town. They're excellent portraits. They look like they're old. They look like these portraits have been around for decades. There's
But these are people
dust and
like
weathering on
we
them.
do.
But they are all
Right.
people that you knew.
Hey, look, there's Lev.
Yep. You see the Joneses. Picture out there. You see a portrait of the American, the good doctor, and the Contessa next to her grandfather. You see the constable, Karina, Alice, neatly lined up around the mantle on this great stone wall.
Lexi.
I see them too.
You see them also. There's a stack of portraits on the table as well.
Well, so when they were approaching, I was gonna be trying to find like a place to like a defensible place to that I could have my kids be. I'd be like, here's where we're going to be, and then but then like the fire started, and I was like, one moment,
We're going back to town.
I went and checked. So yeah, I if we see that it's all the townsfolk, I will go and approach the stack of portraits on the table then and see what's. Is that also townfolk?
There's a portrait of you and your children. There's a portrait of you. A portrait of you. On the stack on the table there.
Who else is on that stack?
Just you.
Hmm.
Just you five.
No goats?
On the floor, there are some scattered portraits. They're burning frames in the fireplace. That's what's caught fire. Now that you're close, you can see big kind of gilded frames of the same style that most of these portraits are in, crackling away. And in front of the fireplace, there are kind of curled and loose bits of portraits that have been torn from their frames.
Can we see anything of those? Like,
Go over and inspect one, you pick it up, you don't recognize this person. Those of you who have been here longer, Alexi, you've been here your whole life, you recognize this person. He was one of the few men that was hung on the hanging tree, long before the boy who committed the murder. He is a child molester, he had hurt children in the town, on the floor there. The other portraits are torn beyond recognition.
Lexi?
You feel the rumble of thunder. The children kind of crowd closer to you. Even Stephanie's been being real brave this whole fucking time, has sidled up to your hip.
I'm like, I thank you for being brave, let me see this gun. And then I'm like,
Pa? Who painted us?
that is a really good question that we are going to try and figure out. Have either of you shot a weapon before?
No.
Only
Stefan,
once.
you are actually the most capable with this gun. We're gonna hang out.
Give this to your sister.
Same with bullet figures.
I do go up and inspect my photo. I want to see how old it is. I want to see if there's any like author's mark on it or anything like that.
No
There's a
author's
date?
mark. No author's mark, no date, nothing like that. The style is old. This is an antiquated style. The paper itself appears to be aged. Looks like somebody did this portrait 100 years ago. But it's definitely you and it's definitely your children. And you have that somber, almost emotionless expression on your face, but your children are smiling.
How does mine look?
They got your cheekbones.
Do I look right? Did they get my good side? No. How does mine look? Seriously.
From a distance, looks fine. As you inspect a little closer, you can see blister marks around your mouth and forehead. You're dressed in red.
I'm gonna throw it in the fire.
Oh
Fuck this shit.
Fuck it. Yeah.
You yeet that shit into the fire and it burns like any portrait of canvas and oil would.
I like.
But you can't forget the image of it.
Right.
Painting's in the fire, but it's in your mind.
I'm like looking at you like you okay?
I feel.
I kind of want to inspect the boxes and bags that were left.
Go
Around.
Start opening some crates and
Yeah,
whatnot.
see
These
what
don't
they-
have any dust on them. This building is very dusty and in disrepair.
I assume it's from the Countess and whoever she came with.
Opening the stuff leads you to that same conclusion. There's women's clothing, fine, appears to be in the same size as the Contessa.
I want to look at his painting also.
You go ahead and look at his painting. He is smiling, looking very jolly, standing before the hearth of his inn, and he's entertaining guests. There are a couple guests kind of in the foreground, but they're very, very thin. They're emaciated. Their cheekbones are sharp. They've lost hair, and he is jolly, ripe. There's stacks of cheese and sausages and hams and stuff on the mantle, and then these starving folk just watching him.
And when I look, mine's just like a somber face. Okay. I ask.
Somber face, haunted eyes.
Yeah. I say, do you know, like, this looks just like me, right? There's nothing weird going on with this photo.
He's
smiling.
Strange.
Like, yeah, the haunted eyes I recognize as somebody who's had to do things. I want to go look at the other ones on the fireplace more closely. Not just our group, obviously, but like I want to inspect them because they seem to be different.
They look normal. You don't see any weirdness in the foreground. They are an accurate likeness of each of the dead folk, but there's no
weirdness.
starving individuals or hints of unpresent disease or anything like that.
Interesting. I don't know. I'm just like, okay, well, this is weird. I'm going to take my photo and my kids' photos, and we're going to go into the corner in a defensible position, and my kids and I are going to sit there until morning when we can figure shit out.
Thunk, thunk, thunk. The huge metal knocker is knocking on the front door.
Ooh.
3 times. And then there's the rumble of thunder.
Hello?
You stay with your children. Maybe give me the gun, Steph.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll go answer the door.
Here's the
He has
gun.
not to like pointed out, and then he
Don't
remembers
get
the American technique.
Turns
Make
out,
a call to not get shot by this child.
turns out bows aren't always loaded.
Death by a child.
Just gets shot dead.
Oh, fuck.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go answer the door.
You open the door. And the beast is standing there, this time in full view. Not obscured by mist or anything, it is a huge black wolf. Piercing, glowing green eye. The other eye is just a mess of blood. And it's a hollow socket, and the blood is still actually dripping off of its jaws and teeth. And it says, "Hello, Catelyn."
What do you want with us?
I'm a guide to take you to the next world.
I fire an arrow into its eye socket.
Yes, do it.
You're gonna get away from my fucking kids.
One hand.
I know, this hand is steadying my other hand.
That's a good strategy, actually. I didn't even think of that.
I think there's too much weight on that one now.
On this one?
Go for
Yeah.
the very bottom one.
You think there's too much?
Okay. I can place this down and get to shoot an arrow at this thing.
Yeah, right in the eye. Bam. Done.
Oh man, good.
Arrow in its eye socket. Specifically, the one that is already fucked up. I want to get it into the brain hole that I can see.
Oh, no, that's already fucked up. Okay.
Yeah.
You're good.
I'm like,
Alright.
hey, I see that you took damage here. Let me drive that silver bullet a little further into your fucking skull, please.
I mean, I thought you were gonna do the other eyes.
No, because I don't know if it needs its eyes to see, but I know it needs its brain to do shit.
It can
Alright.
still smell.
The creature says to you, "Hello, Captain. I'm here to shepherd you to the next world. A world where you will not feel so lonely." And then you hear the whistle of an arrow just swift by your shoulder, hits it dead center in that gaping, bloody eye socket, and the creature's head snaps back and lets out a terrible wail. And then its form starts to ripple and shake. It snarls at you and it says, "I will see you all again. I have always been with you. I have always known you."
I fire another arrow at it. I don't know, man. Like, go away.
It snarls and the socket starts hissing smoke and blood is just rolling out of its jaws. And one of its jaws kind of cocks to the side, hanging loose. And it starts to back up. But it's watching you with that one green eye. It looks at each of you in turn. You, as if to remember your faces. It does not look at your children.
If it did, I was going to take its other eye, so I'm glad it didn't.
And it starts to backpedal down the stairs, snarling, hissing, and you hear like pop, and one of its shoulders kind of drops low. And then it disappears under the dip of the stairs.
Could you shut the door, please?
You awaken in a soft bed. Perhaps soft is generous. It's a firm bed, but it is a mattress, and the sheets are clean. Outside, takes you a moment to place the sound. You're not familiar with it. It's the crash of water. You recognize it as the ocean, as someone who has traveled far. Perhaps you do too. The capital was by the sea.
Mm.
It takes you a long time to puzzle this out.
What the fuck is this?
Sounds like a waterfall. What is happening?
There's a little table beside your bedstand. It's got a glass of water on it. You're in a clean but bare room.
I look around for my kids.
You're kind of in a room with a row of beds on either side of the wall. You immediately look around for your children and you see Alexi, you see Catelyn, you see a couple strangers in the beds. Alexi and Catelyn are stirring. Your children are sleeping in the same bed together, like 2 beds over from you.
So like a hospital ward?
Looks like a hospital.
Yeah.
You get up and run over to your kids. You're not restrained or anything. And they're breathing normally. They perhaps look a little bit pale. Their hair is kind of damp and greasy, stuck to their skin a bit. Check them immediately for fever. They feel a normal temperature. Sir, you're gonna want to sit down for a few more moments. I'm glad you're up, but I'm afraid you were quite ill.
I
Oh,
stumble
you've
a
never seen
bit. Now that the adrenaline is worn off, I'm like, oh.
It's a woman you've never seen before in hospital garb. She's a nurse of some sort.
What is happening? Where are we?
You're in. Insert name of town that is a good hike away from your village. You were delirious with fever. You were all brought here.
From
It's kind of miraculous. Not many pull through.
from Ivanescu, or I don't know if that's how you say the name.
It is, yeah, Ivanescu.
No, from the capital.
Oh.
Oh, you're alive. Your friends. It's a terrible disease going around. Sweating sickness.
Oh.
Okay. Put a pause on that. We're gonna have questions. We just fought a demon dog, right? Like that was not in my brain.
I think so.
We were at the castle at the very least.
Where were we found?
You collapsed at a local inn. A couple of you were outside.
What is the year?
1922.
She tells you the year and then she assures you it's not uncommon for people to be confused after such a high fever. It does no favors to the mind. But you're
The
well.
year is the same as what we thought it
Yep.
was? Okay.
Same year. Same year.
We're just in like hospital gowns. Do we have like effects? Is my bow here? Do I have
I'm afraid we had to burn all of your cloth effects. But there was a gun.
Let me see that.
Have some food first. I'm just gonna give this maniac a gun.
Yeah, we fought a demon dog. Can I have my gun?
Yeah, she's like, have some food first. I'll go get the doctor.
Okay.
And she kind of leaves out in a hurry. All right. As she leaves you to it, you're sitting there. You're confused and whatnot. Catalan.
Yes.
You do have a dried and scabbing like blister around the corner of your mouth. It's healing now.
Fucking
It's in
live.
the dry. It's in the dry mode, but it's exactly where you saw it on your portrait.
Does Alexia look any fatter?
Alexi does not look fatter.
Are the rest of the people in the inn super skinny?
Glenn and Alexi, you do know that beside Alexi's bed there is a vase with some flowers in them. The blue-purple monkshood flowers.
I think.
I have absolutely no explanation for what has happened to us.
Was it just a dream? Are there other people from the town?
Are my kids stirring or are they still asleep?
Still sleeping.
I try to wake one
Do
of
we
them
have-
up. I try and wake Stefan up.
Can I see a map?
Stefan kind of blinks and yawns, and he looks at you and goes, "Dad!" And he just like hugs
I
him.
hug
He's
him
really worried.
tighter than I have ever hugged this child in my entire life, and I go, "We're safe, bud."
He's like, "You were really sick."
What happened?
I remember the wolf. And you carried us. And you dropped Ada, but you picked her up. I don't remember the other things that are said that we were sick too.
Which wolf?
The wolf with one eye. It sounded like the angel.
We're never leaving town again.
Yeah.
And that moves us into the epilogue.
We survived. Pound.
Ooh, yeah, right?
We did it.
Normally, in this epilogue, you will pull to give yourselves an ending that you want, basically. You add detail, you pull to make the detail true. The same is said for our dead here, whether you end up in heaven or hell. Because time is short, we will forego the polls, and I will let you all decide a just ending for your own character. You are alive, and you get to go on and continue your lives. You are dead. And though the beast told many lies, he was not lying about bringing you to the next world. Zach, we'll start with you. What is a fitting epilogue
So-
for you and your children?
He lied.
No.
Oh, he lied about many things.
My
Just know where you're going.
So I'm not gonna be here when you guys unpack stuff, so I'll just let you know. One of my questions was why I killed a woman. So I have killed someone in the past. I decided my wife I was hunting I can't remember if I said wolf or
Bear.
Bear, yeah, I thought it was bear. A bear.
Also, it's as big as a bear.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But then, anyway. So a bear got in basically and killed my wife, was assaulting my kids when I showed up. I was able to protect them from it, but that left me a little traumatized, which is the prepper nonsense. And the woman I killed had suggested that I'm not fit. I wasn't able to protect my mom, or not my mom, their mom, and I had to leave them alone too much, and that they would be better off with the church, in a orphanage. Basically, I should give up my kids, which just the thought of losing them sent me into a blind rage. I killed her. That's why I got the F out of Germany and showed up in your guys' town 5 years ago. But I would say a fitting end would be that I seeing my kids being brave, Stefan protecting his sister, made me realize that I don't need to hold on with such an iron grip, and
Let
allows
them live a little more.
yeah, let them live a little more, and also allow me to vent some of that rage at the thought of losing them. They are autonomous, they can do things on their own. So a fitting end for me would probably be to lean more into all my clothes that I had were my own leather working. Just lean into, in Alice's honor, lean into the clothes making, become a leather worker, hang up the bow, not do any more hunting or anything. People bring me their leather, I make things out of it.
So you get a dog?
Yes.
With a
It
dog
is
name?
anything but black.
Fine, adorable.
Yes, it's a cute
Beagle
dog.
type thing.
And by that, it has both eyes.
Yeah, the second it loses an eye, it goes to the pound. No more.
So perhaps we have a father with many flaws who is in the end redeemed by the love for his children.
Yes, I like that.
Catelyn, what becomes of you?
So he's gonna have to start over because he's lost everything he's worked for in the town. But I think also having the moment where he stared down something that came to take him to what he knows is not a very good place probably awoken something, especially when he said about taking him to a place that wasn't as lonely anymore. And I think that he probably does a 180 and becomes what?
Pineapple Falls.
Oh yeah, goes to Pineapple
No.
Falls. He has eventually has
Changes his name to Marv.
Changes his name to Marv. No, I think he probably becomes religious. Actually,
Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks to
Fine.
Jesus.
Wow, Christian has a lot of sluts that go to religion.
Marv never did.
No, but
No,
Gian did.
You're right. Yeah, there you go. No, I think that works though because
Yeah,
I think
for
it's,
sure.
that was
It's hard not to turn to religion when
literally
you literally saw it in the
face.
eye.
Yeah, right.
Like,
He looked it in the
You
eye.
survived
yeah.
And it was like, I'm here to take you away because of what you did.
Yeah.
And he's
Yeah.
probably had this Scrooge moment where he's like, I'm alive, I can change.
I have misused people.
Yeah, I have
should
misused
perhaps do
people,
help.
and I'm going to spend the time I have left making sure that I don't do that anymore, and I build them up and I help them. And yeah, so that's what I think happens.
Catelyn, you still have the occasional outbreak of those sores now and then. Not super often. But as you live your life, you study more within the church and you start being of service to people instead of
Servicing.
servicing them, instead of using them. You learn more about religion. You read from the Bible. You learn from priests. You learn from the people that you serve. You learn some of the prayers that you heard the constable reciting in front of your door. perhaps you say them at night before you retire to your own room, and it makes you feel a little safer. Alexi.
So, he unfortunately did not learn a lesson. He did not look at his portrait, seeing that he was so well fed.
You did see the portal to hell opening in front of your cheese, though.
Yeah, but he closed the door though.
And locked it.
So with that, he's probably going to start up a new tavern somewhere. He's going to continue to cook.
Outside of your mess,
He's
you
gonna
don't know.
keep eating.
He is not going to hoard food, though. And like that was one thing. Like he was keeping imported cheese that he got
During the famine.
under your
where-
nose.
Yep.
Yep.
Mm.
I know, you
I
saw
know.
it like his imported cheese, and you were like, you son of a bitch, we just had a famine. Yep.
I know.
But I was getting in imported cheeses by other means, and I was keeping them and storing them in the basement of the tavern. But the one thing he does do, like even though he doesn't believe he doesn't believe that he necessarily did something wrong, he's going to go and probably ask for repentance for poisoning that man. Because-
everywhere.
Because way too many, like it blooming in my dried herbs, it appearing when I woke up in the hospital. That is definitely something that
Like, maybe I shouldn't have killed that guy.
I did kill that guy. So the incident where you were too slow, I actually killed that guy for doing what he did. I poisoned his
It's justice. I'd be okay with that.
But like he did it without any, just like, it's like he knew he did it. He knew he's like going
Right.
to come back, cause a ruckus again, but he didn't give it a fair
Yeah.
try.
Like I said, a good sheriff delegates responsibility. Thank you. Thank you.
But like all in all, like with his gluttony, he really did not quite learn a lesson in it. Again, he's going to stop hoarding food, but he's going to.
He still enjoys his fine
He still
meals, yeah.
enjoys his fine meals, and
When push came to shove in your village, you were packing all of your food stores and giving them away
Yeah.
for the journey up the castle, so there's that.
I mean, like he never withheld food. He always did give out food, but he ate more
Just
food.
ate a little
Than everyone
extra
else.
more.
He
So
ate more
more
than
than
you were
yours.
there.
you
And
and
he
two
might
for
have
me.
kept
Especially
the
at hard
best
times.
stuff
Piece of candy
for himself.
here.
Alright, Alexi. Do you set up in the capital?
He would set up in the capital now that he's close and like together.
Is that where each of you have also remained?
Yeah.
I don't know that I would be in the capital, small town near it, but definitely not up in the freaking wilderness, secluded.
Like, down the road a ways to a little fishing town that is on
Yeah,
the capital.
yeah,
Like, I don't
something
like
like
people
that.
enough to be around them all the time.
Yeah, still a smaller town for sure.
But like close enough that he could just run into those walls.
Yeah,
As you're turning,
for
as
sure.
you're turning your new leaf, starting your new business and whatnot, and thinking of maybe I shouldn't have killed that guy, and you decide to seek some spiritual absolution after coming face to face with something clearly not of this world. You find yourself in Catelyn's church.
Go see Brother Ken.
You're like, you
That's your father, so I have
He's
sinned.
still an acolyte and he's still learning, but it is perhaps a little bit easier to lighten your load when talking to a friend.
One of similar trauma.
Speaking of religious stuff real quick, I don't go Christian, I'm still
A
pagan.
pagan?
Yeah.
We keep on.
Yeah. My God's got me through the night. Thank you very much. Your God sent a hellhound after me. My God.
And saved your children.
Goodness gracious.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Karina,
Uh,
what is the next world?
Yeah, so my girl was, she took pride in being a leader, but she was like riddled with indecision, and she was supposed to be like a liar to kind of keep up with everything. She's supposed to lie about everything. I get the sense that she maybe not necessarily noticed that people were disappearing, but like kind of just like ignored that people were
Let's
like,
not spread panic.
like were disappearing and just kind of set it aside because there were still people there who were listening to her. So
And if that when someone brought it up, we'd be like, oh, they moved. They
Yeah.
decided to leave for the cabin.
yeah, so I think my girl's in hell.
What does hell look like?
Oh gosh, what does hell look like?
Endlessly emptying town that you're trying to keep together.
Rocks
Appearances.
everywhere.
Yeah, and with a cycle of like new people who don't stay. She constantly has to be. She like actually doesn't.
A town where everyone is itinerant but you. You can never leave.
Nice.
It's a town that looks much like your town, except instead of cobblestones, the streets are paved with boating rocks.
And 0 goats. Sad.
Just goat heads.
Oh no, Ken!
It's hell.
Tegan, what is your next world?
So, Tegan did not have very far to go. So what I imagine is, the last thing that I had said was that I was very tired from a long journey, and I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to walk it myself, someone would have to carry me. So, Tegan kind of comes to, and his eyes kind of open, and he's looking around, and everything is fairly dark and gray, and there's this weight. He feels like he's being pulled, like dragged, and he kind of like he goes to move. He looks around, but his body is just so heavy. He can't really move. He can't really look around, and he's glancing up at the sky, and he's looking around, and he sees these vague shapes of what look like maybe buildings, possibly familiar. He feels the earth that he's being dragged on, and it feels like it's some sort of like a paved road. It's not the wilderness or anything like that. And he hears the voice of a boy call out, and he is able to muster up just enough strength just to kind of lift his head. And he lifts his head and he realizes that he's being dragged by this boy. And the boy that drags him is pulling him along, and he stops, and he says, you know, I figured I would grant you one last mercy. Nobody is perfect, and everybody makes mistakes, but at some point you have to take accountability for your actions, and you have to take ownership for what you've done. And he drops this rope that was tied around my feet, and I am able to look up, and I kind of sit up a little bit, and all of a sudden the rope that was tied to my feet is gone, and there's this weight that starts going around my neck, and it's this crushing weight. And before I can really do anything or react, I realize that I'm hanging from this tree, and I am doing everything that I can to just keep myself from choking. And that's my hell.
Whatever.
Oh damn.
And Sarah is no longer present, but I think I have a fitting ending for Alice. Alice awakens to the sound of crashing waves. She's not lying down, not sprawled out anywhere. She awakens sitting upright, hugging her knees, staring out into a beautiful blue ocean. Her gloves are gone. Her hands are whole. She's not beautiful, but she's okay with that. She's suffered many betrayals, and it has hardened her heart. She has lusted for the things, the people, the looks, the admiration that others have. But in the end, despite all of her resentments for all of the townsfolk, she fought for them. And in this place, by the blue waters, with not a other soul in sight. She doesn't have to compare herself to others. She doesn't need them. She doesn't even have to turn around to know that there's a lighthouse at her back.
Awesome. Very good.
Love it.
Can we just knock this thing over now?
Fuck that
That is dread.
That's dread.
That is good.
That was
Are
good.
there
All
any viewers
fucking
still
six.
watching?
I don't know.
How do we
We might have
see?
a couple. Let's see.
And Christian, you were right. I did rig the election.
I figured.
Yeah. I did.
And you killed the scapegoat, yeah?
Believe it or not, it looks like you have a couple. So yeah, God bless
Wow.
you. Yeah.
You folks
God
still
bless
watching, you are MVPs. Thank you so much for joining
I
us
hope you liked
for
it.
Yeah,
this
5.5 hours.
session of
Longest
Dread.
session ever.
I have had such a good time helping and collaborating with all of these fine folks to weave this tale for you.
This was great.
Possibly next MR we can talk about.
Thank you so
Possibly
much.
next Modified Rules, we'll talk a little bit about it. We won't keep you too much longer.
Thank you so much to our guests, Zach and Kent,
And
for
Kent, yeah.
joining us.
Yes, thanks again
Thank you
for
for playing.
Yeah.
Thank you for playing.
wonderful
Thanks
special
for
guests.
having us.
Playing
This
this
was
game.
great.
Thanks again to Windmill Gaming Company. They create fantastic Dread scenarios and they run even better games at conventions. If you ever have the chance to sit at a table with these fine folks from the Windmill Gaming Company, I highly recommend you do it. I highly recommend you move that to the top of your gaming priority list. They are amazing.
Check out their Patreon. So good.
They have a Patreon. I subscribe to the Patreon to get my hands on bit parts. It's worth every penny, and there's many more items in their archives that you can get for just $5 a month, and they're still producing new material now. So support some great creators, gather some friends. This is a very new player-friendly scenario. There's no dice, no stats, no figuring out how mechanics work. You just pull blocks and hopefully have a steady hand and weave a story of dread, suspense, and perhaps learn a thing or two about yourself in the process. Thank you again for watching. We will see you next time. Have a great night. Sleep tight. Good dreams only.
Nice.